right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of our second annual Psychedelic Medicine Conference here at Rowan-Virtua SOM. We had such an incredible day yesterday, and today will be no less educational and inspirational. A few housekeeping things. We're going to put our attendance form in the chat. This is different than the one we did yesterday. It has all of our potential speakers for today, and you can put in which ones you attended, and you can even go back and edit the form if you hop off and then hop on later. It also allows us to capture feedback for us to keep making this conference great for you in future years. We will also be collecting emails so that we can send a notification when the recording of this event is going to be uploaded to YouTube for each lecture, so you can go back and watch them or see any that you might have missed. During our presentations, please feel free to put questions, comments, anything in the chat. Yesterday, we had a really great dialogue happening, and we hope to see that again. We are monitoring the chat and pulling out questions and asking them. And if we happen to run over time and we don't ask them, most of our speakers have been gracious to let us email them the questions that we missed, and we'll send them out in follow-up email as well. Like we said, this event is being recorded and will be uploaded to Rowan SOM's YouTube channel in the coming weeks. We're also going to send out some more information, like resources suggested, like the grant that Dr. Davis talked about, and some other things that are just kind of interesting in the world of psychedelics. We want to continue this conference for years to come, and we're really excited that everyone has joined us for day 2. We hope, remind your friends to hop on throughout the day. We really want this to be a wonderful day. So before we jump into our first event of the day, we do have a video that Sophia is going to introduce for us. So Sophia, you can take it away.
Yeah, so we have a video from a spiritual healer from Ecuador. I just wanted to give a little bit of background. So spiritual medicine with the use of psychoactive states has been an important form of healing for many different indigenous cultures around the world. As the voices of indigenous peoples and groups often get overlooked, we wanted to start off our event with a few words from a traditional healer from the Ecuadorian Amazon. You may be familiar with the word shaman, which serves a similar meaning, but it's the word for spiritual healers from the Caucasus region of Europe. So he fills a similar role in Ecuador, essentially. So Roger Yumbo is a Quechua Yachak, a spiritual healer that has spent many years learning the sacred art of plant medicine. In Quechua culture, there are 5 rungs to the healing ladder that all medicine people have to climb in their training. Roger is a Yachak, which is the first level of spiritual healer after plant healers. He has been studying for more than 12 years and has been required to shadow spiritual healers from other nations and cultures for at least a year. Last year, I spent 6 weeks living in Ecuador with Roger as my host brother. He taught me a lot about the healing practices of the Quechua people and ayahuasca, and I'm so grateful he was willing to share some of his words of wisdom with you all today.
Buenos días, saludos. Las ceremonias para la cultura quichua es una manera de tener una conexión con la naturaleza e introducirnos al mundo espiritual, hacia los conocimientos de nuestros ancestros. Esto nos ayuda, gracias a la conexión, para poder visualizar, digamos, las energías malas o las buenas que hay en la naturaleza, o para entender nuestro mundo, para, más que todo, tener una conexión, abrir nuestra mente a otras dimensiones. Y esto a nosotros nos ayuda para siempre estar vigilantes, alertas, en protección a nuestros bosques, a nuestros ríos y a nuestras familias. Además de eso, las ceremonias son una manera de compartir nuestras experiencias hacia otras personas. Para la cultura quichua, más que todo en la Amazonía, las ceremonias son demasiado importantes y sagradas, que nosotros como gente quichua tenemos demasiado respeto hacia las plantas sagradas, en este caso la ayahuasca y muchas más, que las que son los que siempre nos ayudan en las ceremonias. Para mí, la importancia de las ceremonias curativas de ayahuasca y limpias siempre van enfocados a la curación, a la sanación de las personas y hacia uno mismo. Las ceremonias curativas se usan cuando una persona está enferma o tiene malas energías. Las curaciones, tal como dicen, son para curar, para liberar de algún mal o enfermedades. Y las limpias las limpias son los que se hacen cuando la persona no está enferma y solamente siente malas energías o está debilitada, tiene algún pensamiento malo o presiente que algo va a suceder. Entonces las limpias nos ayudan a prevenir. Las limpias siempre son preventivas, se hacen antes para evitar que otra persona se enferme o algo le pase. Los beneficios de estos es que se evitan muchas cosas. A veces hay, en este caso, digamos, enfermedades que son producidas por los espíritus del bosque, que no se puede curar con la medicina occidental, y pasa en muchos casos. Y entonces, por eso son muy beneficiosos las sesiones curativas, las limpias que hacemos los Yachak o chamanes, como dicen acá en la Amazonía. Eso.
Gracias. All right, we are so grateful for those powerful words and a way to start our day, really reflecting on the importance of centering the Indigenous experience in our talks today. So leading into that, we want to go into our panel that is from 3 of our speakers talking about the subjective experience of psychedelics. We're going to start pulling them up as we get started right at 10. We want you to please put any questions that you have into the chat. We did pre-gather questions from people who registered, and this panel is supposed to be like very much flowing and just really seeing where the conversation goes from potential ethics and legality around these kinds of things, and just the experience of psychedelics themselves. So just give us a few minutes as we pull everybody up, okay? While we're getting set up, please, please, please fill out the form that I just put in the chat. That's our attendance form for today. So let us know that you're here so we can account for you. All right, I believe all of our panelists are here. Right. Okay, so we have Nathan, Priyanka, and Colette here today. I'd just like to start with each of you introducing who you are, why you're here, and what you're hoping to get out of this experience today. Colette, you can go first. We'll just go alphabetical order.
Morning, everyone. Thank you so much to the organizers for organizing this event. Please let me know if you can't hear me or anything like this. To introduce myself, thank you so much. I'm a coach, I'm an entrepreneur, I'm an activist. I've been a long time student of entheogenic medicines and traditional cultures that use them. And I've spent most of my adult life working and supporting with Indigenous people around the world through the lens of regenerative agriculture. But I'm a facilitator as well. I work in Central and South America as a facilitator, working with these tools. And I'm also a Philadelphia native. I grew up in Philadelphia, and I'm the founder of an organization here working to decriminalize entheogens called Decriminalize Nature Philadelphia. And my practice is called Condor Medicine. So I work and support individuals who are working with these tools and working with transpersonal experiences for personal healing and growth. And that is the platform that I use through that. So thank you so much for inviting me to be here. It's great to be with all of you today.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here. My name is Priyanka. I am a ceremonialist, I'm a permaculturist, I'm a mycologist, and a community steward. I reside in central Pennsylvania, central New Jersey. And thank you so much for all of the organizers here. And thank you to Aisha. She invited me to this. I've been working in the realm of plant medicine for the last 4 years, and I travel down to South America to work with the tribes down there with the medicine, and also am involved with a lot of grassroots organizations here in the United States that support people to connect with nature and for all of us to live harmoniously with the earth. So thank you so much for having me here. Blessings.
That leaves me. Hi, everybody. Good morning. My name is Nathan Riley. I'm an MD. I actually went to medical school up the street, or in the same county anyways. I don't really know where Rowan is, but I went to Temple years ago. And now I've got 2 board specialties. One is in obstetrics and gynecology, and one is in hospice and palliative care. And I use entheogenic medicines from conception through pregnancy, postpartum, healing from birth trauma. I also use it, of course, in the end of life space, which is where we've got way more research than we do around, quote, safety in pregnancy. But as a very curious individual myself, I've, let's just say I have done my fair share of experimentation, and this has really helped me reconnect to the heart of healing, as opposed to this overly reductive thinking process that we seem to have acted as if it has come out of some sort of evolutionary process, as opposed to some sort of divine, instinctual, perceptive organ in and of itself. And that's has certainly cleared the path. And it's funny that both Colette and Priyanka had mentioned ecology. I think in the space of entheogenic work, this is actually the way we kind of reverse the hands of time, so to speak, in order to reconnect with nature. I consider myself a deep ecologist. And in addition to allopathic work, I'm also an active student in functional medicine and biogeometry and anthroposophy. And my anthroposophic medicine work is through and through a body of work that revolves around plant study and answering the question of what is life. So for any med student out there listening, or a veteran physician, if you can't answer the question of what is life, and I'm not talking about abortion rights, I'm not going down that path. I mean, what is life? What is the difference between a rock and a plant? Entheogens will actually help you to understand that through their sort of unifying effect. So anyways, very, very privileged to be on a stage here with giants. Thank you for having me.
All right. Thank you so much, all of you, for being here. I guess first I want to go into if someone chooses to go down this path, what are potential barriers to exploring psychedelic medicine, and how have maybe you navigated that or seen what has kept people from going deeper, or they have gone through psychedelics and things, kind of repercussions they've gone through potentially legally?
I'll kick this one off just because I am a physician and I've got licenses in 20 states and I have to actually be very thoughtful about what I share. But I'm also kind of like, well, I had my program director in fellowship tell me, you can't talk about psychedelics. They're going to get you in trouble. And I was like, that was the most important experience of my life as a physician. So how could I not share it? So anyways, there's a little bit of a balance for an actual practicing physician and what's on the line. But I think I'll kick this conversation off with the word safety. We love to throw this word safety around, but let's look at birth itself. yes, the likelihood of you dying in childbirth is very minimal, fortunately, especially in the Western developed world, as we call it. But what is safe about a spiritual transformation? You know, when a woman goes through this process, steps through the portal, and emerges as a mother, an old version of her is dying, a new version is being born. For her, for the baby, for her partner, for their whole relationship unit, there is nothing unsafe about, or there's nothing safe about that. The same experience happens with psychedelics. So as long as we're continuing to use this word safe, which is completely relative on a person's risk tolerance, their past experiences with the psyche, with their own inner exploration, etc., I wouldn't say that there's anything safe about psychedelics unless we're going to minimize that word to, are you going to die from this? Probably not. But there's nothing safe about taking a large dose of psilocybin mushrooms. That is a very unsafe thing to your ego, to your id, to your superconscious. I mean, there's a lot of change that can take place there. So I think that is one big barrier, is that we're trying to demonstrate safety from a very reductive, materialistic, biochemical sense. And I think that that's going to be a huge barrier going forward.
Yeah, I really resonate with what you said, Nathan. I think it's an interesting place we're in right now, because I think that obviously I am a supporter of working with psychedelics and entheogenic tools, and at the same time, you know, Jeremy Narby, who's a very famous ethnobotanist and anthropologist, who's been working with ayahuasca for his entire life, his entire study, was sharing in a recent interview about how these tools, especially tools like this, right, that you start building relationships with them, and that you're entering into an entire psycho-spiritual framework of connection and of reality, where you're building deep relationships with these tools. If you start to work with these tools in a way that is really from a point of study beyond, let's say, like psychonautic endeavors, or let me just like, okay, like when we're actually starting to work with these tools in an intentional way, where there's a calling to life. And I think that first aspect of when somebody is actually relaxing into taking and working with one of these tools, it starts from that point of like, wait, I want to do this. I feel comfortable doing this. How do I do this? But from that, and Narby speaks about how the entire framework of how we use these tools in let's call the global South is completely different than how the global North's neurological framework of reality is, framework around capitalism is, and even just like experiential connection of on an epigenetic level is. So it's this thing that when I'm working with people and I'm really preparing them to work with these tools for the first time, there has to be a really deep acceptance and preparation for how this is going to work, for the unknown, and I really encourage individuals, anyone who's watching this, if you're wanting to use these tools to, completely heal your life, they don't necessarily work that way, and they don't work in linear timelines. These are multidimensional tools, and as a result, it's really important that individuals are preparing their reality here. Like ideally having enough community support, having enough money in the bank, having enough planning and action to prepare for the landing on the other side, because there is a tremendous unknown in how these tools work. And then aside from that, there is, of course, the legal aspect of things. And this is why, for me as the founder of Decrim Nature, and I'll speak about this later with Larry, the local chapter here in Philadelphia, working to really decriminalize these tools, because this is something that we want to be bringing these tools out of the spaces of where they're not used in a way that is open, because that inherently does not create supportive environments for people to be really encompassing this multidimensional perspective of safety too, which I could speak at length about, but I won't. But just to really be focusing on that as well.
Well, thank you both so much for sharing that. That is so resonant to me. And one of the biggest thing that's coming to me is what we touched upon is safety. Is as these tools, I believe, get more, they're brought out more and they're casually thrown around, and there's an increase of popularity with these tools. That really does bring up concern for me in terms of people not necessarily being properly prepared, as Colette said, and for folks to not necessarily have all of the information necessary to properly prepare them to go through a very a very ex- a very vivid experience, something that will change their life forever. Um, and for there to be more community resources even in helping people become more educated. So I'm so happy that this conference is going on and there's active conversation about these things because of the legal state, it's kind of like a hush hush kind of thing. And so I'm really grateful that this kind of work and community resources are being developed, and for us to just speak up about what is important. And one of the biggest thing that's came up for me is if you're going to sit with a practitioner, to ask the right questions, to ask how many years has it been since they've been working with the medicine, who have they studied under, what for them to connect with past clientele even, really give someone the proper resources of the because of the rarity of coming across a practitioner that holds certain medicines too. It's kind of like, oh, I found a thing, and people can just jump into an experience without necessarily asking the proper questions. So something that I would even say is to please ask your practitioners like an enormous amount of questions, and until you feel fully safe with them and how they're approaching you, please ask all of the proper questions, because it's so important for you to feel safe with your practitioner, and also for there to be an equal playing ground where you're seen as equals in the space, and a practitioner is really allowing and encouraging of the participant that this is your relationship with the medicine, and them not necessarily putting themselves up on a pedestal or making it seem like they have some sort of power over you. I've seen this dynamic emerge immensely and has played a role in my path as well. But as a practitioner of, I serve Kambo and Rape and Sananga, which are non-psychoactive medicines, but they do require an immense amount of safety that I create for my participants. And I really encourage everyone to please ask the right questions and continue to, as a practitioner vets their clients, you as a client are able to vet the person that's serving you, and really holding you through an experience as well.
Awesome. That actually is a really good segue to our next question. So this goes into, are psychedelic medicines for everyone, or what qualifies someone to work with them, both as a practitioner, as you were saying, but also as like a patient, client, participant, however you want to phrase that. What really brings, what, like, are there people who should be turned away, people who should say not now? Kind of how do you experience that?
I think what I said earlier, I think that, of course, technically speaking, there are certain conditions that again, this is a very delicate thing, and I'm actually beginning to write a book about this. But the conceptual framework of how the global North and the global South frame what we can consider psychiatric disorders, and how we pathologize psychiatric disorders differently than how the global South does this. Okay, so even in the context of how what we can now call neurodiversity, and how neurodiversity is coming into the conceptual awareness and framework of the global North for the first time, shamanism as a concept is, from my perspective, a form of neurodiversity that goes through a very quantifiable process that has been shown around the world, and how it actually comes to fruition for an individual and on a cultural level. However, in the global North, an individual who is showing this sort of, let's say, psychic phenomenon, having, let's say, visionary states of consciousness without taking anything, this type of thing is pathologized and categorized in the global North as being a psychiatric illness. Whereas in the global South, this is oftentimes something that is valued and put to work in a cultural context, okay? Not always, but oftentimes. So in the global North right now, individuals who have, let's say, this classification of neurodiversity are oftentimes told that they're not qualified to take psychiatric or well, to take psychedelic or entheogenic tools. Okay, instead they're oftentimes put on psychiatric medicines and used in that system of things. And I'm not saying that that's not. I think this is this kind of place that we're coming into where we have all of these tools at our disposal, and we have to have a radical framework shift of how we are framing and how we are pathologizing things. And at the same time, and what I see as a coach and as a facilitator are a lot of individuals who are on that neurodiversity spectrum who are coming to use these tools, myself included, you know, and I consider myself someone who is neurodiverse and started using these tools a really long time ago to study my own neurodiversity. However, that in and of itself is a concept that is a delicate thing and really, really requires a high level of support and starting slow. And back to Priyanka's point, this is something that when you're working with a facilitator and or a culture, right, you're working with a traditional culture and you're working with these tools, you are inherently directly receptive to the framework of how that individual is framing this entire thing. Like, for example, I have a friend up the street who's going to have her first psychedelic experience. She's telling me about working with a facilitator. The facilitator told her that, oh, well, if I stop drumming at any point in time during my work with you, then it's going to allow these evil spirits to come in, and then it's going to, you know, and I thought, is that something that you believe in? Is that a framework that you actually like, you know? So when you're working, and I've spent a lot of time working with Indigenous people, and I love them so very much, but inherently I'm working in their framework, and it comes through in the medicine, you know. So kind of keeping these different perspectives in mind of who is appropriate to be using these tools. It's a delicate thing, and I think that having really high levels of support, especially for our neurodiverse community that are using these tools, is really important, and that is something that I'm really passionate about doing and creating the structures for people.
How could we possibly add to that? Thank you, Colette. I just wanted to add as well. I mean, I think that pretty much sums it up. You know, I think we have to be very responsible, especially if we have any sort of training in, I don't know, whatever, medicine. And I don't mean for medical legal reasons, but we have this sort of oath, right, that we have to uphold. Probably the original Hippocratic oath in this case, as opposed to the sort of perverse one of the 60s or whatever that is. And where it's like a polytheistic oath that you take, in case anybody's curious. But that oath, you know, it resonates in the back of your head, you know, at all times. Like, is this going to be okay for this person? And I don't think that there's any amount of research that's actually going to clarify that this ICD-10 diagnosis is a contraindication. It's not, doesn't work like that. I have never turned anybody down from therapy as long as they weren't using it as an escape for the other stuff that they have going on. Because that to me is not, that's, you know, when we think about set and setting, that is the wrong set to go into this with. The other thing is that if they're heading out to Burning Man and they want some MDMA, they want some LSD, they're going to be doing coke all the time, and they're going to be drunk, high off their rocker on all these other drugs, you're not going to use my medicine. That's not the purpose of my medicine. Now, while I do believe that recreation is cool, I mean, recreating yourself is cool, I don't think that if you're going to be using this medicine, which I put a lot of, I create my own medicine. I'll just leave it at that. I put so much love and intention into it. And when you take it, there's a lot of Shakti energy. Like, this really draws you into the center of Gaia herself. If you're going to be doing coke and getting drunk on mojitos out in the desert and all of that, that's not the right use for my medicine. You can find it elsewhere, but that's barring the poor, you know, the wrong intentions, and the appropriate setting. I haven't turned anybody down, but I've never had an experience with somebody who had a really big meltdown. I've seen it with combo. I've seen it with some other, you know, things. But again, I think had something to do with set and settings. So as long as we have those two things dialed in, I think that most people are able to benefit. And I'll also add, there was a video of some guy who was very far in one direction on the Asperger spectrum. I think, you know, he would probably use the word neurodivergent, to borrow from Colette, but he for 5 hours, doubled the dose of LSD. And he started with like 150 mics, which is a typical therapeutic dose. Then he went to 300, then he went to 600, then he went to 1200, then he went to like 2500. He took all of this. It was this massive dose. And he had done this in a couple of different videos, and he was completely sort of unfazed by it. So there is really some compelling argument there for what is actually going on for these neurodivergent people. And I'll add to that, schizophrenia. When I remember sitting in Oakland, I grew up in Pittsburgh, and I was sitting at a coffee shop in the University of Pittsburgh campus, and I was watching this guy carrying a hockey stick and a bowling trophy. And I was like, what's this guy going to do? And he would always be seen carrying couch and all this stuff. Like, he was obviously homeless and obviously had some sort of, psychiatric condition. He walked into the center of a busy intersection, placed the bowling trophy down, and then took his hockey stick. And I was like, this guy's going to crush the hell out of this bowling trophy. And sure enough, he did. It banged off of some shop window. The police came over and pinned him to, arrested him, and he went back to Western Psych, and then probably was released. The point of that story is that at that moment I was thinking, that guy is interacting with something beyond his 5 senses. And so there's some magic there. His valve, the Aldous Huxley reducing valve, was way more open than mine. He was experiencing something else. How do we know otherwise? We probably never will know. But I actually think that there's a lot of really great applications of these medicines within our psychiatric community.
Yeah, I just saw Ayesha's response on the chats, and I don't know if y'all can see that, but she mentioned that on the other note, there are stories of people having full trips of microdoses. And this is a really good point as well, that there's, for me, when I'm consulting with an individual, again, I'm at the point too, with just my own personal story, where when I'm using any of these tools, and it's challenging too, especially in the context when I'm working with traditional people, because I'm a student of ayahuasca for 13 plus years at this point. And in the cultural tradition, you go to a taita, you go to a maestro, and they're pouring you that medicine, and it's like, okay, well, that's what you take. And after so many years, it's to the point where, last year I was studying in Putumayo in the jungle in Colombia. And, I'm friends with my teachers and work with them. And so now it's like a collaborative thing where I'm no longer okay, let me just drink. It's like, hey, I need like this much, y'all. Like, this medicine took a decade to grow these plants. And this is something too that we have to be really considerate of, like how we're using these things. But that's a whole other story. But, it's like, for me, like, I don't need to be drinking full cups of. So also too, like in the aspect of individuals who are sensitive, some individuals can be taking tremendous quantities of medicine. Some individuals can be taking microdoses, and that, again, these are multidimensional tools. And so the dosaging, the set and setting, the preparation, really heavy on the preparation. Integration is of course very important, but go 3 times harder on the preparation, everyone. So just thinking about it that way too.
Let me just, Colette, I love you. Let me just piggyback on that real quick. I'm reading The Unlikely Piece at Kuchumakik by Martin Prechtel, which he was an indigenous Mayan from Guatemala. And he wrote this beautiful book. And in the book, he actually talks quite a bit about the echoes of seeds and newborn babies and death and so many things that I'm so passionate about. But he also talks about psychedelics, and the connection that those people have to the land is not because of their use of psychedelics. He said that's amateur. That is amateur. And we should all remember that these medicines, this is your initiation. Like, this is not the work. This is actually the tip of the iceberg. And once you get to a certain point, certain mentors of mine, they don't need psychedelics. They prefer to not have psychedelics because they can actually get far deeper with contemplative meditation, walking in the forest, and then just closing their eyes and bam, they're there. That's where we should all be striving to get. This is just a tool. And it's possible that certain individuals in our society don't need that tool. They may already be there. Whether or not that's a good thing for them or not, I'm not saying like, let them be, hitting bowling trophies in the middle of the intersection. I'm not saying that, but perhaps there's more to this than just this mind-body connection. Perhaps there's something else out there that you're able to connect into. And we, being the products of mother culture and our education and our conditioning, just need that little parting of the clouds in order to see it so many times that we can actually rehearse that journey without this tool in the future.
Nathan, to your point and giving reference to this individual that you saw, this is something that I've been reflecting a lot about, especially because, you know, I'm organizing, God willing, I'm writing a book right now, which, whoa, what an endeavor that I wanted to write for many years. And it's like, okay, I'm doing this. So, but anyway, but this concept around, you know, if you're actually looking at the classic shamanic path, there's an individual who has what we could get, and Phil Borges, for those of you who don't know Phil Borges' work, he has an amazing TED Talk I highly recommend everyone watching. It's called Psychosis or Spiritual Awakening. And it's giving reference to a larger documentary that he did in this context. And Phil really very much explores this concept of what I spoke to, of the global North versus the global South perspective on these types of, let's say, we could call it schizoaffective phenomenon. We could call it visionary phenomenon. We could call it neurodiversity. And these are all on spectrums of, again. But however, you know, it's like we lack a context in our culture here of individuals who start to express what we could call schizoaffective phenomenon here, to actually like be giving them meaning in their life, be giving them meaning culturally, to be using the actual ability that they have, that sometimes is incredibly useful. And this is what's really amazing about neurodivergence. And for those of us who are neurodiverse and understand, who oftentimes have higher levels of intellect than, let's say, the sort of status quo when we're looking at a general population. But there's not these systems in place for those of us who are on the neurodiverse spectrum to be able to really be utilized and valued in a culture and in a larger scale. And this comes down to like this concept of suddenly our culture is valuing the use of psychedelics, where you're taking a tool and you're really able to access, let's say, like what could be perceived by some as like schizoaffective phenomenon, right? That's happening on a neurological and a psychological and a psychospiritual level. An individual who already has that phenomenon is not being valued, right? It's still in our culture. So like, what's going on with that? And I think there has to be a really interesting, if the global North is starting to really be utilizing these tools in a dramatic way and valuing them and saying how great they are, there has to be a fundamental shift in how we are framing individuals who have this phenomenon naturally, which I am one of those individuals. I don't, my brain already works like how psychedelics work. So like, how are we valuing those individuals in our culture and giving them meaning and context, which is incredibly important.
Thank you both so much. I'm learning so much. I did really resonate with one of Nathan's points of there being a point where working with the medicine is just the tip of the iceberg. Like the path really unravels after that. And to all of the reference, especially thank you, Colette, of the multidimensionality of the medicine and the timelines that it works, that these experiences that we have in altered states of consciousness work in various timelines. And I've experienced on my path where there was a space for me where I was like really wanting to work with plant medicine deeply. And now I feel like I've reached a point where I'm like, wow, I need to really sit with these teachings that I've received in these altered states of consciousness and dig deep into what the medicine has been telling me. And specifically, something that's very alive for me on my path is bridging the world of psychedelics and where the medicines connect us so deeply to nature. And for a lot of people to go to South America or have these experiences and then to come back and come back to an apartment and not necessarily have a lot of access to nature. I'm really digging deeper into my path as a permaculturist and a mycologist, where it's like, how can we use the tools of connecting with Mother Earth, regenerating the land, deepening our relationship with ecology as a frame of integration and deepening into the iceberg. And something that I also did want to touch on is that I personally don't think that these medicines are for everyone. I really think that just on my personal journey, there was a very specific calling that came through. Um, I read about ayahuasca in Rick Strassman's book, DMT, the Spirit Molecule, and then the path just kind of opened where I was not too long after that. I got an invitation to go to a retreat and then began to work with the medicine for quite a bit of time, and just recently completed my first plant diet in Peru, and now it's like the integration of that, and I'm like, okay, wait, like I need to take a step back. What are the plants really telling me? And so I'm reaching a point right now where I'm like wanting to take a step back and really integrate the teachings. And so I'm at a point where I don't think that the medicines are for me right now, and that's totally okay. um so I wanted to touch on that, and thank you so much again.
Awesome.
Magdalene, I have
Yes.
sorry, I just wanted to say,
Go
it'll
for
take
it. Go
5
for it.
seconds. I wanted to just honor what Priyanka said, which is one of my other criteria is if I've guided somebody through a ceremony and they come back in like 72 hours and they're like, I want to do it again, but I want to do more. I always like, that's always a hard no. And it's not so much you haven't integrated. Yes, of course, I know that. But for me, it's like that is a sign that they're running. They're not going to do the integration work. They just want to escape something. So that's something that anybody out there who's considering doing these therapies to really bear in mind. You know, of course they want to do it again. Was their first mushroom journey or whatever, but they may not accept that you want them to wait 6 months or 6 years before they can have your medicine again. I mean, this is a really critical part. Just because you can doesn't mean you should do an induction of labor or a surgery on a pregnant woman. You know, just because you can do a C-section doesn't mean that you should. There needs to be a little bit discernment. Sorry, I talk a lot.
No, it's wonderful. I love all the back and forth. That's really what we're trying to bring together. One question I have now that, as you said, this is becoming more popular in the global north, what are not necessarily worries, but because we do have a very different mentality than being in the global south, you know, we care about being on time and moving quickly, and we go pretty hard, pretty fast. I think that's a fairly accurate description of our culture. Um, what are like some of maybe your cautions or things for us to notice for people, that, you know, when psychedelics become more available, say if they become more decrimmed, like, are we worried that people are going to like jump into this, how we tend to like jump into everything else?
Yeah, that's already happening. Yeah, there's medical conferences about psychedelics now. I mean, when I started drinking ayahuasca, nobody in this country had any idea what ayahuasca was. I was like spending time deep in the jungle with the Shipipo, drinking medicine, coming back here, navigating my own trauma, studying my own trauma, studying my own, I was like, there was no integration. There was no, even trying to explain this to anyone was not available. So it's amazing that these things are shifting and happening. And what I think is happening too is that a lot of individuals are kind of using psychedelic tools en masse, and that, you know, it's almost coming back to it from this like hyper reductionist capitalistic place of like, you can become a better worker. You could make more money and be more productive and be more creative by using these tools. And how great is that? And for sure, these tools do work like that. And I think that that's a large part why individuals who've had access to being able, you know, myself included, through the weird story of my life, having access to even being able to travel and go and work with Indigenous people and be able to use their beautiful medicine, especially after like 500 plus years of the, you know, colonial suppression of Indigenous people, and seeing how that's affecting things, you know, and some of the questions too that, you know, we should answer, that I just saw about the impacts of these things we can speak to. But yeah, back to your question, it's complicated stuff. It's really complicated stuff. And I think that again, what needs to happen is that there needs to be culturally supportive environments that have their own systems of checks and balances, that have the ability to again bring these things into the light and have them be in supportive environments, You know, having cult-like things happen with these things with these tools is very, very possible. And you know, it's very and if you were to actually again look at it in the framework of like how Indigenous use works with these tools, you know, it's working in a very particular cultural context. But if you're not from that culture, you know, it can get very weird. It does get weird. You know, people need to really be very empowered, I think, on a level of understanding of neuroplasticity, of understanding psychology, and these are processes, like these take time, right? So it's like, I know some people are like, I want to start using these tools, and okay, yes, I support that. And also to really empower yourself with starting to learn about psychology, starting to learn about neuroplasticity, starting to learn about you know, how framing of these things really affects things. Because you start drinking medicine with Indigenous people in the jungle, you're going to start really going into that framework of reality. And how do you integrate that here? It's challenging. It's not easy. It's also really beautiful, you know. So it's a delicate thing. Sorry, I'm talking too much. I'll leave it to y'all.
I have a follow-up question for you, Colette. When you, in the very beginning of that beautifully eloquent, I don't know, conversation, you mentioned something about working through your own trauma. I think for people that are listening, can you tell, like, what did that look like for you?
Again, so somebody asked in the questions, what is multidimensional mean? Well, what a great question. Okay, and I use that term a lot. When we're using these tools, we have accessibility to, let's say, multidimensional spaces and places of consciousness, and how we as an organism are related to these spaces, and how these spaces go beyond the physical form. Me, Colette, I'm here in this body right here, right now. But when we really start studying nature as a life path, which I think is intrinsically part of doing this work as a student, and as, like, you know, and I'm sure like both of y'all really resonate with this concept of really looking at design, deep ecology, permaculture as a life path, which oftentimes works intrinsically with those of us who become facilitators, but that this is the spaces of where we exist and where we don't exist, where our families, our actual ancestors that we are physically related to on a genetic level, on an epigenetic level, on an astral level, are related to. That these are these multidimensional spaces that we have part and directional relationship to, and that we have this non-dual, non-existence relation to simultaneously. And by accessing these states of consciousness, this is where we can begin to study and unpack how we are part of all of the beautiful interconnections that we do truly have across time and space, across this multidimensional aspect of how nature organizes itself and deconstructs itself, and also the tendrils of trauma that exist in that place. And what's so beautiful for me is, as a student of nature, fundamentally, is thinking about how trauma is a fundamental tool and how nature has designed all of this that is actually part of an evolutionary process. Because trauma sucks, it doesn't feel good, we're all unpacking it, we're all navigating it, we're all learning from it, and it is also a fundamental tool of the evolutionary process. Like, for whatever reason, she designed it like this. So I have a respect for this as well. And when you start working with these tools, it starts to unpack this multidimensional aspect of how we are connected and related to these different systems throughout time and space, and also how the tendrils of trauma have moved through these places. And for those of you who are not familiar with Gabor Mate's work, you know, when I first started drinking medicine many years ago, Gabor Mate had just left the center that I was, you know, and nobody knew who Gabor Mate was then either, you know, it was like many years ago. But the Templo de Paseo de la Luz and the Temple of the Way of the Light, and you start to have really visceral understanding and connection to how all of this works, how we individuals are part of this, how our family and our you know, the people who come into our lives are part of this. It is a deeply intricate and woven design of nature. And so this is a little bit of how I could share it in response to your question.
Just real quick, Colette, I love that you bring up Gabor Mate. I personally am obsessed with him. I actually did reach out for him to this conference. Obviously, he's busy and, like, you know, this is a free conference that students are putting on, but I love him and his work and the generational aspects of trauma. And, like, you know, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Like you said, like it sucks, but it is there for a reason. You know, these things don't happen by accident. So, oh, I love him. But Priyanka, you can go ahead and
Yeah, so Colette, I'm like so inspired. Thank you so much for being here. I am happy that you're so close to. Um, can just to rewind, can you repeat the question?
That's a great point. I don't even remember which question we were on.
Yeah, I was like,
Um,
hold on. There's beautiful
we're
conversation.
really going around. But one thing that we do want to touch on, because it was asked in the chat, is
Mhm.
how is this like new explosion, which is kind of where we're coming from, this explosion of psychedelics in like becoming accepted, really affecting both, you know, people using it, and then we can also move into how it's affecting the environment and also indigenous cultures.
Right. One a really big thing that I speak on and something that I hold dearly in my practice is the concept of reciprocity, and that's creating and keeping harmonious exchange with nature and within our relations, and something that has really been coming forth on my journey and path of decolonizing myself has been w- we can see all around us, which is really sad, but the current systems and paradigm that exist in our current society and world are one of extraction, where we just take from nature, we're harming our ecology, where we're just leeching. And that's not true for all people, but that's what I believe to be the system that we're living in right now. And it's inherent as colonized beings that live in this country. Um, when we begin to work with plant medicine or plants, it can be like, oh wow, this is something that I can profit from, or something that I can just take from. And it's so important to really check oneself before even, hey, I want to do a bajillion journeys. And it's like, well, what's the ecological impact of that? Is that even really necessary for you? When you are to go to a ceremony, how can you be in reciprocal relation with the earth and give back in such a way that there's a harmonious exchange in what's presenting itself? And a big thing that I even ask facilitators is, how are they supporting the tribes directly from which they are sourcing their medicine from, or the people that are their teachers and who they're working with? Is there a reciprocal exchange? So that word reciprocity is something that I continuously bring forth into my practice and continuously check myself on, because I'm a human, I'm not perfect. And that reciprocal exchange is so important for me. And with reciprocity even comes something that I hold dearly in my practice is, I never turn anyone down for if they're in financial need. There's a suggested exchange that I hold, but there's no one that I turn down from a service if they're in financial need. And I think that that's something that really needs to be spoken about, because like there's like these luxury retreats, and there's like a big commodifying of this work and these practices. And yes, there's a space for that, but also there needs to be an equality that comes in and how we can serve our community in all levels. And this being at its core community work, people work. And yeah, really just treading softly in that space as well, because it is a brand new culture, it's a brand new framework, it's a brand new um, way of communing with each other, relating to one another, relating to nature. And as we begin to explore these spaces, to really just be gentle and walk lightly.
It is, from my perspective, fundamental that individuals who are working with entheogenic tools from the global south are in a direct relationship with how to support cultural protection of the land and of the various cultures that are protecting the land and are intrinsically connected to the land in use of these tools. And this is something that I think escapes the even the knowing of many people, but the reality in, for example, the context of, I like to think of this as an umbilical cord, okay? If you were to look at a globe and you were to take the Amazon forest and go through the planet and take that umbilical cord and drop it in Gabon and the Central African Republic, where Iboga is traditionally from the Bwiti culture. These are the forests that are regulating the entire planet, and these are the forests that are at the biggest risk and of completely collapsing. And this is not a coincidence that all of a sudden these tools are infiltrating the global north. And these are conversations that I've had with innumerable cultures, including my Yahe teachers, who talk about in the 70s that there was a very active grouping of the cultures where they made a decision to start actively allowing the medicine to leave from the Amazon, from Colombian Amazon, to be shared with the global north to help support the elevation of human consciousness, but to also fundamentally help support the protection of what's going on down there. And I've spent a lot of time down there, and I'll tell you that there is a mass extinction of indigenous people continuing to happen for the state of extractive industries, whether it be the government actively going after indigenous leaders to be able to remove them because they are inherently the protectors of the land and the protectors of the medicine, which needs land to be directly connected on. Ayahuasca is meant to be a plant that is cultivated without any presence of human interaction for many, many years. It's meant to be cultivated in a deep ecosystem of a forest. Same thing with the iboga. And now there is incredible demand of these tools that take many, many, many years for the alkaloid content to be sufficient enough to actually use them and produce them into medicines. So these are these conversations of like, it's not just about like, we need to cultivate more medicine because we all want to use this medicine in the global north. It's about how do we actually protect indigenous people that are around the world, protecting the land that we need to save for all of the reasons to help support and save their culture, and to be able to help and support the ability for every human being to continue to live on this planet, because the earth will figure it out. She'll figure it out long after we are gone as a species, but we're at this crucial timeline that unless we make really serious decisions about how we're going to radically sequester carbon and protect these lands, then we're not going to be here in a very short period of time. And this is fundamentally, to me, how these medicines are working too. It's no coincidence that folks who start working with these tools have deep ecological connectivity that starts coming online. This is how nature is working and organizing itself to, as people start to clean up their own shit, they start saying, oh wait, what is actually going on the planet? What is actually going on in nature? And you start to be able to see and relate to what is happening on the grid of nature as an interconnected system. And so this is fundamentally part of this work too, and how we can figure out how we can support indigenous people to be able to radically be able to protect themselves from all of the pressures that they navigate.
All right, I really appreciate those words. That's something that we hear. You can probably see Ayesha clapping with the clapping emoji. This is a big part of, it's in our mission statement of our conference, actually, to respect both the cultures that these are coming from and the environments they're coming from, both in the global south, but wherever they're coming from. So other questions. I love the conversation is flowing. If you guys want to just like hop in and interact with each other, really just take it away. This does not have to be a super formal thing. I guess another question is, we've talked a lot about preparing, but not really what the specifics of preparing before an experience looks like. Could you walk us through what that means more in specifics? Less like you need to do that, like what do you advise your clients to do beforehand? Like what kind of work are they looking at doing?
I always introduce tobacco first. case you guys haven't noticed, I have this bag here. I vaporize tobacco with medicinal herbs, letting my soul kind of guide me for that. Usually there's a little ceremony with that. Usually people aren't ready for hape, but I've got plenty of hape around too. So if they are ready, we can always open them up a little bit in that way. It's an initiation to your initiation. I will usually have people, I don't know if this is specifically what you're asking, but I usually have people refrain from the use of any drugs, including alcohol, preferably even caffeine, for at least a week beforehand. For the men, especially, no ejaculation for a week beforehand. And for women, I'll tell them to not orgasm as well, because they may get a little bit of that coming out. That life force energy will start to stir with my particular medicines. But tobacco's kind of the gatekeeper for me. In fact, I'll even ask my tobacco plants if this is an okay time to do this. And if I get a no, let me say, if I get a hell no versus a fuck yes, then I kind of know if we're in the right space here. But very, very rarely do I get that hell no. It's like I said before, usually people have done that work, and I'll even have them journal for a week before, a week after, and then paint a mandala afterwards to really capture where you are as a means of literally and figuratively closing that circle. If they're not willing to do any of those things, they're not the right client for me. They can go find somebody else. And I only use the word client because we're talking we're in a medical setting here. Oftentimes I'm not even selling anything. It's more of a donation kind of based experience, but they're not sick, so they're not patients, first off. And so, yeah, that's my personal practice with preparation, is just a little bit of so I don't want to call it discipline, but it does tend to end up being discipline to eat is clean, a little dieta right before you take the medicine.
For individuals that come to work with me, because there's different types of people who want to come work with these tools. However, I'm going to just generalize and say that a lot of folks are coming to use these tools because they're really suffering. They're suffering and they want to utilize something that's going to release their suffering. And for me, I think that these tools have that ability to do that. But again, the preparation for me is everything. And so what I really want to do with individuals is I generally like to take 2 months with them, where we work together once a week. And we start to really work on, I have it as a 4-part system, where we start learning about self-regulation, about co-regulation, about community connection. We talk about nature's education. And it's really, for me, I'm also too a hypnotherapist, and through a hypnotherapeutic and a coaching model, I really start to work with people how they're noticing their triggers come up throughout their day, how their trauma's coming up throughout their day, how they're able to reframe it, how they're able to start, because these are also part of creating a system for the landing for an individual on the other side. These tools are incredibly powerful, big tools, and there is an unknown in how they work and they function. So really empowering individuals to be able to understand how they are going to be able to already be in the flow of really deeply practicing. Okay, well, I have that, that anxiety is coming up. Oh my God, that trauma from when I was a child, when I was being abused. Okay, wait, let me do some bilateral stimulation. Okay, let me do some emotional freedom technique. Okay, let me do some reframing. Okay, let me shake my body really vigorously. Starting to really empower individuals, really with polyvagal tools. And then being able to start finding good community support, finding safe spaces. If somebody is in an incredibly dysregulated, unsafe environment, and they want to use psychedelic tools as a tool of healing, and they're going home to incredibly dysregulated, unsafe environment, this is where we have to be really cautious with individuals on really creating that baseline framework of support and safety before they start opening things up in ways that there's no perfection and predictability with these tools. So I really, really focus on that with people for as much time as possible before the experience.
So beautiful. Yeah, in terms of my work with my clients, I do have them follow a dieta, which is a restricted diet, elimination of processed foods during that time. I, in my approach, don't necessarily tell people like this is what you can and can't eat. I really point them back to their intuition. And what I tell them is eat as closely to nature as possible. So within that encompasses an intuition of like reading the labels and just kind of general pointers for folks, so that I'm not there like this is what you need to do. Like I'm very empowering in my practice where this is a space of mutual support and learning. And so to provide general guidelines is where the gentle approach in my approach to my clientele. And also, I really love to prepare my clients. One, I have an intake form where they answer a lot of questions in regards to their current state, their intention, and within that, I get a good grasp of where they're at, and then I will hop on a preliminary call, which is pretty mandatory, so that I'm able to get a feel for what is really present for themselves, get to know them. And I really think that that's very, very important in the delicacies of this work, where we're working so closely within a container of 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 healing and of your one's body, mind, and spirit going through complete transformation. And so it's so important that there's a safety that's developed between the practitioner and the client, and the harmony that's developed within that dynamic. And yeah, so I feel really grateful to have that practice in place of really just getting to know my client beforehand, and verbally prepare them, and also verbally reinstate a lot of the things that I have in my preparations documents, but to tell them in real time is very different.
So I guess I figured out the hand raise function. Thank you. You guys are, I want to be friends with both of you. So I hope that Priyanka and Colette will both connect with me afterwards if you'll have me in your circle. But one thing I wanted to reiterate that I think Priyanka, you really hit it on the head, and Colette, you guys both kind of just do this in your practice. But we who are, if you're not an experienced therapist, healer, doctor, whatever, right? You're in med school, you're going through these courses that are like, here's how to talk to a patient. Here's how to touch them. Here's how to make them feel safe. It becomes very mechanical. There's an essence of providing a sort of a container for somebody, especially in my work. You know, I'm in women's health. A woman is going to have her legs spread open, exposing her genitals. I'm going to be inside of her body at times. This is not something that you just like follow the steps to create a safe space. This is a very vulnerable and privileged role that you're playing in this vulnerable space. So you have to have very, very clear boundaries, and you have to be very thoughtful about not only your words, the ambiance in the room, the pace of your language, the smells in the room, and certainly how you're touching a person. All of that is very, very relevant in this, as much as it is at end of life or in the birthing process, where you have this privileged opportunity to be a part of this transformational experience for somebody. You have to really, really respect that. There's no textbook, there's no doctoring course or lunchtime. I remember in residency, we had a lunchtime talk on bedside manner. Like, what the fuck? Does you guys not know how to sit and care for somebody and make them feel safe? We need a lunchtime talk from some administrator. So I say all of that because I don't think that you can really be in the healing professions unless you first figured out how to make somebody feel like they're very much, again, I don't like the word safe, but they're at least being witnessed for the importance of this experience. And I don't think it's any different for birth than it is for, sitting with somebody who's going through a medicine journey.
Thank you. Yes. I can't tell you how many lectures I've even had about trying to like be a human being in medical school. And I'm like, how did anyone get here? I don't know. I love wasting my time.
Well,
But
shouldn't that have been like question 1 on the application? Like, are you a total dum-dum when it comes to talking to people and making them
right.
feel cool in like a coffee shop setting? Let's start there, let alone in their most vulnerable space.
Yeah,
But
we
this
all
is
of
but
us
this
here
is
feel that.
but this is an interesting thing though with doctors though. There's a fundamental reason why certain types of, individuals become doctors. And it's also a protective way that, if you're cutting people open, if you're experiencing individuals dying regularly who are your patients, there has to be a certain level of emotional protection that, for those of us who are on the patient side, interpret and rightfully so resonate as being cold and disconnected. But it's like, at the same time, there's different ways to support people, and it's like when you're like responsible for cutting people open, and that's your, or like, so it's over the years I've come to respect and sort of reframe that too, and yeah, but it's not always great on the patient side.
That is beautiful. And as a surgeon, if anybody out there is going into surgery, there is no way to cut into somebody unless you can separate them from their self. I mean, it is this ultimate conundrum. I've got a scalpel. I'm not going to cut into I won't pick on anybody. Joe Schmo. Well, I don't operate on Joe Schmo. Whoever, I'm not going to be able to cut into you. If I can see your face and have your family right there. Like, it's just too bizarre as a human to be cutting into somebody else's flesh. But I don't think the two have to be exclusive. I think that we have to be able to put on different hats. That's why physicians are, or it used to be, so revered. We used to be able to be tender and simultaneously literally cutthroat, but unfortunately we've narrowed that down so much so that people spend all of their years getting the high GPAs and writing incredible essays and taking on 15 majors and 22 credits per semester. And when really what you could be doing is sitting in a window in a coffee shop and observing a guy hitting a bowling trophy, into an intersection, right? That's not me tooting my own horn, but it made me realize that in the medical process, that there was very little actual bearing witness to a person's beingness, versus what does the imaging show? What does the biopsy show? What does these dead sort of technologies tell us about a biodynamic organism? That's really what I wish medical education would kind of shift its focus, because otherwise it's like operating on a stream. This person is changing every nanosecond. Their mind, their spirit, their psyche, everything is changing, and their physical body is changing on a moment-to-moment basis. So as we start training practitioners and physicians and medical scientists want to start doing this work, you have to become reconnected with the beingness of a person. And that's not taught in anatomy lab. That's day 1 of med school, is you're cutting. I remember sawing through a woman's head. That was my cadaver's head. That's not very, that doesn't really lend itself to the practice of holding space. It's quite the opposite. So I don't even know what the moral of the story is here, but I do think that there's a lot that medical education leaves to the imagination as to how we might sort of reconfigure this paradigm so that this type of work actually has meaning, as opposed to being another pharmaceutical therapy that we have this desired outcome that we're trying to reach.
I love that you bring that up. I know we could probably talk about that forever. I personally was walking through that that kind of duality of, I was in the ICU for a few weeks and I had a personal loss in my own life, and everyone in the ICU was dying. And I was just so emotionally caught up. I could barely think through the questions I was getting asked. Like, these are questions I knew the answer to, but I had this emotional block that I'm like, I can't think intellectually about this as a case because I'm looking at a person vented in front of me. So, but I need to do that to like be a physician. I need to be able to answer these questions. So that's a really good, and I didn't feel like really supported in either of that. Like, I kind of felt like I had to figure it out on my own. And my mom was like, well, you have to let your bleeding heart not bleed so much all the time. But I think lastly, just to end, I would love for each of you to maybe give an anecdote or a story of you or someone you know of a psychedelic experience that was just really beautiful, just to give us a taste of what that can look like.
I would love to share my first time experiencing mycelium. was very transformative for me. It was a direct connection with the divine that had came through. And yeah, just it was a lot of crying. It was a lot of crying and a lot of realization of the pent up trauma that was stored in my body that was being released through these tears in a way that was so effortless and in a way that was very graceful, where I wasn't like caught up in my head about what was happening, but it was just the natural, allowing for my body to go through the natural process of release and renewal. And I feel very grateful to these medicines of the earth. And something that I did want to touch on, because Nathan mentioned tobacco, and I would really love to speak on the sacredness of tobacco as well, because that's a plant ally that's near and dear to my heart. And within our Western world, I we grow tobacco with a shit ton of pesticides and crap. And down in the Amazon, tobacco is sacred. And not even down in the Amazon, up here too, the natives of this land, tobacco is sacred, and it's the foundation of prayer. And we don't even need to consume it, but the very practice of laying tobacco on the earth as an offering and as a prayer is a way of feeding the earth and a way of gritting the earth. And a lot of the maestros and maestras that I work with in the Amazon, they work with the smoke of the tobacco from mapacho, which is Nicotina rustica, and they will seal the space with the tobacco, with the smoke of it, blow it up and down to really grid in protection. And so tobacco, in my practice with it, is a master plant of prayer and of protection. And in my use of tobacco, I haven't found myself to be addicted to it. There goes weeks and months that I don't work with the medicine, and when I'm called to give myself a cleansing with the smoke of the tobacco, I will, or work with rape, which is a powdered snuff of the tobacco that's blown up into the nose, which is another sacred form of using it. And I did want to just stand up for this plant ally because it's been heavily, it's been hurt. And I think it's been hurt to really strip away the sacredness and the beauty of the medicine. And I really call everyone to just remember back and to just we all innately have these connections with the earth, and it's within our very DNA to remember. So I just wanted to give reverence to the medicine of sacred tobacco even upon the closing of this space. So thank you.
I'll share quickly because I know we're out of time, but the first time I ever drank ayahuasca, let's just say I had no idea what it was. Okay, there was no like preparation. There was no. It was like invited by a very powerful curandera who has a huge company now and is doing very well. Very amazing work for the planet. She'll remain unnamed, but very dear sister of mine who's an amazing curandera, and invited me to the ceremony. There was one question the maestro asked you, anyone taking any this was the preparation, y'all. The maestro asked, anybody taking any antidepressants? And everyone's like, no. Like, okay, great, we'll start. And then that was the preparation. And so we drink, and first cup, not much happened. I'm like, okay, okay, second cup. And let's just say that second cup, I entered into a space where I could feel all of my ancestors were basically like crawling all over each other. I could feel them just like piling up, crawling all over each other, and seeing me in this space. And they're like, oh my God, she's here! Like, what's going on? Oh, yo, what? She's back! And they were just giving me information, giving me information to share with people on this side. Some of them who I recognized and could sync up information for here and now, and wound up giving that information to people here and who I could, and it was like incredibly powerful and meaningful. But just like suddenly entering into that space of, as I spoke to, this multidimensional the space of connection that we have with our ancestors, and the spaces that we're connected and not connected, right? The duality and the non-duality. and just beautiful, beautiful medicine experience in the jungle, outside, completely in the open with all the elements, and with beautiful, beautiful community. And yeah, that's where my path with ayahuasca started many years ago. So just sharing that with you all real quick.
I can't imagine going into an ayahuasca experience just sort of like, oh, is this like when I was getting drunk when I was 15? That's funny. Like, you just don't know. You have no idea.
No idea.
I know we're out of time, but I'm going to give you the most bizarre trip report you've probably heard in a long time. My wife and I now have 2 children. In our second birth, we left our toddler with my mother, her grandma, and we went out to the Red River Gorge. We live in Kentucky. So if you've never been to the Red River Gorge, it's one of the most beautiful forests you've ever experienced. It's very, very much underappreciated for, Yellowstone and Yosemite and whatever, but large, giant sycamores, huge trees, lots of rolling hills. We were about 7 months into the pregnancy. We rented a tree house, which is a bunch of tree houses connected by these rope ladders and these big cargo nets that you could just lay in with bistro lights everywhere. It was magical. And it was October, and we did a little bit of mushrooms. And during the experience, I had my hand on my wife's belly, and a sort of vision came to me, and I thought it was the same sort of like hooded snake-like figure that I always am visited by. But then I realized it wasn't. It was a human spirit, and it turns out it was the spirit of my little girl who had come to me, and I had my eyes closed, but she was dancing, and I started talking to her, and I said, "Who are you?" And she said, "Hi, Dad, I'm your daughter." And I was like, well, what do I ask her? What do I ask her? Like my ego started jumping in, and before I knew it, I said, do you like your name? And she said, yeah, it's cool. And I said, and how are you doing? Because I was still thinking, is this okay in pregnancy? Well, she said, I'm fine. And how's Mom doing? Mom's having a hard time. And I looked up, and my wife is just like, it's just streaming down. She's going through it. So I kept my hand on her belly, and eventually this figure kind of dissolved, whatever. It's hard to put language to this. And then later it came back. It was like another song hit or something. And I got back into it, and this little figure was dancing and twirling like a ballerina. And there were 3 figures, kind of like hooded wizards or something. It's hard to describe, but they were over top of her, moving their hands as if they were animating her, sort of like Pinocchio or a marionette. And eventually I came out of that, but I've met this little girl obviously since then. She was a home birth about 50 feet from where we're sitting. And it is the same spirit, the soul that was communicating with me is this little girl. I don't know how to prove it. I don't know what to say about it, but it has definitely helped me appreciate the intuitive connection that women can have to their babies in the uterus. But I needed the medicine. Again, it's a tool in order to break through that and to actually be there with her. So it's simultaneously one of the most impressive stories for me in my own practice. It guides me quite a bit more than any available published data can about the use of these medicines in pregnancy. I don't recommend the synthetics. I think that psilocybin, cannabis, tobacco, these types of products actually, when used and cultivated responsibly, can be very helpful. But more importantly, what a fucking ride. I got to meet my daughter before she came, So that was one of the most recent, most fun experiences I've had.
Awesome. Thank you, all 3 of you, so much. All of us here, I know we really enjoyed that that whole conversation. I will connect all of you so that you can, with your emails or whatever, so you can continue this, because I think I can see some great work happening from here. So we're gonna get set and move on to our next speaker. If you guys want to hang on and talk in the chat, please feel free. Like I said, this is a free conference for anyone just to explore what's going on. So I'm going to pass it over to Sophia.
All right. So I'm going to be introducing our next speaker. His name is Dr. Leonard Kaplan. He's a physical medicine and rehabilitation, regenerative medicine, and anti-aging specialist who helps patients with a variety of musculoskeletal and metabolic problems to achieve a state of normal function and well-being through holistic and natural methods. Before starting osteopathic wellness medicine in Buffalo, Dr. Kaplan worked 11 years as an interventional spine and sports specialist at Buffalo Spine and Sports, where he was a managing partner in the last year of his tenure. While at Buffalo Spine and Sports, he was instrumental in orchestrating and hosting multiple continuing educational courses for physical and occupational therapists. After a successful career helping thousands of patients with their spine and joint problems with conventional methods, Dr. Kaplan nevertheless felt that the treatments he was offering were limited, and in 2014 transitioned to a holistic wellness practice that focused on regenerative and anti-aging medicine. Dr. Kaplan now specializes in treating a variety of sports-related and degenerative spine and joint conditions with regenerative treatments that include prolotherapy and biocellular prolotherapy with PRP and stem cell. His other focuses are mental health, cognitive optimization, anti-aging, and chronic illness. He utilizes ketamine therapy for mood disorders and brain health and cutting-edge IV treatments that include IV NAD and IV ozone to reduce systemic inflammation and restore the body's immune and energy imbalances. All right. So with no further ado, I'd like to introduce my dad, Dr. Kaplan.
All right, wonderful introduction. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, let me just see if I could share the screen. Start the video. Hi guys, how's everyone doing today? Awesome. All right, just do this real quick. See if I can find, oh, there it is. Okay. Can everyone see my screen? Okay, perfect. All right. Well, thank you so much for having me. Yeah, awesome. Yeah, thank you so much for having me. This is wonderful. I think that I'm sorry I couldn't catch some of the conference, but I mean, just a little bit of conversation I caught at the very end sounded pretty amazing. So I think that you know, just this blend of natural medicines and traditional medical care is really the future of medicine in general. I think that you know, it kind of encompasses rediscovering our roots, where we came from, you know, the millennia of traditional wellness care that, you know, kind of bridges different cultures, and there's so much commonality in the way that humans approach healing. And you know, I think it really combined with traditional medical techniques, it really can become quite magical as far as really just restoring people's health. And that after all, that's kind of what this is all about. You know, so I'm gonna, you know, I have been doing ketamine therapy for the last 4 years. I work with a number of psychotherapists that help me prepare clients for this experience. And, you know, it's an interesting space to be. It is a synthetic, you know, so, but it does function very similarly to some of the natural, you know, products, especially like psilocybin. So I'm going to kind of jump right in, and, you know, please stop me if you have any questions. So yeah, just like as I was starting to say, you know, really, to me, ketamine is kind of a bridge between traditional and modern healing techniques. So obviously, you know, the roots of psychedelic psychotherapy, you know, again, going back millennia, you know, you have mescaline, peyote, San Pedro cactus that's been practiced, you know, for thousands of years by Native American cultures. Ayahuasca, as I was just listening to a little bit of that before my presentation, you know, widely spread through the Amazon basin, of course, has become very popular in the U.S., in the Western world. Again, a lot of self-healing exploration happening through that plant medicine. And of course, psilocybin, you know, widespread through indigenous cultures all over the world, Australia, Europe, America, Siberia, Alaska. And again, very powerful, especially when done under the right set and setting in the way that it could provide answers and, and support healing processes in the body. So then, of course, going from the traditional to the to kind of the modern, there's this, and as far as its entry into the more conventional medical structure, it kind of starts in the 50s and the 60s, where there was a realization that these psychedelic therapies have, kind of hold a key to some amazing healing for different problems, including chronic pain, addiction, depression, anxiety, suicidality. All of that was kind of looked at in the 50s and the 60s. So, and kind of almost discovered simultaneously by different camps. So you have psilocybin, huge project that was actually kind of developed by Timothy Leary and Richard Alpert in the 1960s. If you guys know a little bit about that history, the research with psilocybin was promising for probably about a decade, even before Timothy Leary got involved. And Timothy Leary's involvement is a little controversial. Some people think that he actually was kind of almost an impetus to creating so much attention. Timothy Leary kind of said like he threw it over the fence, and kind of gave it to the public, so to speak, right? Whereas it was kept in the institutional setting before. And his key, concept was to kind of liberate psilocybin and open it up to the community. But I think in doing so, he attracted so much attention that it created a backlash from the Nixonian administration, which then at the end of the day caused, these psychedelics to be unfairly categorized as highly addictive substances, which then created what I would call the dark ages of psychedelic medicine, which basically have lasted all the way up until maybe, gosh, I don't know, no earlier than maybe 10 years ago. So kind of interesting perspective. LSD, discovered by Dr. Hoffman in 1938, and then marketed by Santos as a psychiatric drug in 48, and they were actually shipping it for free to scientists all around the world just to kind of see what could be made of this substance. And very quickly, it was adapted by the psychiatric community and utilized in helping people with depression, anxiety, and again, showed a lot of promise. There was a little bit of experimentation even with the military, where they were trying to see if it could be used as a truth serum in the 50s. So some interesting past. And then mescaline, again, popularized by Aldous Huxley. He wrote this book called The Door of Perception, and he specifically talks about blowing the doors of perception wide open. So again, kind of a nice imagery. And again, of course, a lot that goes with that when you think about peyote and cultural appropriation. So things get a little muddy, especially now that some of these plants are endangered. But but again, this is kind of like the early adaptation of psychedelics in the mainstream world for and kind of starting in the beginning of the combination of these psychedelics with more traditional methods for overall wellness and healing. So again, early foundation of psychedelic therapy. So the term psychedelic was introduced in 1957, and what I think is key, and this is of course what the traditionally trained doctors like myself are kind of going back into, is the fact that it's really not considered a chemical, but an experience. And so it's an experiential medicine. And that the fact that it's experiential medicine becomes a central tenet of psychedelic therapy. And, when I look at that, I kind of think that in general, this is where even integrative medicine is trying to go, right? We're trying to get away from algorithms. We're trying to go back to more traditional approaches where, I call it relationship-based medicine, where you really are interacting with a human in front of you understanding the complexities of their social structure, of their disease process, and then in that context, trying to help the individual kind of unlock the key to their own healing. And I think that's very important. I think that all effective interventions really do not work on just the concept of providing a chemical to the person, like a pill. Here, take a pill, this is going to make you better. But creating a space for the person to unlock their own healing or potential for healing. Does that kind of make sense? So the psychedelics kind of work in that realm, of course, very, very well. And I think if any, almost serve as a model for that concept. So there was also an introduction of set and setting. Of course, set and setting is very important for psychedelic therapy of any kind. We all know that, there's a huge difference between taking some shrooms, as teenagers in the party setting versus taking psilocybin in a therapeutic setting can create completely different results and outcomes. Same for LSD and mescaline. And then as part of this whole process, there's also this preparation and integration, right? Preparation for the experience, and then integration of whatever realizations and insights may have come from the experience into kind of practical solutions, and just kind of formalizing a path forward to healing. So ketamine very much functions in that world, even though it's a synthetic. All of these terms and concepts apply to ketamine as well. So ketamine history, first administered as an anesthetic in 1964. It was initially discovered and synthesized as an inductive anesthetic, right? So basically the concept is that for people to go into anesthesia, let's say in preparation for surgery, the transition from fully awake to fully anesthetized can be quite a traumatic one, as is coming out of that general anesthesia back to the fully awake state. So there was a need to look for an inductive anesthetic that can function as a transition between the fully conscious state to the fully sedated state. So ketamine was discovered, and it was kind of a fortuitous discovery because it turned out that it can offer so many more things than just this inductive anesthesia. So 30 years later, you start to see studies coming out with ketamine on pain, fibromyalgia, using it for burn victims to help them kind of distance themselves from the trauma. And then published by a researcher at Yale, 1999 and 2000, was the first published study in its activity as an antidepressant. So that study really kind of created the momentum, or at least it started this momentum for ketamine. But what's interesting is, if you think about it, the fact that we're now sitting here and it's 2023, and the first article came out on antidepressive benefits of ketamine in 2000, what happened in the last 23 years? Right? Any thoughts of why it took so long for ketamine to start to become widely used and applied? I mean, there are some theories, but I think certainly I would venture to say that there are probably some interest in kind of squashing this particular substance because it's dirt cheap and there's really no money to be made. So you have to wonder if Big Pharma had to play a little bit of a role in kind of sequestering this knowledge, So of course, all good knowledge eventually comes out, but suffice it to say that really you don't really start to see the wide use application of ketamine for these purposes, especially in the outpatient settings, until probably, gosh, maybe 2015, 2016, so 15 years later, which is a shame because it helps so many people. So how does ketamine work? Well, it works on multiple receptors in the body. One of the main ones, the one that I think most people know, is NMDA receptor. NMDA receptor controls calcium and glutamate influx. This receptor functions in the brain to transmit signals signals that are interpreted as anxiety, depression, fear, PTSD. And that same NMDA receptor in the periphery in the spinal cord is actually used to transmit pain signals, which is kind of interesting, right? So this starts to kind of help the understanding of how ketamine can work on multiple problems like pain and anxiety and depression, because they are really communicated in very similar ways. It also functions on this HCN receptor, which can induce hypnosis. It changes voltage gated calcium channels, and it's been shown that when those calcium channels are stimulated, it could stimulate altered perception and dysphoria. There's another glutamate receptor, AMPA, and when that receptor is essentially triggered, it can induce rapid antidepressant effects. And then it changes the influx of GABA in the hippocampus, which also has been shown to be strongly connected to anxiolytic and antidepressive properties. So you could see that ketamine is working on multiple pathways, but they all kind of have to do with GABA, glutamate, calcium. None of them really have anything to do with dopamine receptors, opiate receptors, and I think that's what makes ketamine so special, because it does not play in the realm of dopamine. It is not addictive in nature, and I think that's very important to understand, because people really, especially, I think I'm getting less of those questions now in the clinic, but certainly in the beginning, there was a huge concern that we're kind of basically giving people a potentially addictive substance. Now, when ketamine is used as a vitamin K, which is basically a street drug, and it's abused, it's used in something like 100-time concentration of the therapeutic ketamine. And it has been shown that when it's used in very, very large concentrations, it can overflow and trigger other receptors in the brain that stimulate reward. And then once you do that, then you start to play with dependence. So as long as you're keeping ketamine in a therapeutic realm, that's not a concern. So a little bit about neuropsychology. I'm kind of giving you guys just a kind of a very, very broad overview. So where do these psychedelics work? You probably and this may have been talked about by previous speakers, but there's this kind of a network of interconnected neurons called the default mode network, which is a network of neurons and brain regions, including medial prefrontal cortex, posterior cingulate cortex, precuneus, medial lateral inferior parietal cortex, right? So these are all basically parts of the brain that are activated in stress, depressive, and pain states. And what's interesting is that when the default mode network is activated, when it becomes hyperactive, it directs the self internally, right? It's self-referential. So what does self-referential means? Well, it's there, think about states of hypervigilance, states of rumination, states of dwelling on something that's all about yourself, right? Inability to kind of see the world bigger than the space that you possess, right? So everything that psychedelics are not, and everything that you guys have been discussing, the default mode network is not, right? It kind of turns you inward and it becomes very limiting. Now, there's a reason for that, right? At the end of the day, our brain is wired in a way that first and foremost, it's responsible for self-preservation, right? Self-preservation is a very primitive reflex. We kind of call it, we call that part of the brain that drives a lot of that, and where the amygdala is housed, the lizard brain, right? So what's the lizard? If the lizard sees a shadow of a hawk flying over, there's no stopping and dwelling on emotions, right? There's no analysis. The lizard just runs away, right? So this is a very basic life preservation response. That response lives in our bodies and in our brains, right? And when it's managed and balanced by our prefrontal cortex, it's kept in check and it's activated when it's needed to be activated. But the problem is we live in a world where there's so much influx, there's such a high influx of stressful signals into our, into our nervous system that it's very easy for the default mode network to become dominant. And basically at that point, for every 2 signals coming from the prefrontal cortex, you're going to have 2 signals coming out from the default mode network, and then basically takes over the neurophysiology of the person. Okay, so it becomes a block. It blocks the executive center. It deprives people of pleasure, creativity, and people become kind of rigid in thinking. Essentially, the person starts to just go through what we would call self-preservation or getting by. They're in a heightened state of fight or flight response. And the triggers for this DMN could be just almost infinite numbers. It could be personal trauma, it could be an accident, it could be an incredibly stressful work environment, it could be it could be a chronic illness, right? So you name it. There are multiple feeds into the system that can trigger this fight or flight response, but the result is always going to be the same. Okay, so again, as I mentioned, it's, this fight or flight, obviously responsible for preservation. It's a very primitive part of the brain that's driving this process. It could be very, very dominating. And basically, under normal circumstances, it's active when it has to, when it's saving our lives, and then it gets turned off. Right. So, and as I said, in our ancestors and the entire animal kingdom, that's exactly what happens. So this picture was taken actually on our trip to Kenya, and this is just outside of a village, a Maasai village, and you can just see this figure under the tree, just kind of very serene, peaceful environment. And who knows what happened to this individual? Maybe they lost a loved one to an attack by a lion, or a disease state. They grieve, they process, and then they move on, right? The fight or flight is turned off. You can almost kind of feel that, right, by looking at this picture. That doesn't happen in modernity, right? We grieve, we don't process, we don't move on, right? The fight or flight stays and becomes more and more ingrained, right? So it's self-reinforcing dominance of stressful states. And then in that state, we basically have something that's called nerve pruning, right? So our brains are wired in such a way that they're going to be self-preserving. And you have this concept of either pruning or pruning or sprouting, right? So in conditions of heightened physiological stress, the nerve connections are in a pruned position, which means that new nerve connections are not forming. The old nerve connections are not mending, as I tell my patients. Our bodies are not very good at multitasking. If we're in the state of fight or flight, we don't repair, right? And if we're in the relaxed state, that's when the repair and regeneration starts to happen, right? So so now you have this kind of a existential stress, which may not really exist. It's kind of in our brain, it's kind of wired into our brain system, but it leads to physiological kind of damaging aftermath of lack of repair, lack of growth, personal growth, because the connections are in this pruned state. So again, the toll of overactive DMN and fight or flight, block of executive function, which is an outward activity, okay? Loss of learning, planning, capacity for joy, awe, and wonder, all right? Rigid and concrete thinking, what Michael Pollan called skiing in the same snow tracks, right? So you just start to ski in the same laid tracks over and over again. And when you think about kind of like the stereotypical grumpy old man, right? What is that, right? That's an overly expressed DMN, right? So this is a grumpy old man that doesn't like change anymore, right? They like the way the things have been for the last 50 years, right? This is that rigidity that starts to happen from whatever that may have happened to that individual over a long period of time. And so on the flip side, in my mind, part of what I would consider to be anti-aging medicine is prevention of that, helping people avoid that dominance of fight or flight or DMN. And if it's already present, now we have an undertaking of trying to change that wiring and suppress the DMN. So this is our, and that's my background that I'm kind of sitting in front of. I'm in a hotel room right now. But this is our ketamine room. So you could see it's got kind of our attempt at set and setting with the wallpaper and the lighting. And, it's an intravenous infusion. We have music playing that's specifically kind of adjusted to the person's intention. The intention has been set by a psychotherapist prior to ketamine infusion. And the applications that we use it for are listed: depression, anxiety, PTSD, bipolar, OCD, cancer. And again, with cancer, it could be pain. It could be the existential kind of crisis because, the person is looking at their mortality with cancer. This helps them deal with that stress or neuropathic pain. And just simply self-betterment, right? So self-growth. This is where it starts to share some of the commonalities with, like, for instance, like psilocybin. What do you experience during ketamine? Well, visuals, there's definitely a sense of dissociation where the body is kind of floating. There's a softening of ego that's happening. That's partially facilitating dissociation. Sometimes feelings of dread and anxiety can come through. Again, that really has to do with what the person is dealing with and maybe a history of past trauma. And a lot of times feelings of joy, love, and closeness, right? So this concept that the world is one and the love for everybody, so just some amazing feelings that can come from just being in that space for those 45 minutes or so. So the visuals, this is what I find fascinating, and this is, again, going back to kind of like our interconnectedness as people, regardless of what culture and what part of the world you're from, is that these visuals that are seen with ketamine tend to resemble a lot of what's described in the shamanic vision quest, which is just really, to me, fascinating, So with following tunnels, okay, falling through floors and ground, etc., following the light wherever it leads without expectations. These are ancient concepts that the ketamine seems to induce in our brains as well. What are the potential benefits of dissociation? Well, again, as I mentioned, that in the stressful state, we are looking inward. We've closed our minds to the outside world possibilities of healing. And in that inward role, our sick role, our depressed role, our addiction role just continues to get reinforced, right? So in a very little way, in the meaning of the word dissociation, the dissociation allows you to break free of these patterns, of these preset roles, and allow space for self-rediscovery and self-redetermination. So, and then as you continue to go through these treatments, and ketamine is usually applied minimum of 4 treatments, especially with people who are dealing with the chronic conditions. And now the current recommendation is really 6 sequential treatments that are done either twice a week or on a weekly basis. Now, with repeated exposure to this dissociation, there's this potential for this repeated virtual self-death, which facilitates remodeling of the self-construct and its connection with the physical body, which is pretty amazing, right? Creates an opportunity for empathy and love for self, and the emergence of new cognitions normally suppressed by the ruminating self. All right, sounds pretty amazing, right? So this concept of self-love, is actually quite quite profound. I think one of the common threads that we'll see in people either with chronic pain or people with depression, anxiety is that they really don't like themselves, right? They don't like the body that they're in, right? They don't like the mind that possesses them, you know? And that is kind of the beginning of the end, right? When you actually lose self-empathy, right, and self-love, you cannot heal. You cannot get better. And I think one of the gifts of psychedelic medicine in general is not only this outward expression of love for your human, kind and for the people that you know, and kind of this connectedness with the universe, but also the love of yourself, and it's really, for a lot of people, the beginning of their journey is rediscovering the love of self. Once that happens, and of course we live in this, I tell people we live in a Judeo-Christian model of guilt and punishment, right? Everything that, if you think about what kind of drives us, right, is this guilt and punishment. I should do better, it's my fault, and these are very toxic concepts that prevent healing, right? That drive the brain into a fight or flight response, that drive the nerves into a pruned condition. And the psychedelics fight that concept, right? They break that. They break those chains. And ketamine is definitely right there with them in doing that for people, which to me, I mean, one of the most gratifying things we can do, right, as doctors. So that's kind of ketamine in a nutshell. Other just kind of other things that are starting to come into play. It plays very well, and what I find interesting is that when you take something like psilocybin, it's a nature, right? It's a plant, right? So the best experiences with psilocybin happen in nature. Just like I heard about this amazing forest, with nets and and ladders and tree houses. I mean, it sounds. I want to book that trip right now, and go there myself. But a synthetic plays well with kind of internal, more technological aspects, which is very interesting, right? How they kind of correlate. So virtual reality actually plays a nice role. I mean, I've been able to get people out of their stress response and more into this alpha state by giving them virtual reality goggles and having them do this virtual guided meditation before ketamine. I've had a number of people that all they could see is black. Like there was really nothing. They were so locked down in their anxiety that they could not let go during ketamine. And actually, then I would put virtual reality goggles on them during ketamine, and it would allow them to, because, and I'll tell you this in a minute. It's a combination of visuals and sound that kind of help flip the mind into that alpha state and kind of suppress that DMN to facilitate the experience. Music is also very, very important. Music, of course, is important in all traditional psychedelic applications, and ketamine is no different. So the medical virtual reality is gaining ground very, very quickly. There are companies that are now placing virtual reality goggles in hospitals. There's actually a great book, if anyone's interested, called VRX, Virtual like Prescription, which is written by a doc who's practicing in New York City, and it's just a fascinating look at virtual reality and health. But it's used in chronic pain, distraction during procedures, which I'm actually starting to do in my office. I had my first successful case with virtual reality and doing PRP in someone's knee, and it completely shortened the sensation of time for that individual. So the procedure took an hour. To him, it felt like it was 10 minutes long, with no drugs, right? Except for just some local anesthesia for the knee. Birth, there are descriptions or, basically detailed cases of women giving birth naturally with VR for pain control, which is pretty wild, right? And of course, used for mood disorders and PTSD. So you could see how combining VR with ketamine kind of can make sense. Well, the two will play nicely in this together. So it can enhance the dissociative experience. It can be done before, during the journey, as I mentioned before. It provides visuals and promotes the alpha state during ketamine infusion. Visuals, again, are kind of similar to these shamanic journeys, right? Strobing light, circular patterns, tunnel-like visions, you know. And then the auditory provides us binaural beats, which are different frequencies, you know, from one ear to the other, and that also helps kind of create that flip into the alpha state for the brain, which then facilitates the experience. Music is essential. Music has been used. There's actually, when you look at the early studies in the 50s, they actually, with LSD, there are whole papers written, like literally entire works written on the integration of music into the LSD experience, of how important it is in the therapeutic outcomes of this experience. It's timed with the basic 3 phases. It follows psilocybin, LSD, ketamine follows the same protocol, even though it's short. It's a shortened experience. It's 45 minutes versus, you know, 6 to 8 hours, let's say. But there's induction, there's the peak experience, and there's descent. You know, and there are now some AI music formats, like we use this one called wave paths, and you just put in the intention of the individual, and it actually creates this playlist, and it's timed, and you put in the amount of time that the person's getting their IV for, and then it creates the synthesized music list that just runs, and it changes in intensity, and it changes in quality of the music, and it brings in voices and different instruments based on where that individual is in their experience, which is, I think, quite amazing. So, or, you know, a playlist could be kind of selected and kind of self-made with similar concepts. So that kind of concludes my my presentation. What I wanted to finish with, though, and I think this is really interesting. So my son and I were having breakfast. I just think it's so fitting. He told me about this Chat GDP, which is an open AI system. You guys familiar with that system? I just learned about it this morning. And this ties in really, really nicely with technology. So what I did is I asked this Chat GDP to write a poem about ketamine. All right. So I'm going to read this poem to you. I think it's really, really cool, right? You guys ready? All right. My mind was lost in the darkness, an endless void I couldn't escape. But then I heard about ketamine therapy and how it could help me find my way. And then the chorus, ketamine therapy is a path to the light, a chance to break free from the pain of the night. It opens up a door to a brand new day, and it helps me find my own unique way. The first time I tried it, I was scared, but the staff reassured me I was safe. They said they'd be with me every step of the way, and they gave me the strength to face the day. And then the chorus again repeats. Then there's a bridge. That's pretty amazing. Sometimes the journey can be tough, but with ketamine therapy, I'm strong enough. It helps me process all the things I fear and find a new sense of clarity and cheer. And then the outro, now I know that I can face anything. Thanks for the strength that ketamine therapy brings. I'm grateful for this gift, this new lease on life, and I'll keep fighting for a future that's bright. All created by AI. Isn't that wild? All right. Well, thanks for your attention, guys. Any
We have a
questions?
minute to stay on for some. Yeah, we have some questions from the chat. Aisha will ask them.
I do. Yeah.
So much for a very informative and inspiring presentation. Sophia is actually presenting right after you, so she's going to go run and get ready for her presentation right now. But the first question that we're going to ask is from one of our organizers, Chris Conquest. And he's wondering, was there an aha moment in 2014 when you transitioned to a more holistic approach to medicine? And how do you incorporate PM&R, mental health, cognitive optimization, and do all of that under one practice?
That's a lot. Well, you know, it's the wholeness and the entirety of taking care of the human being. You know, I think that when I, you know, so my traditional training, my medical school training is an osteopathic. Okay, it's just like you guys are, you know, and osteopaths are taught to think holistically, right? You know, just the concept of somatic, you know, some metavisceral responses where you're palpating and touching the body, understanding how organ systems can manifest outwardly and emotions can manifest inwardly. You know, we're already kind of bred, you know, and kind of raised in this holistic atmosphere. And of course, that's the beginning of it all. You know, what's interesting of all the different medical specialties, you know, physical medicine rehab happens to be probably the most, I would say, holistic, because it really is, it does train physicians to look at the entire individual. You know, what the mission of PM&R is to improve function in any way possible. I mean, think about that, right? Whether it's mental or physical, you know. So that's the model that I followed my whole life. And when I joined a sports medicine practice, it was immediately extremely limiting, you know, because basically I was sticking needles in people with no afterthought. You know, it was pain management in the most conservative way. And, you know, it was just a matter of time before I kind of said, I cannot do this for the rest of my professional career. I just could not do that. I could not see myself doing this for 20 or 30 years more. And I needed to start to take care of the entire individual. And of course, when you start to think that way, how could you not treat the mind when you're treating the body? You know, it's just an impossibility. I don't know if that answers the question or not.
That was very well articulated. So our next question is from another one of our committee members, Jesse Benzel. And he says, with an IV infusion versus IM single dose injection, I feel there's a lot more potential for modulating the intensity and duration of the experience. How do you optimize those factors?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, this is why I actually like IV. I think that it's interesting that you can play with the rate of infusion. So an IM injection, you're in for the ride. Once the needle goes in, you're in it. It doesn't matter what happens, you're in it for the ride until it's over. And the absorption can be variable depending on the fat composition of the body weight of the person, and sometimes it's a very nice level, kind of a even keel absorption. Sometimes it's very irregular, which creates suboptimal experiences. The IV, the absorption is at its optimal concentration from get-go, from as soon as you start the infusion. So that I think that's a benefit. The other thing is if somebody's having a significant kind of inner crisis, you can just turn it off, right? And then within 10 minutes, it's done. It's out of your body. If you do an IM, good luck, right? I mean, if you're not having a good time, you're in it for the ride until the ride's over. You know, you ain't getting off the ride, you know? So I think I like that concept as well, that I could. Now, having said that, I have never had to do that. I have never had to turn off the IV for anybody. But it's nice to know that option exists. And then you know, again, it gets a little bit nebulous, but you know, you can almost start to read the person's energy, and you can adjust the music a little bit, you know, during the IV experience. Um, you know, you can start slower if they're very anxious, and then speed up the drip as they go. Kind of like maybe what you guys were alluding to, right? You know what I mean? You don't really usually you don't really want to slow it down, because what happens if you slow down the drip, once the person kind of starts to come down, it's hard to restart, because it's almost like the receptors have been saturated. But you can start slower and gradually ease a person in, which again, there's no slow start. Again, once you put the shot in, you're in, you're done. You gotta hang on, you know. So those are the reasons why I think IV kind of, you know, is preferred. Oh, can't hear you. Sorry.
Just as a little bit of a follow-up on that, thank you for your answer so far. If you can control, you know, basically exactly how long that ride is going to be within a 10-minute window, how do you know when the ride has done its job for the day? How do you say, all right, you know, that was 2 hours, we'll call it for today and we'll try again next week? Or are you waiting until the patient says, you know what, I figured it out, now we can stop?
So that's a great question. So I think the concept of ketamine is that it does two things. It basically downregulates the default mode network through those receptors that we talked about, the studies have shown that within 24 hours, you start to see sprouting, right, of nerve connections, which is amazing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what I tell people is that the work, right, most of the work is actually done after the ketamine experience, right? So first of all, I tell people it's work, right? This is not a pleasure ride, right? It's work, right? So people have to be ready to work on themselves, right? To work on self-betterment, self-improvement, self-realization, you know? All of that is done with the help of this integration process afterwards, you know? So my job during the experience, which is 45 minutes, it's a set experience, so it's not, we don't vary that time frame, you know, is to just lift the roadblock, right? Stimulate that pruning, that sprouting, reverse that pruning, right? Down-regulate that DMN, and then let the rest kind of happen, you know? So it is a set time frame. It doesn't really matter what the person's going through. They're coming in, the ketamine starts. Again, the modulation only happens in the fact that I can start the IV a little bit slower, you know, based on how anxious they are, and because I don't want to like thrust them into this dissociative state very quickly. But everybody kind of ends after 45 minutes. And then the work starts, as I tell people afterwards, you know, they're asked to come in without expectations, you know, because I tell people that there's a difference between an expectation and a intention, you know. So we're asked for people to have an intention. An intention is, you know, I'm going to get from point A to point B, right? That's an intention, right? An expectation is I'm going to get from point A to point B, and this is the exact road I'm going to take. Well, that's very limiting. So as soon as you have an expectation, you're limited in your possibilities of how your body may heal and recover. So those are the kind of things that we talk to people and kind of prepping them for these infusions, and then we're just hoping that they can take advantage of those neurological changes for, you know, for healing afterwards. So
Thank you.
yeah.
That was very enlightening. Thank you. Jesse was also wondering if you could expand more on what kind of scenes you run through the VR. Like, are they nature imagery, kaleidoscopic imagery, or what do you show?
Well, so here you can really, really play with this. I mean, it's actually quite fascinating, right? So it really depends on the personality, right? If they're adventurous, if they've done psychedelics in the past, that's a huge one, right? If they're open to this exploration, a lot of times I'll put them into a straight out psychedelic world, right? I mean, there's some visuals there's this app called The Trip, aptly named. And there are some unbelievable psychedelic visuals that and they're, of course, they're three-dimensional, they're all engrossing, you know. And then there's some people, they're so rigid in their constructs, and they're so fearful that I'm going to put them into like a nature environment and have them float down a gentle river, you know, and have them kind of go through some trees and look at some, you know, some gentle rain falling on them, or maybe watch some animals come through. So we create this setting even in the VR based on where they are psychologically.
Thank you. We have another question from our committee member, Jason, and he asked, do you find that treatment with different doses works better depending on what you're treating in the patient? Say, for example, you're treating depression versus treating neuropathic pain or bipolar disorder. Would you utilize different doses depending on the diagnosis of focus?
That's a great question. I think that so first of all, just the concept of IV ketamine is we typically start at 0.5 milligram per kilogram, and then we go up to like 1 milligram per kilogram. That is within the what's called a subanesthetic dose, and it's also a dose that can offer some ego softening, but not ego dissolution, which is a much stronger experience. And in an outpatient setting without some major psychiatric support, I feel uncomfortable offering people a higher dose than that. So I do stay within that dose of 0.5 to 1 milligram per kilogram. As far as the decision of where to start, doesn't tend to be related to the condition so much. You know, honestly, really it's based on the person's experience. We usually start at 0.5 because we just don't know how sensitive people are. And then when they come in the second time, we basically ask them, well, you know, how was the experience, right? Was it incredibly intense? Was it scary? Was it pleasant? And then typically if it was too intense, we'll stay at 0.5. And if it was kind of productive, we'll go up to 0.75 and then up to 1 milligram per kilogram. But it's not, you know, it's not really connected to the condition. Although I would tell you that anxiety in general is much more, I would say, confining and much more difficult to treat than depression. And the number of treatments that it takes for a person to get better tend to be greater with anxiety conditions than with depressive states, which is interesting, right? So whereas somebody can have an experience of this veil of depression lifting after one ketamine session, usually with anxiety, I tell people you got to hang out for 4 sessions at least sequentially to start to see a difference. So maybe that's where those differences in conditions play a role. It's really more how many treatments they need to start to feel better.
Thank
Well,
you.
thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
Oh,
Generally
can't hear you.
wondering. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah,
Sorry.
AirPods died. Huh?
Uh-huh.
You can hear me? All right. Yeah, I was just genuinely wondering like if it was more treatment based, but I'm glad that you could clear that up for me just because, and it does make sense that it's not exactly what you're treating, it's more of patient centered and what their experiences are and what they can handle. So
Yeah,
thank you for that clarification. I appreciate that.
absolutely.
So I believe that was our last question. We can hang around for a few seconds, and if any attendees have any more questions, please throw them in the chat. If you think of any questions later that you'd like to ask Dr. Kaplan, feel free to send those along to us and we will forward them to him. But in the meantime, do you have any parting thoughts you'd like to leave us with?
I think you guys are doing amazing work. I mean, you're starting, you know, early in your careers, looking at the whole body, mind, and body connections, and it's just going to make you guys all much better physicians for it. So I applaud you for doing this. So, and thanks for having me on.
Dr. Kaplan, I'd love to ask just another question a little bit more about the practicalities of how you run these ketamine sessions. Um, do you personally monitor each patient during their trip, or do you feel comfortable letting like a medical assistant or a nurse, or what level of expertise is required to maintain physiologic safety during a ketamine
Yep.
trip? You know, as a doctor, could you be running 12 patients at the same time, or do you really need to be there in case, you know, the heart rate, you know, skyrockets?
Yeah, that's a great question. So what's nice about ketamine is it's not a depressant, so there's no issue with like respiratory depression. You know, really the only medical contraindication is uncontrolled hypertension. I think is really the biggest contraindication. If someone has like COPD, that may be a hypothetical concern, but again, it's not a respiratory depressant. So we do follow their heart rate, and we certainly take their vital signs beforehand. And you know, and if they have issues with blood pressure before that would be a reason not to continue. But I always my role is and the way my philosophy is I always sit with the person for the very first time. There are a number of reasons for that. One is that they've made the bond with me, not with my assistants when they first came in, you know, and you know, I feel like it's important for me to start them on this journey. Once they have gotten comfortable with the process, you know, I feel comfortable handing it over to a trained nurse or a nurse practitioner. So I actually have both, and they're both have been trained to sit, to understand the drip rate, to understand how to run the music, okay, whether to slow down or speed up the drip rate, and to watch for just some basic vital signs, you know. So I do feel very comfortable with, but again, it's because my staff has been extensively trained, right? So not everybody in my office sits with ketamine patients. It's really just a few select people that have been picked by me and have been trained specifically to sit, and they know how to, when the person comes out of ketamine, like, it's really interesting, like some of the mistakes you can make, like, simple things like, somebody would say like, wasn't this wonderful? Well, you have no idea what this person just went through, right? Like, no, maybe it wasn't wonderful, right? And now you've created like, and what I tell people when people come off ketamine, it's like they have a baby brain. They're very sensitive to any input, right? If it's positive input, then they're in this blissful state. If it's negative input, it's like hell, right? Like everything is amplified and exaggerated. So if you just say that to somebody, you've just created this expectation that somehow their experience wasn't valid because maybe it wasn't wonderful, right? And now that sets this chain reaction of anxiety and paranoia, everything you try to avoid, right? That's an example of how an untrained individual can really mess somebody up, So we train people not to say things like that, right? To be very empathetic and open. Everything is an open-ended question, right? Where you're just asking about their general condition, of how they're doing, not setting expectations. What's interesting is there's a neurological facility in town, and they do ketamine all the time, and none of that happens. None of that. None of that. I mean, these people that sit with them are not trained. There's no quiet environment. There's loud machines beeping. And it's an extension of like their infusion center. And I can only imagine what can happen to some of these people, right? After these experiences. I mean, it's just incredible to me how poorly it can be done in so many places. But with well-trained staff, the doctor doesn't have to be present. It's a long answer to a short question, but there it is. So
I appreciate it. I think one of the subjects you bring up, which is, how can we have flexibility from the professional teams that are able to cater to unique personal needs of each patient, and at the same time have like very good standards and regulations? Like, should it be a law, like an actual enforceable law, that you should not ask leading questions about someone's experience after ketamine? Like, how far do we need to take this to protect patients?
right,
Or if someone has, this unbelievable benevolent presence, they can say, wasn't that wonderful? And the patient will be like, yeah, I actually guess it was. And so that's, I think, a very interesting challenge that our field is facing right now.
absolutely. Yeah, I agree. A lot to think about.
Aisha, do we have time for more conversation, or is that about the end of our one more, perhaps? Okay, we've got 3 minutes.
Okay.
So I suppose, which modality are you most excited for kind of expanding into in the coming years? Do you expect, are you more excited about like maybe introducing TMS into your clinic, or MDMA or psilocybin? Or do you think those will all run in parallel with what you're doing now? Or do you expect ketamine to kind of be like, you know what, I learned ketamine, it works good, I'm just going to stick to that for now?
Well, see, you've just described a rigid mind right there, right?
Mhm.
So that's complete opposite of my philosophy, right? So that never happens with me. I never learned something and that's it. There's always another door to open. So I'm actually excited about legalization of psilocybin and MDMA, and I'm looking forward to integrating them into my practice. We just purchased a new building, which is a huge property that we're planning on basically making into a comprehensive wellness center, and part of that is going to be psychedelic therapeutic space with large rooms where I'm envisioning psilocybin, conducted with open, with indoor and outdoor space, that kind of thing, right? And therapists, and the community is getting ready. I got to tell you, the psychotherapeutic community. We have one of my friends who's a psychotherapist started a group, an interest group, and on the first visit, on the first Zoom session, 80 people attended. 80. And this is Western New York. This is not the whole country, right? This is just Buffalo and just the greater area. I mean, that's 80 people. And they're taking year-long courses and they're getting certifications. And it's not in ketamine, it's just in general psychedelics, but a lot of it is kind of slanted towards psilocybin. So to me, I'm extremely excited about that. I mean, these are long journeys, but there's a lot more potential for self-discovery with psilocybin, and I think you can have a little bit more control in guiding the individual than you do with ketamine. So all good stuff.
And then I just have one very, very brief detail question. When a patient takes ketamine with you or your team, are they, do you require that a family member or friend drive them home, or that they wait a certain period of time before operating their car? What are your guidelines for safety around that?
Yeah, we have a very strict criteria. They have to sign a consent form that says that they have to name the driver, right? The driver has to be present. We have to know the drivers ahead of time before they come. They have to plan it. To me, that's part of this set and setting, right? Creating that safe environment, and it starts with the driver. And not even that, but it's even who's driving them. We've learned that that's important because we've had experiences where they were driven by somebody who was kind of toxic to them in the car, and it just set the entire experience off rails, which is amazing, like an in-law, right? So we had this Canadian, we were on the Canadian border, who happened to have a ride with her mother-in-law, which became the worst possible outcome in the world. And then they got into a fight on the way back to Toronto, and then she called me, and she had this horrendous headache and this massive depressive episode. And she called me and she said, ketamine made me worse. Right. And I said, well, let's talk about that because I haven't seen that before. And of course, then you get into the driver, and then I realized what happened. And I'm like, well, the ketamine didn't make you worse. Your mother-in-law made you worse. And the ketamine just made you more susceptible to the toxicity of your mother-in-law, right? So it's like, so next time, pick a different driver, right? So
Wow. I feel like that's almost right for like a New Yorker cartoon or something. Like that's
exactly right.
there's
Yeah.
something really funny there. I mean, of course, sad for this patient, but there's something so ironic about the mother-in-law just being this
I
this
know.
toxic,
Yeah.
this unescapable element.
I know exactly right. So anyway, but yes. And of course they're told not to drive for the rest of the day, to be in a cocooned, isolated environment that's peaceful. Hopefully, if it's warm out, in nature, if possible, all of that. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Kaplan. Thank you for your time, and we're going to take a break now. Aisha, do you want to just say when we'll be logging back on?
Bye, guys. Take care. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kaplan.
Hi. So just some housekeeping things really quick. Thank you to all of our participants from this morning. If you haven't already filled out the attendance form, please do so now. We will throw it into the chat again. Our next session is going to be our trainee block starting at 12:30. So we're going to take a quick break for about 12-ish minutes, and we'll see you guys back at 12:30.
All right, well, welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed our morning portion of this conference with a video from Yachak, our incredible panel discussion, and then our wonderful Dr. Kaplan. This next block is for our student presentations. Just like this morning, please feel free to type any questions in the chat for our students to answer. First, we have our very own Sophia Kaplan. Sophia Kaplan is a medical student at Rowan-Virtua SOM, passionate about integrative medicine, preventative care, and traditional medicine, and sustainability. She graduated from Clark University in 2021, worked as a medical assistant, and studied Indigenous medicine abroad. Sophia is an active member of Rowan's Students for Integrative Medicine Club and enjoys reading, doing yoga, cooking, and painting in her free time. Today, she'll be doing a presentation on common threads of Indigenous medicine.
All right, I can try to click. Yeah, I don't know if I have the options to click through, so I'll just ask you to advance the slides. All right, yeah, so I'm going to be talking about common threads of Indigenous medicine, and just in the nature of this conference, I'm going to be focusing on the spiritual aspects rather than everything as a whole. So you can move on. What is traditional medicine? So traditional medicine is part of this broader concept of indigenous knowledge. And the reason why I bring this up is there's a really strong intersectionality between culture, traditional medicine, and sustainability that really can't be separated. So I give this preface at the beginning of all of my talks about traditional medicine because a lot of themes come in and out from sustainability and culture. But so indigenous knowledge can be defined as the holistic knowledge of people's land, natural resources, and environment developed over many generations as a result of their interrelationship with the natural environment towards cultural, social, economic, and physical well-being of indigenous people. So you can see just in that definition, like where we get traditional medicine. It is obviously part of that definition. We can move on to the next slide. So like I said, there are these three major tenets of indigenous knowledge, which are sustainability or nature, culture, and traditional medicine. They're all interwoven, really cannot be separated, but because this presentation focuses a little bit more on the spiritual aspects, we'll probably see more of the culture coming through and less of the sustainability since we're not talking about herbal medicine and things like that. All right, we can move on. So how did medicine even begin? There are so many ways, and we see this kind of history repeating all over the world. There's divine intervention. So we know this, or most of us probably know this classic story of Moses and the burning bush, where there's a divine presence, a god, or like one of the gods or God kind of instructing you on what to do. So a lot of traditional healers and cultures say that that's how certain treatments were discovered. There's accidental ingestion or use. So just eating something for the purpose of nutrition and then accidentally gaining something out of it. There's trial and error, which we're all familiar with in the Western world. Extrasensory experiences, which I'll touch on later. This is big in most indigenous communities. There's lessons from nature. So this is kind of observing patterns and following what animals do, using their natural instincts to learn from that. So I know it probably sounds silly coming from a Western standpoint, but if you think about your dog, like if your dog is sick or feeling ill, they might eat some grass and make themselves throw up. I mean, that's actually a beneficial technique. So there are instincts that we can learn from. And then signs and symbols. So just like color matching or numbers. And this is really big in Ayurvedic medicine and also Jewish mysticism called Kabbalah. Okay. All right, so these are a bunch of common themes that I've personally seen with indigenous medicine. So there's plants as medicine, sustainability equaling reciprocity, rituals and rules, a biopsychosocial approach, divisions of the world, signs, altered states of consciousness, and plant spirits. And like I said before, I'm only going to cover some of these just to focus on the more spiritual because it relates a little bit more to psychedelic and psychoactive states. Okay. So moving on to start with the biopsychosocial approach. This is something that Western medicine had completely cut out for such a long time, and we're finally starting to see a reemergence. It's one of the main tenets in traditional medicine all around the world, and it was never lost. So in most cultures, physical health is a direct manifestation of spiritual or mental imbalance or mental illness. So for example, in Ayurvedic medicine, there's this concept of doshas. So kind of like different divisions of what like traits can fall into different categories. So based on someone's personality, they might be like a fire dosha. So they might be tend a little bit more towards anger or sharp, like being sharp or being ambitious. And so their physical problems are a direct manifestation of their dosha imbalance. So the treatment here is to kind of introduce some more water foods and water personality traits to try to balance that out. Another example is from Quechua culture, where spiritual healing is higher order. So the healers will look at a person and they will go directly towards their spiritual illness or kind of assess their spirit. It might not be an illness, but just whatever's happening there. Sometimes the healers won't even listen to what the physical problems are because it doesn't matter. It's like in that culture, it's not like if you have like childhood trauma of abandonment, you're going to have chronic stomach problems. Like it doesn't work like that directly. So in a sense, for these healers, they don't even need to know the physical problems. They'll just look at the spiritual problems. And they might assess the spirit by observing the person interact with other people, just how they are, what their personality is like, or they might like interact with the spiritual realm and kind of gain insight from that. So the aim is to cure the spirit, because the spirit is what's causing the mental or the physical illness. And this is not to say like that it's the individual's fault, because originally when I heard this, I'm like, oh, well, that could create a lot of like victim blaming, but really it could be from any cause. So it could even be from a curse, you know, from someone else cursing you. It could be from trauma, it could be from anxiety, depression, and that's not necessarily someone's fault, but that is a spiritual imbalance. And now Western medicine is accepting like, okay, depression, anxiety, those do manifest in physical illnesses. So we're catching up on that front. Okay, we can advance. So some forms of intervention. I'll have to skip spirit. We'll talk about that a little bit later. So to start with ancestors, ancestors are generally respected all around the world, and they're asked for guidance in many, many things, but especially with medicine. So in some cultures, there are healers kind of in every family. So like in Quechua culture, there's one healer in every nuclear family. So this creates an extremely strong like healing lineage. So people can connect with their ancestors who are practitioners and gain insight from them. And ancestors also play a role because they're kind of outside the physical realm. They're able to take a look at the community as a whole and address the social imbalances there as well. Yeah, so seeing ancestors and seeing people in your family are, it's a common theme in lots of psychoactive states. So people who are using LSD and ayahuasca, they will see their ancestors. So this is a really common theme. So then there's lessons from nature. These nature places include lakes, mountains, and a lot of cultures describe like feeling the presence of divine. So in Ga culture, a group of people located in like Western Africa, around Ghana. So they say that the presence of God is found at lakes and mountains. And to me, I take that as like these places are so beautiful. It kind of induces an altered state of consciousness where you're aware, you're able to have realizations and connect with your higher consciousness. And also Roher, he gave the video at the beginning of the day. He gave this beautiful quote about ayahuasca. So he says, when it enters, it contacts your energies and you come into contact with the powers of the mountains, which augments your ability to see. So kind of just illuminating the power that nature has of grounding us and giving those realizations. So this is how a lot of people are able to actually practice and heal. They say that they don't learn directly from their masters or their teachers. They learn through these other forms of intervention, ancestors, nature, and spirit. So we can move on to the next slide. To give a little background on spirit, we do have to talk about spiritual medicine. So what is spiritual medicine? It's essentially what we've been talking about this whole conference. It's accessing a higher consciousness and connecting to a spiritual realm. So this, from a Western standpoint, is a psychoactive state, basically. And the goal is to essentially heal an individual. Like that's the only purpose. It can be to learn things about yourself, but when it comes down to it, learning things about yourself and connecting yourself and others is healing. So there are many different ways to achieve an altered state of consciousness. We've been talking a lot about psychoactive substances like marijuana in South Asia, talked a lot about ayahuasca from the Amazon, but there's also Wanduk, coca, sacha anjo, and then there's peyote, San Pedro, mescaline, psilocybin, and even nightshades were used as a psychoactive substance in Europe. But on top of that, there's lots of ways that people can achieve altered states of consciousness without psychoactive substances or plant medicines. So some examples are through dreams, through breath work like holotropic breathing, you can actually induce visions, through meditation, which a lot of people associate with Ayurveda or Buddhism, but it's really seen all around the world. Sweat lodges from North American Indigenous medicine, which are ritualistic lodges with fire and steam to create a really high temperature. Vision quests, also popular in North American Indigenous medicine, which are multi-day long experiences in nature, in solitude, without food, and they're really coming of age quests. And like Aisha mentioned in her presentation yesterday, there's near-death experiences. So, you know, having an accident where you almost die or die and kind of are resuscitated, but she also mentioned kind of inducing them, where some people that are trained, monks and things like that, can induce a near-death experience. Okay, we can move on. So spiritual intervention, now we can get back to this. So spiritual intervention, you can access these higher states of consciousness in order to get guidance on how to heal and treat people. So when I was interviewing a healer in Ecuador, he told me that ayahuasca was so fundamental in his practice, he began using it at age 11. And that seemed really young to me, but basically what he was saying was that it was a tool for him to learn how to connect with the spirit world and to learn how to like what medicines and what herbs to use to heal. And it's a very different outlook, because we think, like, when we think of indigenous cultures, we think, oh, okay, they have a teacher, that teacher teaches them what plants to use. That's really an herbal medicine. Spiritual healing is completely different. Your teachers are spirits, and through spiritual intervention. So some people have spirit guides. These are different from teachers. And Baba Ram Dass, who you may have heard of, he's a yogi and Ayurvedic practitioner. He describes the term guru, and I think it fits perfectly here. So he says, you may or may not meet your guru on the physical plane in this lifetime. It isn't necessary. Since the relationship between the guru and his disciple is not on the physical plane, the guru can accept you from within yourself. You may meet him through dreams or visions or merely sense his presence. So that's exactly what I mean by a spirit guide. A spirit guide can come in the form of an animal or a plant. You may be connected with that animal on the physical realm. You might connect with a plant on the physical realm, and that's kind of how you build this relationship. But the spirit guide is somebody you might see consistently through your visions. I think Dr. Nathan, he talked about like how he always sees this one spirit guide, essentially. So that would be an example. Yeah, so people get to know their spirit guide, and that guide kind of directs them, like, this is how you treat this person. You should use this plant for this purpose, that kind of thing. So then there's plant spirit medicine, which is another approach, and it's connecting with the spirits of individual plants. So rather than using a physical plant to heal a physical ailment, it's getting into an altered state of consciousness, using ayahuasca or another method, and connecting with the spirit of those plants and asking the spirit of that plant to heal an individual. And when I was interviewing a healer in Ghana named Anna Marie, she told me that she feels like she's just the puppet, and the plants are just the puppet master, essentially. She has no power. She's not a practitioner. She just kind of does what she's told. And yes, she has the heart to heal, but that's the extent. So that's why she doesn't charge for any of her services, because she's not even the one with the knowledge. She's just kind of like a bridge between the worlds. So these spirits tell her how to pick the plants, when to pick the plants, what to give as a gift of thanks, and things like that. And then lastly, there's spirit allies. And so this is a concept that I became familiar with through Peruvian traditional medicine, and it's basically connecting with different kinds of spirits. So spirits of people of past, spirits of animals, and plants, and kind of all of the above, and creating relationships with those spirits. And some of them can be beneficial, like allies, and some of them can be detrimental. So again, these spirits can give advice of what plants to use or how to treat people, and kind of like what approach to give for medicine. Yeah, so that's the end of my talk. I don't know if anybody has any questions. These are some of my sources. There's a lot of sources.
Thank you, Sophia. It's actually 12:46, so we're going to move on to the next student presentation. But if anyone has any questions for Sophia, just throw them in the chat, and then because she's stuck with us for the rest of the day, she's going to answer them for you, and I'll make sure she does it. And so the next presentation that we have is by Heet, Patel, and Emily Wang, who are all second-year medical students. I do actually have a biography for them. And they are second-year medical students, and from Rowan-Virtua SOM. who graduated from NYU, Rutgers, and Rowan, respectively. They're interested in finding new therapies that they can possibly apply to their future patients. In the future, they hope to pursue internal medicine and pediatrics.
Everyone.
We can hear you. If you guys don't mind sharing your presentation.
Hey, could you share the presentation?
Yeah, give me 1 second. Okay. Do you guys see that?
I'll also ask if you could please speak up or closer to the microphone. It'll help carry the sound. Thank you.
Okay.
Wait, you guys can't hear me? How about now?
I can hear student Dr. Patel quite clearly, and our other two presenters I cannot hear quite as well.
Can you hear me now?
It's good. I guess just try to yell.
Loudly.
Can you guys see my screen now? Okay, excellent. So today, as Chris mentioned earlier, I'm Heet Patel, and joining me today are Jiexi and Emily Wang, and we're going to be talking about Amanita muscaria, which is a Siberian psychoactive agent. So it goes by a variety of names, such as Death Cap, Death Angel, and even the Red Cap, and many of you might recognize it as the iconic Mario mushroom. But besides just that, in popular TV culture, it is used in a variety of traditional medicine, in a variety of traditional rituals, and we're just going to go over some of those later on in the presentation. Before we talk about that, let's just go over a quick description of it. So the easiest way to recognize this mushroom is by the red cap that it has. It's usually either a flat top or a convex shape, and it has white spots on the top. Besides the red cap, certain subspecies, even though they're all Amanita muscaria, can also have a yellow cap as shown in the background, or even a white cap. But the one thing that they all share are the white spots on the top of the cap. Besides that, if you look like underneath it, I don't know if you guys can see my mouse, but if you look just underneath the cap, you can see lots of parallel lines. Those are the gills, which are very common in this mushroom. And it also has a white spore stripe, which is a long stem. Basically, the stem grows out of the bulb that's at the bottom, and that's the universal veil from which the entire mushroom grows out of. So this mushroom is most commonly seen in the Northern Hemisphere. It is found all over the world, and it is a basidiomycete from the genus Amanita. So it is typically found in a symbiotic relationship with trees belonging to the pine, birch, deciduous, and conifer families. And as we mentioned earlier, it's just a popular hallucinogenic mushroom used everywhere for its mind-expanding properties.
Large quantity of muscarine. However, research has shown that muscarine was not actually present to a large extent. Instead, most of the changes in cognition by A. muscaria should be attributed to muscimol. Muscimol is a potent agonist for GABA receptors, specifically GABA A receptors, which causes the consumer to experience sedative and hallucinatory effects. Hypotenic acid is also a component of A. muscaria and is able to undergo decarboxylation in the liver to become muscimol. However, if ibotenic acid is not properly converted, the consumer may experience unpleasant effects. Next slide.
So talking about the toxicity, as Emily just mentioned, the major molecules that cause the toxicity known with this mushroom are ibotenic acid and muscimol. Ibotenic acid is similar to glutamate, so it has a lot of excitatory effects such as tachycardia and agitation, while muscimol is similar to GABA, so it also has sedating effects. So both together cause symptoms such as dry mouth, tachycardia, agitation, delirium, and seizures. So Amanita muscaria is relatively less toxic when it's compared to the other Amanita mushrooms, and it most commonly just causes GI symptoms such as nausea, vomiting, and CNS things like depression, sedation. But in cases of severe poisoning, which can easily occur, It can lead to cardiopulmonary arrest, lethargy, coma, airway closure, and death. It basically causes respiratory arrest, so the sedation effects of muscimol are much more powerful than the excitatory effects, which are causing the hallucinogenic properties.
So as stated prior, a Muscaria is endemic to the Northern Hemisphere and has strong ties to Siberia, which is a Russian province in Northern Asia. Among the indigenous populations, it was used as an entheogen by the shamans. So what is an entheogen? An entheogen is described as a psychoactive substance with the ability to cause a change in cognition for spiritual or religious reasons. So, however, due to the aforementioned toxicity, shamans had to look for other methods to ingest a Muscaria. So one such method was to make others consume the mushroom first and then use their body as a filter. It's because the human body is able to metabolize the ibotenic acid, which causes the negative effects, into muscimol. This conserves the psychoactive effects, but without toxic manifestations. The shamans would then consume their constituents' urine to achieve a change in cognition. Next slide. So one of these indigenous groups was called the Koryak. They were located in Siberia, and they believed that ingesting a Muscaria would allow them to explore their spirit world. So this belief actually stemmed from an old folk tale of theirs, which I'm going to tell you now. In a brief summary, Whale was stuck on land, and his friend Raven wanted to move him back to the water to save him. A god told him to find and eat these specific earth spirits, which appeared to wear big red hats with white flecks. Upon doing so, Raven received strength and was able to save Whale. After this event, Raven was told to pass on the story to his children and told them that these earth spirits could be used to see the upper world, their version of heaven, or the world below the ground, and see the future or explain a dream.
Although there are toxicities associated with Amanita muscaria, the prevalence of the substance has increased in recent years, in particular with recent legal action targeted at hallucinogenic mushrooms such as psilocybin in European countries. Limitations have been placed, causing an increased interest in selling alternatives and legal hallucinogenic mushrooms such as Amanita muscaria by retailers. As specified previously, the ingredient muscimol derived from a muscaria has psychoactive properties that allows for relief of stress and anxiety, decreased pain in muscles, as well as improved sleep. Next slide, please. In terms of future applications, recent research has been done on the impact of Amanita muscaria on reducing inflammatory pain. Ruth et al. Isolated beta-D glucans and fucomanoglycan from Amanita muscaria to examine the impact of this substance on nociception using formula-induced pain models performed on animals. In formula-induced pain models, there are two phases of pain. The first phase is known as the early phase, which is neurogenic pain. The second phase is the later phase and is inflammatory pain. As seen in Figure B, fucomanoglycan administered at increasing concentrations saw a statistically significant decrease in nociceptive response. Similarly, increased beta-D glucan administration saw a statistically significant decrease in nociceptive response as well. Next slide, please. Furthermore, Gandeva-Berdina et al. Studied the neuroprotective effects of high amounts of muscimol extracted from Amanita muscaria in rat brains. In the first figure, the experiment performed in untreated rat brain mitochondria. The administration of tert-butyl hydroperoxide statistically significantly decreased the amount of reduced glutathione, which is an antioxidant, when compared to the level in control. With co-administration of muscimol with a concentration of 1.5 micrograms per milliliter and tert-butyl hydroperoxide, the amount of reduced glutathione saw a preservation of 38% when compared to that of untreated mitochondria. When examining melanoiodaldehyde, a marker for oxidative stress, an increase was observed in untreated mitochondria as shown by the statistically significant increase following administration of only tert-butyl hydroperoxide. Rat brain mitochondria treated with a concentration of 1.5 micrograms per milliliter muscimol and tert-butyl hydroperoxide, production of melanoiodaldehyde saw a decrease by 23%. In the second figure, the authors examined the effects of increasing concentrations of isolated muscimol on prevention of oxidative stress from hydrogen peroxide. As shown in the second figure, hydrogen peroxide treatment caused a substantial decrease in neuronal cell viability. A muscimol extract with concentration of 0.015 and 0.15 micrograms per milliliter saw a statistically significant increase in protective effects as compared to the control, with a p-value of less than 0.001. And a concentration of 1.5 micrograms per milliliter saw an increase in neuroprotective effects compared with the control, with a p-value of less than 0.05. So this data may indicate that high concentrations of muscimol isolated from a Muscaria has neuroprotective effects focused on reducing damage from oxidative stress through preserving reduced glutathione or even scavenger activity from oxidative stress species, reactive oxygen species. Further research can be done on the exact mechanism for this reduction in oxidative stress, as well as the viability in humans. Next slide, please.
So as we're wrapping up, we have a few fun facts to share with you guys. As seen in the first picture, the hallucinogenic effects of this mushroom caused inspired Lewis Carroll to write that scene in Alice in Wonderland. The Mario mushroom, as seen in the second photo, which is very iconic, is also designed based off this mushroom. And the Smurfs are also shown to be living in these mushrooms. Very well known in our media. And that is our presentation. These are our references for the next few slides.
Thank you guys so much. I do not see any questions in the comments for you guys, but if you guys don't stick around for like 5-10 minutes, just in case some pop up, if you don't mind answering them. And thank you guys so much again. Next, we have Julia Nguyen and Nupur Kanani, both third-year medical students at Idaho College of Osteopathic Medicine. Julia grew up in Houston, Texas, where she graduated from University of Houston with a bachelor's degree in science and mathematical biology. She continued her education at the University of Houston and received her master's of science in biology. As a child of 2 immigrant parents from Vietnam, Julia's side job was being a translator for her parents. She had a difficult time coping with and contrasting societal norm than what her parents were used to, and this inspired her to pursue psychiatry. Her goal is to assist patients with navigating cultural and intergenerational differences, as well as helping patients with a different mindset through her obstacles in life. In her spare time, Julia and her husband enjoy hiking every mountain in the sight of their 2 corgis, Boba and Bento. She also loves playing with the piano, practicing Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and watching Grey's Anatomy for the 12th time. Nupur Kanani is a third-year medical student at Idaho College of Osteopathic Medicine from Sante Genevieve, Missouri, and is currently doing clinical rotations in Great Falls, Montana. She received her bachelor's degree from the University of Missouri, Mizzou, in human physiology and translational sciences with the emphasis of nutritional sciences. She is planning on applying to psychiatry for residency and is interested in addiction medicine, psychedelic medicine, and integrative medicine. In her free time, she enjoys doing yoga, Pilates, going on long walks, and trying out new recipes and traveling. They will be presenting today on the integration of psilocybin into various healthcare settings. The floor is yours.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks for reading all that. Thank you, everyone, for having us. We're going to be talking about, should I share my screen or is it that you guys do?
If you don't mind, I can do it just in case, but we found that it's easier if you guys do it.
Yeah, sure. I have it pulled up and everything already. So let's see.
Lovely. That was flawless.
Can you guys hear me pretty well? Okay, awesome. Okay, so let's see, move this here. So my name is Julia Nguyen. Like he was saying, I'm a third year at the Idaho College of Osteopathic Medicine, and I have my co-presenter Nupur here too.
I am Nupur Kanani, also a third year at Idaho College of Osteopathic Medicine.
So our presentation today consists of a compilation of a bunch of studies and a lot of information about psilocybin in different settings and a lot of research to support each one.
Okay. So our presentation is on why psilocybin, why we chose that compared to other psychedelic drugs that are available and being studied. So psilocybin exerts its activity directly on the 5-HT2A, which is the serotonin receptors. It acts as an agonist. So currently psilocybin is a it's a Schedule 1 drug. There's a low abuse potential, very few ADRs. The most common ones that are seen are anxiety, headaches, nausea, confusion, vomiting, and some sympathomimetic symptoms. So it is an indole alchemine and a tryptamine. The tryptamine is the main active ingredient of the group of the different mushrooms. That's kind of what makes it a magic mushroom or gives it that psychedelic effect.
So the structure of psilocybin is that it can't cross the blood-brain barrier until it's metabolized into psilocin, which is more lipophilic. It's converted through first pass metabolism within 20 to 40 minutes or via stomach acid. And I have a diagram in the next slide, but essentially its activation of this 5-HT2A receptor is responsible for releasing dopamine. And it's been studied that patients with addiction or depression or suicidal ideations have a defective reward pathway. So activating this dopamine from the striatum will hopefully help regulate that. And this is the kind of flow chart that goes with it. So we're focusing more on the right side. It's been known to see that it has its psychoactive effects, but it also has the release of dopamine. And on the very right, its downstream effects cause the release of glutamate, which helps mediate craving, addiction, and cognitive function.
So one of the settings that we focused on, which was honestly one of the most studied settings of psilocybin, it's in palliative care and hospice. So one of the main factors why we chose to focus on this is just because a lot of patients that are in these settings are already on multiple medications for several health conditions. So one of the important aspects with psilocybin being used in these studies is the amount of dosages they receive. So one of the main factors is that it can reduce the medication burden on a lot of these patients. So conditions like depression and anxiety, I guess like the typical prescription is a daily medication, but with psilocybin, it can be given in a lower dose frequency. So in a lot of these studies, it was given once in the entire course of the study for like a 3 to 4 week kind of reward time frame. So that was one of the main reasons. So yeah, like 1 to 3 doses in the whole study compared to a daily medication. And it still has similar results with this kind of lower frequency. And then, so one of the first studies that we looked into, it was a double-blind study. It was placebo-controlled. There were 12 patients with advanced stage cancer or diagnosis of acute stress, generalized anxiety disorder, or an adjustment disorder, kind of in relation with their diagnoses. So the placebo in this study was niacin, and then the treatment was 0.2 milligrams per kilogram of psilocybin, and patients were their own controls in this study. So the study had showed the mean drop in the BDI score was 6.1 points from the 16.1 before the treatment to 10 at the 2-week follow-up, and it was reduced to 30%. Reduced by 30%, approximately 11 at 1 month follow-up. So there was no change in the placebo group, whereas we did see a reduction in many of these anxiety and depression traits that these patients were experiencing with the psilocybin treatment. So in this approach, whenever we go with the psilocybin in the palliative care and hospice type of setting, the patient will consume the psilocybin in a therapeutic setting. They will be guided by a trained professional. The environment is completely monitored under what the patient is receiving the medication. So the studies had shown that there was no significant difference compared to a routinely prescribed SSRI. A lot of these studies had used Lexapro as an example, so that was the SSRI that was being studied. So another study had showed that it was a 2-session double-blind crossover study. They compared, the researchers compared the effects of low-dose psilocybin, so that was 1 or 3 milligrams per 70 kilograms body weight, versus a high-dose prescription of psilocybin, which would have been 22 or 30 milligrams per 70 kilograms. And it showed that the anxiety and quality of life in the 51 patients that were dealing with a life-threatening cancer diagnosis were significantly reduced. They demonstrated that the high dose produced a substantial decrease in the depressive symptoms, anxiety about death, as well as a significant increase in quality and life optimism. So in the 6-month follow-up, about 80% of the patients had demonstrated continual improvement in their mood, anxiety, and quality of life. So it was about 78% for anxiety and about 83% for depression in the improvement that they had studied.
So the next setting we're going to talk about is psilocybin and addiction treatment centers. So it was studied that patients who suffer from addiction have dysregulations in their serotonin system. So it alters their stress hormones like cortisol. And it was shown that given psilocybin and administering that, cortisol levels spike and elevate and activate the executive control network, essentially giving the patients control over their emotional processes and kind of a control over their addiction. So it was just a highlight on that diagram earlier. Downstream effects of activating the 5-HT2A receptor will release glutamate and mediating that craving and addiction. So these were the 2 studies that compared nicotine addiction versus alcohol addiction. And for nicotine, there was a study of about 15 patients. They were given CBT the first 4 weeks just to get them into the correct mindset, and then alternating doses at 20 milligrams at 5th week, and then so on and so forth. And then at the 6-month follow-up, patients who took the psilocybin had an 80% abstinence rate of 12 out of 15 versus 24.9 with bupropion versus 33.5% with the normal Chantix, and finally 40% with CBT and conservative managements alone. And interestingly, at the 1-year follow-up, following those 12 patients, 10 out of 12 still remained abstinent, which is a really successful rate. Compared with alcohol, this one was just kind of a cool study that 10 patients were involved in over this span of 12 weeks, and there was a 26% decrease in heavy drinking days, according to the PACS scale, and they were also given alternating doses at different weeks.
So then we also kind of talked about psilocybin and psychiatric disorders. So one of the studies here, it involved 12 patients. So these patients had moderate to severe unipolar treatment-resistant major depression. So in this study, they were given 2 oral doses of psilocybin. One was 10 milligrams and one was 25 milligrams. So these doses were given 1 week apart. And then, kind of like I emphasized earlier, it's in a supportive and supervised setting. So the setting is monitored. There was no control group in this study. And so the depressive symptoms were assessed using the 16-item quick inventory of depressive symptoms for analysis. So the response rate of that 10 milligram dose 1 week after treatment was 67%. So about 8 patients, and then 7 out of 8 patients met criteria for remission. And then these 7 patients maintained their response for 3 months, and 5 of those patients had remained in remission. And then the other study that we had focused on was a randomized control trial. It was 24 patients with major depressive disorder. So there were 13 patients in the immediate group. So in this study, there was the differentiating factor between the groups where one was given the medication right away, and then the other group was given that same dosage just weeks later. So in the immediate group, the patients had received 20 milligrams at week 3 and then 30 milligrams at week 4. And then there were 11 patients in that delayed group. They were given the same treatments, but at weeks 11 and 12, and they served more as a control. So in this, we use the GRID, Hamilton Depression Rating Scale. So the immediate group's baseline was 22.9, so it dropped significantly at week 5 to 8.0, and then and to 8.5 at week 8. So the delayed group's baseline was 22.5, and then at week 5 it was 23.8, and given at this point they did not receive any medication, and then 23.5 at week 8.
So some limitations we have to psilocybin research in all of these settings is that when gaining informed consent for these studies, patients are not only made aware, but they're kind of already going in with a tendency to think that they're going to experience these out-of-body sensations, they're going to trip, or they're going to have this severe anxiety. So it kind of affects or hinders the context of the experience. And this also leads into having kind of a bias with the study, with them already knowing what's going to happen, or having hearsay or word of mouth. Something else is that it could also have a selection bias because they basically have to find patients who are willing to take the Schedule 1 drug, so that kind of creates a bias. Another thing is that another limitation is creating a very effective double-blind study, because a lot of these studies were compared, for example, psilocybin versus niacin. So you'll definitely know if you're on the psilocybin versus the niacin. Leading to the next one, which would be kind of cool to have more research comparing psilocybin and other mind-altering substances like ketamine and such. So being able to have these studies will have a lot of promise with psilocybin research.
And kind of going along with what Julia was saying, there is a lot of promising research. A lot of studies are trying to like investigate how psilocybin can make a difference in many other conditions. So one of the main centers that are doing this is the Johns Hopkins Center for Psychedelic and Consciousness Research. So some of the upcoming studies are investigating the effectiveness of psilocybin as a novel therapy for opioid addiction, Alzheimer's disease, PTSD, post-treatment Lyme disease syndrome, anorexia, and then alcohol use in individuals with major depression. So researchers really aim to construct precision medicine therapy. So it'll be tailored to the needs of these individuals in the populations that they're investigating, instead of like a one dose for all patients. So it'll be more of like a personalized approach, which could be very beneficial. And then another center that has pretty extensive ongoing research would be the NYU Center for Psychedelic Medicine. So upcoming studies here are more so focusing on psilocybin therapy for smoking cessation and for depression and anxiety in end-stage cancer patients, which there's a good amount of research there already, but kind of like Julia discussed, there's many limitations even in the studies that are already available just due to circumstantial factors with psilocybin. And then another exciting factor is there's a lot of increased funding. Oh,
I'm so sorry. Try to fix that
okay.
Mac thing. Sorry.
That's okay. Well, I was just going to say there's a significant amount of increased funding going into psychedelic research, which used to be a barrier previously. There was a lack of funding, maybe even a lack of interest, but that's increasing moving forward. So that provides great promise to any future research.
Here are references. Special thanks to Jiexi for guiding us into finding the best topic for us. Thanks for listening, guys.
Thank you.
And thank you guys for sharing. Talking about Jiexi, he's actually our next presenter. So we'll just keep that ball rolling. I didn't see any questions in the comments for you guys, but if you guys just don't stick around just for 5-10 minutes, just in case someone's digesting a little bit, and you guys can just shoot them a question and shoot them an answer. So like I said, Jiexi is our next presenter, Jiexi A. Benzel, who is a fourth-year medical student here at Rowan-Virtua School of Osteopathic Medicine in New Jersey. He holds a bachelor's degree in neuroscience from Tulane University. His experience includes research on cognitive neuroscience at Tulane University and the University of Southern California. Last year, he presented a novel theory that integrates the effects of psychedelics on psychological depression with the paradigm of Freud's mourning and melancholy. This year, He'll be presenting on the subject of cannabis-based medicines and treatment of gastroparesis. Jesse, do your thing.
All right, y'all, thank you so much. Honored and happy to be here again, of course. Let me pull up these slides, and with y'all's okay that it looks good, we'll get rolling. So, am I full screen? Is my audio clear? Okay, perfect. All right, cannabis-based medicines for the treatment of gastroparesis. And it should really say for the treatment of gastroparesis and related syndromes, because very quickly we will see that gastroparesis is not one animal. This is adapted preliminary data from a systematic literature review conducted by myself and a few of my peers, Keshav Holani, Alison Zuckerberg, and Parisa Tepman-Korn. All right. So, how do I get this part to go away? All right, so we're going to talk about a few things, the inspiration for and development of this project. I know there's a lot of student doctors and junior researchers in the audience, so I want to talk about kind of the process behind that, the basic understanding of gastroparesis and cannabis, and the evidence for treatment that we've been able to find so far. So huge disclaimer, it's preliminary, we're still working on it. We probably have to repeat our original search because it was conducted over 8 months ago. I'm not a doctor, I'm not a gastroenterologist, I don't want to be a gastroenterologist, and I will do my best to separate evidence from opinion, and I have no financial disclosures, and we're hoping to publish this someday. So have any of you been to a gas station in New Jersey in like 2021, 2022? You might have seen by the counter these canisters or little vape pens of Delta-8 THC. Due to some sort of legal loophole, you can buy this stuff everywhere, and it is psychoactive. And I was very curious about it, so I found this paper from 1995 written by one of the giants of cannabis science, R. Mecholam, who works in Israel. And in this paper, they gave Delta-8 THC to 8 kids who are undergoing hardcore chemotherapy for hematologic cancers. And it was remarkably successful. None of the patients, let me say that again, 0 of the patients who received Delta-8 THC had any vomiting, which is remarkable considering that even on ondansetron, which is much more expensive, the patients were suffering and throwing up. So a very small trial, but it kind of was percolating in the back of my mind that, you know, Delta-8 THC, okay, cannabinoids, nausea, vomiting. So then I'm on my family medicine rotation, and I meet a patient, and I'll fictionalize her. Her name's Jane. She's 57 years old. She's had gastroparesis for 10 years. I barely even knew what that was. But she says that the only thing she can eat without throwing up are soft pretzels, and that she's done every kind of examination, whether it was a tube this way or that way, and there's no anatomical explanation for her suffering and her nausea, and she's tried all these different specialty treatments, and nothing has helped her. So we walk out of the office, and I say to my attending, my preceptor, hey, what about cannabis? You know, it's being legalized recreationally in New Jersey all of a sudden. And I got shut down so hard. I was, you know, I was made to feel small or idiotic, and I was hurt. But honestly, I should be grateful because it sparked this fire in me to try and prove something, which is, regardless of how you get there, I think to do good research, you need to have that fire of, I really want to know if this is true. I don't know. I've got a hunch. I've got a hypothesis that this could help, but I don't know. So, later, I kind of went to, I hope you can see that behind this, but sorry, let me just negotiate this a little bit. I went to the APA, the Psychiatric Convention in New Orleans. I made some friends. I got to stand next to Roland Griffiths and take a picture. And up here, you see me with Alison Zuckerberg. Basically, I made a bunch of friends. I talked to a bunch of researchers, and I was pitching all of my research ideas. And I met a cannabis expert who put me in touch with Dr. David Gorelick, who is a premier expert on cannabis. And I pitched him all these different cannabis ideas. And he was like, you know, that thing for gastroparesis, that sounds good. You should work that up. So I took all of the friends that I met at the conference. I said, let's do this research paper. And they're like, all right, you do most of it, and we'll tag along. I'm like, all right, let's go. So that's one way to get your research project started. So what is gastroparesis? Literally refers to stomach paralysis. The standardized scale of measuring it involves nausea, vomiting, fullness and satiety, bloating and distension. It's associated with connective tissue diseases, diabetes, or neurological diseases in most cases, but there's also a huge swath of it that's idiopathic. It's a functional disease. I don't know if any of you have heard this term functional disease, but in biology, we have structure and we have function. So if you look at the structure and it looks okay on the outside, it must be a functional problem. All right, so this is a functional disease. And here's the Rome 4 criteria for diagnosing functional dyspepsia, which is kind of a softer, rounder, more it is specific, but it includes people who have gastroparesis, who would be diagnosed with gastroparesis, would probably also be diagnosed kind of interchangeably with functional dyspepsia. And there's a lot of problems in the literature about kind of, first of all, who's getting the diagnosis of gastroparesis and how are we determining that? Because a large portion of people with gastroparesis have never had an actual study done of their gastric motility. So the kind of idea of gastroparesis is that the food is sitting in your stomach way too long. It's sitting there for 2 or 4 hours when really it should be mostly gone after an hour or two. But most people with that a lot of people with that diagnosis have not ever done that kind of test. So just because the structure looks good on the outside doesn't mean things are working right on the inside. So this study examined gastroparetic patients in open surgery, sorry, gore warning, that they laid out this super high resolution electric map directly onto the stomach. These are patients with gastroparesis to try and figure out how is the electricity coordinating the muscular contraction, right? The entire gut is supposed to move with peristalsis, which means you clench on one side and that advances down and squishes the thing along. And they found that these people with gastroparesis had, some of them had really abnormal patterns of electric and muscle activity in their stomach. So some of them had stable ectopic pacemakers, meaning that the contraction was starting in the wrong part of the stomach. Some of them had unstable ectopic focal activity, so occasionally it would start in this other location. There were conduction blocks and abnormal velocities. So all of these terms that we actually think about when we're thinking about problems in the heart, whether it's a atrial conduction block to the ventricles, or like a fibrillation, these terms kind of start making sense in the context of gastroparesis. Maybe there's a kind of fibrillation happening, and that's producing an ineffective peristalsis. And these just kind of describe these very ineffective patterns of electricity and muscle movement. Okay, zooming along. Here's cannabis coming into the picture. Okay, everyone knows cannabis works at CB1 and CB2, but we need to know more. And there's over 100 cannabinoids. If you want to learn more about it, I really recommend this book on the cover here, Phytocannabinoids, Unraveling the Complex Chemistry and Pharmacology of Cannabis Sativa. Super, super dense, but very detailed if you want to learn this. And I learned that cannabinoids can act at a huge swath of different receptors, including multiple types of serotonin receptor, multiple opioid receptors, nuclear receptors, ligand-gated ion channels, and TRP channels, which basically means that cannabinoids work on almost every system of the body. And on the right, we have this beautiful diagram from McCallum that kind of connects gastroparetic problems where you have this discoordination in the stomach to active sites of CB1 and CB2. So even this super complicated diagram on the right is only capturing 2 of the receptor types that cannabinoids can theoretically be working at, okay? So we have such a small portal into this complex picture. And here's another picture that kind of explains something very important, which is, I'm not going to have time to get into, but cannabinoids seem to slow gut motility. So if gastroparesis is a problem of the gut's not moving things along fast enough, why in the world would I give someone a drug that slows down gut motility? Well, hold on a second. Here's how endocannabinoids work in the body. So these are substances the body produces itself that stimulate some of the same receptors that exogenous cannabinoids would act upon. And to skip to the punchline, endocannabinoids are released into the synaptic cleft from the postsynaptic neuron. So the postsynaptic neuron is now throwing these endocannabinoids back at the presynaptic neuron and telling it, hey, downregulate protein kinase A, upregulate MAP kinase, and ultimately this is going to modulate the acetylcholine, the norepinephrine, whatever that neuron happens to be in charge of. Dramatic oversimplification here, okay? And unfortunately, probably the limit of my understanding. So here's the paper. Okay, so we did systematic literature review. We dredged up over 2,500 articles, and we decided to include about 32 of them, which in total were 1 clinical trial that we're going to try to focus on, 9 case reports, 6 cross-sectional surveys, some retrospective analyses, and 5 biological experiments. And we only have time to talk about a few of my favorites. But the case studies, we had 3 case studies that are like life-saving, life-transforming experiences for these patients, where it really, really makes a huge difference. And we'll zoom in on one of those. 2 of the case reports show these patients who have like primary adrenal insufficiency or side effects of a surgery where they were using sutures that the patient was allergic to. And it looked like the patient had gastroparetic symptoms, but really they had this massively serious medical condition on the other side that wasn't being managed appropriately. In those cases, cannabis did not cure their gastroparesis-like syndrome, but once they treated the primary condition, it got better. And then we have 4 case reports that describe harms. Okay, one of them was a patient threw up during a surgery. Okay, maybe, I don't even really believe that one. Maybe, who knows if this guy snuck a sandwich, at midnight. But a very, very serious concern is that there seems to be an association between cannabis consumption and diabetic ketoacidosis. I don't know why. There's not really a consensus theory of why this happens, but about 29% of gastroparetic people have comorbid diabetes. So before you think about giving someone with gastroparesis cannabis, really, really think hard about what is this person's diabetic ketoacidosis risk. And we have some pictures of that in the case studies. And then we've also got, what is this here? We have this whole other cluster of illness called cannabis hyperemesis syndrome, okay? Where you're kind of overdosing on cannabis to the point where you have a lot of nausea and vomiting, and that usually responds to hot showers for some reason. So there's some of the case reports refer to people who seem to have gastroparesis. It turns out they've been hardcore abusing cannabis for like a long time, or even in a short period of time. And when they stop using the cannabis, the gastroparesis-like syndrome disappears. Okay, so drug history, super important with working up your patients. Just checking my clock. Wow, that was a lot of the time. Okay, so anyway, so this was one of the cases that was like a home run, like a life-saving intervention. This person had Ehlers-Danlos syndrome and a lot of pain and nausea and vomiting. And she was on 220 milligram of morphine equivalents per day. And after she got on cannabis, she was able to discontinue all opioids. She used to spend more than 50 days a year in the hospital. That went down to about 5 days a year in the hospital. She was able to start going to therapy. Her disability level and reliance on caregivers transformed dramatically. And we don't have time to look at it too closely. But okay, so that's the case report. That's the anecdote. One person's life was saved. What about on the hospital level? Okay, everybody in the hospital. This retrospective chart review looked at thousands of patients, 99,000 patients, and they discovered that cannabis, let me just read this quote. The inpatient mortality for gastroparesis with cannabis use was noted to be 0.27%. Furthermore, we noted a shorter mean length of stay. Patients got out of the hospital about a day faster, a lower mean total hospital charge, saving the hospital about $8,000, and a lower rate of sepsis, 0.11 versus 0.60%. And these are all statistically significant. So it seems to be helping at the systems level as well. We also found data that showed that cannabis use in gastroparetic patients were less likely to use the emergency department. Okay, here's a survey. What if we just ask people, does cannabis help your gastroparesis? And the answer is they say yes. People, 62, you can kind of glance at this chart and you see that the cannabinoid users were very, very favorable in their ranking of how much cannabinoids helped them compared to all of these other alternative therapies, which were kind of around the midline. And here's the clinical trial. Huge shout out to Dr. Barbash for getting this project done, because this is the only of its kind, and I think a huge source of hope for people with gastroparesis. So the results were a mean score difference on the gastroparesis cardinal symptom index, a mean score difference of 12.8, a hugely significant p-value. And we'll look at this a little bit more closely. Patients were given at least 60 days of cannabis-based medicine treatment. Patients were randomized to either start on dronabinol, which is a synthetic THC monomolecule, versus cannabis as, hey, go to the bud tender in your local district and figure out how much cannabis you want to take. We recommend that you either vaporize it or take it sublingually. And the results speak for themselves. This graph, this table on table 4 here on the right shows how much the overall symptom score went down. 22. So it went from 35 to 22 on their symptom score. I think that's dramatic. And a lot of these results almost all of them are statistically significant. Here we compare the effects of dronabinol and marijuana as the kind of whole plant. And there's some evidence here. 2 of the symptoms, there was a statistical favor to the whole plant treatment. All right, so wrapping this up, I know I'm over time, I'm sorry. But basically the risks are cannabis hyperemesis syndrome. Really, really make sure that this person who looks like they have gastroparesis is not someone who actually has CHS. If they have diabetes, really, really be super careful about inducing diabetic ketoacidosis, because that's a mechanism and that's a spiral we don't want to activate. There are real psychiatric risks of using cannabis. You know, people can get flipped into manic states, psychosis, people can get addicted to cannabis. And this kind of fibrillation hypothesis, this is how I've started to think about gastroparesis in cannabis, is that in the same way that if we have atrial fibrillation causing a fast heart rate that is decreasing the efficacy of the heart's contraction, we can use a rate-limiting drug like a beta blocker to slow the heart enough that gives it time to fill and make an effective peristaltic pump. Maybe cannabis is able to slow the fibrillation, if you will, of some subtypes of gastroparesis to allow effective peristalsis. And that's probably not for every version of gastroparesis. As we said, it has diverse etiology, but maybe that's why it helps the people that it helps. And evidence is accumulating on every level, from case reports, clinical trials, large-scale retrospective chart reviews, molecular studies, animal studies, and human physiology measures. A lot of those we didn't have time to talk about. And also my question is, which cannabinoids specifically are going to be the best? We have the one paper kind of showing that whole cannabis is better than dronabinol, but like I said before, I'm very curious about this delta 8. So is CBD the answer? Is CBN the answer? There's over 100 cannabinoids, and I can't imagine how much work it's going to take to figure out which one of these is the key, or if it's an entourage effect. Conclusions. The current evidence level for CBM, cannabis-based medicine, in gastroparesis treatment is low, largely retrospective and correlational besides a single clinical trial. At this low level, evidence supports the hypothesis that CBMs can play a valuable role in the management of GP. Variations, dysregulations, and modulations of the central and peripheral endocannabinoid system are associated with gastroparesis, as demonstrated by brain imaging, plasma analysis, and gut histology. Observed cannabis-based medicine use and clinical trials demonstrate improvements in several parameters of patient and system-centered outcomes. CBM use is associated with shorter length of hospitalization, lower total cost of hospitalization, decreased emergency department use, and lower mortality rates. Patients perceive cannabis-based medicines to be very effective in the management of GP symptoms, often to a greater degree than other treatments. Reports of adverse effects are sparse, and cannabis hyperemesis syndrome should be ruled out before initiating a CBM, and CBMs deserve particular caution in diabetes mellitus type 1, probably insulin-dependent diabetes as well, and CBM use in GP has been associated with more severe symptomology. So there is something I didn't bring up in this presentation, that patients who rank their symptoms more severely are also the ones who are more likely to be using cannabis. So it's kind of a chicken or the egg problem there, but something to consider. And a lot more research is needed. And I predict that such trials will further prove CBMs to be effective for managing the pain and symptoms of people living with gastroparesis. These are the citations. I'm going to leave this up on the screen for a moment. Do we have any questions? Let me see. I will stop sharing. One moment. In that study from 1995, I believe the Delta 8 was it's a liquid, and it was either administered orally as a liquid, or they sometimes squirted it onto a piece of bread, because these were children. They're like 7 and 8 years old. Thanks for helping me via sharing there. Great question. Okie dokie. I'm good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jiexi. And then our last presentation for the day for student is Ankit. And Ankit is a third-year medical student at Cooper Medical School of Rowan University with a strong interest in psychiatry. He does research under the guidance of Dr. Basant Pradhan, who helped foster a love and excitement for the field of psychology. In the future, he hopes to contribute to the world of mental health and make psychiatric services more accessible to those in need, and help raise the next generation of mental health professionals through teaching and education. In his free time, he volunteers for the 988 crisis chat and text hotline for Habitat for Humanity. When not running around the hospital like a lost med student, you can find him building anacondrac chairs out of wood, which mysteriously disappear from his back porch, only to inevitably reappear in the backyard of his cousin's house, repeatedly picking up and putting down large blocks of iron with the excuse that it counts as exercise, or falling into a YouTube black hole and learning more about than he ever wanted to about the history of ballpoint pens. Today presenting, he will be doing psychedelic-assisted psychotherapy for PTSD. The floor is yours, Ankit.
Thank you so much. And thanks for
you're just a little, if you don't mind speaking up just a little bit.
Sure. Let's see. Is this any better?
Yep, you're good now. Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course. All right. So can you see the full screen slides? All right.
Beautiful.
So let's get started. Again, thanks for having me here. My name's Ankit, a third-year medical student at Cooper, and I'm going to be talking to you guys today about psychedelic-assisted psychotherapy for PTSD. So really quickly, an introduction to PTSD. It usually occurs after an individual experiences some sort of trauma, and it's characterized by symptoms of avoidance, changes in mood, changes in cognition and reactivity, and it must last for more than 1 month. But overall, these symptoms must cause some sort of clinically significant distress or impairment. Not only does PTSD itself cause this impairment, but there are also many comorbid conditions which further result in a decreased quality of life. And overall, more than 8% of individuals will experience this during their lifetime. So there are some current therapies that we have, including both psychotherapies as well as different pharmacologic agents, but they both have their shortcomings. So currently, at least for the pharmacologic agents, we definitely see a diminishing benefits over time, as well as numerous side effects. And for both psychotherapy and pharmacologic agents, we see a long time to effect. So it takes a long time before the beneficial effects that we want can actually take place in the patients. There's also high non-response rates and low remission rates. So for patients with PTSD that are treated in these ways, less than 30% of them will have a remission of their symptoms. So because of all this, we propose psychedelics as the potential treatment. As we've heard from the numerous other presenters today and yesterday, psychedelics have a rapid response time, limited side effects, fewer sessions required to see an effect, and a low cost. So let's talk a little about the historical use of mushrooms. Psychotropic mushrooms have been used by many different cultures over time, including Native Americans, ancient India, the Mayan cultures, ancient Greeks, and the people in the Amazonian regions. And it was usually used as a way to become closer to the gods, as a way to attain insights about life. And it usually took the form of a sacred drink that was used for a special ritual. But today, we have many, many different types of psychedelics. So you have your oh my goodness. Okay, don't know what happened there. You have your phenylalkylamines, you have your indolamines, and all the other compounds that fall within these groups. You have your enactogens, your semi-synthetic ergolines, dissociatives, cannabinoids. But we're proposing psilocybin. Why psilocybin despite all of these? And as we've heard from other presenters, psilocybin has this unique pharmacodynamic properties which separate it from the other psychedelics. So as we've learned, psilocybin is a prodrug. This means that it's the more stable compound, but it's not necessarily the active one. When it's ingested, it dephosphorylates and turns into psilocin. This is the active compound. And that's what activates the 5-HT1A, 2A, and D1 receptors. Now, all of the psychedelics result in 5-HT2A activation, but psilocybin and psilocin have this special like trifecta, which give us the effects that we're really looking for: the anti-anxiety effects, the cognitive flexibility, critical thinking, and pro-cognitive effects. So in nature, we have many different types of mushrooms that naturally form psilocybin, as well as a host of other important compounds. You can see on the bottom right corner of the screen, you'll see the psilocybe species of mushrooms, and that's the most prominent one. It has the largest amount of psilocybin per gram of dried mushroom mass, so up to 15 milligrams of psilocybin in this species. And some previous work was done on quantifying the amount of each of these compounds in the different mushrooms. You can see over here that this is the whole psilocybe species. And then the top producing mushrooms out of all of these for psilocybin are all three are part of the psilocybe species. So you can see 13, 15, 14 milligrams per gram of mushroom. All right, so that was the natural psilocybin. Now let's talk about the synthetic version. So nowadays in clinical trials and experiments, most people use synthetic psilocybin that is produced through a series of reactions. It was first developed by Albert Hofmann in the 1950s, but with modern developments, we've gotten it up to a 72% yield. So it's just become more efficient and effective over time. However, the one real big limitation is the cost. So the production cost of 1 gram of synthetic psilocybin is around $2,000. Despite that, there have been many new recent improvements. So we do have this fully synthetic version of production, which you might find in like an organic chemistry lab. But then you also have this newer version of production, the biotechnological method, which is essentially providing substrates or genes to different fungi and molds, and allowing them to then produce the compound that you're looking for. So this has been proposed to be a cheaper and more efficient method to produce psilocybin. Here you can see two of the different pathways that we can produce the compound. On the left, you'll see 3 of the different synthetic reactions that can be used, and each one of them can result in these end compounds of psilocin and then psilocybin, which is the more stable version. Then on the right-hand side, you can see one of the biotechnological methods. So in this case, you're using enzymes that are derived from the mushrooms, which are used to drive the in vitro production. So you can then provide the substrate with these enzymes to end up with your desired compound. All right, so a quick comparison between the two types of production. So the compound itself, the end compound, psilocybin, is the same. So theoretically, you would have the same effect and same efficacy between the two, no matter which mode of production you choose. The main difference comes from the concentration. So 1 gram of a natural wet mushroom is equivalent to 1 milligram of synthetic psilocybin. So just by looking at that, you can tell that you're going to need a large mass of natural mushrooms to give you the same results that you might get from synthetic production. In general, naturally grown mushrooms that produce psilocybin are much more easy to grow, obtain, and distribute, and it has a much lower cost. However, you will have some quality control concerns and some other compounds that are present in the mushrooms as well. With synthetic production, you definitely have a more pure compound and control over the concentration that is produced, but there is a much higher cost and therefore a higher barrier to entry. But overall, we definitely need some more research in this space of comparing the natural and synthetic versions. Okay, now I can talk a little about the neurobiological effects of psilocybin. So, as we mentioned before, it's an agonist at the 3 receptors, and it really interacts with the thalamus and claustrum. So these are 2 different regions of the brain that act as sensory gates. So basically, they're acting as filters to external stimuli and external sensations. Normally, they might be open or closed, and by changing their state, you're essentially allowing more information to come in or less information. Psilocybin acts to essentially open up those gates, allow more information to flow into the brain and be synthesized by other regions of the brain. In this way, you're essentially affecting cognition, perception, and associative learning. So over here, you can see some of the different pathways that are used, and the thalamus is the one that acts as the gate that prevents or allows the information, the sensations that you take in from the outside to be processed by other brain structures. All right, so we also have to talk about this default mode network. So this is a collection of regions associated with higher level metacognition. So this is like self-reflection, internal mentation, and overactivity of this default mode network is what we colloquially refer to as overthinking. In this case, psilocybin acts to relax the default mode network. So not only is it increasing the bottom-up information flow by opening up the gates of the thalamus, but now you're able to analyze that information differently. That allows you to increase the free thinking abilities of the patient, as well as alter any rigid, previously held beliefs. Over here, you can see just how many regions of the brain are involved in this default mode network. You have many different spots. All right, so together with these 2 pathways, essentially, psilocybin is able to increase the connectivity between different brain regions, and that allows for the generation of new ideas and new perspectives. There's also this really large neuroplasticity effect, where even after a single dose of psilocybin, you're able to get long-term cognitive changes and behavioral changes. All right, so this is where we get to the model that has been proposed. This is where we're proposing the psychedelic working alongside psychotherapy, and together it has been shown to be very efficacious. This is a tripartite model, so we'll go through that right now. In the beginning, you have your preparation phase. So this is where the therapist is really working with the patient to develop that therapeutic relationship and just get them started, get them set up, and set expectations for the rest of the therapy. In the second phase, your medication phase, this is where the patient has a couple of sessions where they're administered the psilocybin. As we've spoken about before with other presenters, this is where we talk about the set and the setting. So the setting would be where the patient is located when they're taking the drug. Ideally, it would be in an aesthetically pleasing room with a comfortable couch, some gentle music, just a safe location for them to really tune themselves into their thoughts and really not have too many other stimuli overwhelming them. The set refers to the mindset between the patient's mind and the psychedelic. So this is where the therapists are there to provide guidance and help the individual focus their attention on the sensations that they're feeling, as well as towards their thoughts and everything that's going through their mind. And then lastly, and arguably most importantly, you have your integration phase. So this follows a number of sessions after the medication phase where the patients are able to really dive deeper into what they uncovered during the medication phase. This is where they're able to generate their own insights, where therapists are non-judgmentally guiding the patients and helping them understand, analyze, and accept the realizations that they came to during the medication phase. And this is where you start to see a lot of those behavioral changes and increase in acceptance of previous events. So altogether now, the rationale for psilocybin use in PTSD really comes down to the many effects that we spoke about already with psilocybin. So you have your decreases in social withdrawal, you have increased patient connection to themselves, to others, to the world. And there's been a lot of work already been done that shows the efficacy of this psychedelic-assisted psychotherapy in other disease states, major depressive disorder, anxiety, addiction. So overall, with all the previous studies, the randomized controlled trials, and all the positive effects we've seen, that it just goes to further support that psilocybin probably has a space in the treatment of PTSD. All right, of course, that there's always going to be more hurdles to overcome, largely being the schedule and classification. But future goals and directions include working towards removing or altering that schedule and classification. This is because it's really hampering the funding provided to studies and just how many clinical trials are happening. We really want to see more trials, more funding towards evidence-based scientific studies so that we can reassess how we're viewing psychedelics and psilocybin specifically. Also, in my lab with Dr. Pradhan, we're really focusing on studying combination therapies. So can we use psychedelics in combination with timber, which is a mindfulness-based psychotherapy that was first started by Dr. Pradhan, and also combine that with RTMS, repetitive transcranial magnetic stimulation, and together can they result in longer lasting, more effective of a treatment for PTSD. All right, but no matter what, this is just the beginning. There are still many aspects of psilocybin and psychedelic therapy that is not well known, but there's much more research to come, and it's going to be an exciting journey either way. All right, I'd like to acknowledge Dr. Pradhan, Dr. Rastain, and the fantastic Rowan-SOM psychedelic team for hosting this great conference.
Thank you, and Kit. Thank you. And anytime you want to come to Stratford, just let us know. Well, thank you. And along with all of our other student presentations who share with us today, this concludes the final day of our student presentations. And we are so grateful for all of our students who presented today and yesterday. We will now be taking a small break and start back up at 2:15 with a presentation by Dr. Larry Norris on making meaning of healing and advocacy. And I think we actually do have a question in the chat, but I think that Kit already left. And I'll just have him, Laura, just answer that in the chat if he's still in participants. But that's it. And okay, no problem.
Hello, everyone. I hope you had a good break. Welcome back. I am very excited to introduce our next speaker. We have Colette, who was here for our panel this morning, back with us, and we also have Dr. Larry Norris. So I'm just going to go ahead and introduce them. Dr. Larry Norris, PhD, studied biopsychology and cognitive science as an undergraduate at the University of Michigan and defended his doctoral dissertation at the California Institute of Integral Studies. His dissertation research reviewed archived ayahuasca experience reports to identify transformational transformational archetypes and insights that could help inform developing models of integration or meaning making. Larry is the co-founder and executive director of Entheogenic Research, Integration, and Education, or ERIE, located in Oakland, California. ERIE is dedicated to the development of community education, research, and integration models related to entheogens and is currently offering workshops to cities across the U.S. who are working to decriminalize entheogenic plants and fungi. Larry is also a co-founder and board member of Decriminalized Nature, which sprouted from Oakland in 2019. He advocates for the unalienable right to develop one's own relationship with nature and aims to support efforts to decriminalize entheogenic plants and fungi, such as ayahuasca, iboga, cacti, and mushrooms. Larry will later be joined by Colette Condorcita Schmidt, who you also saw in our amazing panel this morning. She's an entrepreneur, teacher, coach, activist, speaker, and consultant. For over 20 years, she's been working with rural and indigenous peoples in Asia, Africa, and Latin America in regenerative agriculture and environmental activism. She has led a spiritual path with ayahuasca for 13 years and is a psychedelic and entheogenic retreat leader working in Mexico and Costa Rica. She supports people around the world with online psychedelic and entheogenic integration coaching through her practice Condor Medicine LLC. Colette is a Philadelphia native and the founder of Decriminalized Nature Philadelphia, a 501c4 working to decriminalize entheogens in Philadelphia. Without further ado, the stage is now yours, so please take it away, Dr. Norris. I will pull up your slides and make you presenter.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Aisha, and thank you everyone, the Rowan SOM team there for putting this wonderful conference together. Thank you, Colette, for that great panel this morning. I really enjoyed listening to that as well. Hearing about the inner experience is so important as we're talking about what these medicines can do for us, really tap into this inner experience, this inner sort of unusual, strange space that we can go to. And I think that's something that we need to remember. I really am here to present on some of that these experiences can bring a lot of unusual states of mind to us, right? And rather than just kind of look at this through this sort of neuromechanistic model, which we see a lot of people are really looking at where the neurotransmitters in the brain, what part of the brain is lighting up, et cetera, et cetera. But what's really transformative for individuals is that inner experience. And I think that especially so profound in our Western culture where we have these different sort of paradigms of thought and what this can really help us break through. So today's talk is going to be called Making Meaning of Healing and Advocacy. Making meaning, as you mentioned in the bio there, really that's how I look at integration. Integration is a meaning-making process. So what does it mean when we're talking about healing here or mental health? What does it mean when we're talking about ways to approach advocacy? So we're just going to throw together a few considerations for the medical model. I did also appreciate that some folks yesterday in some of the talks were talking about how you really look at this as more of a holistic perspective, and I really appreciate that as well. So how do we bring in that holistic nature to these experiences? So, excuse me while I do, there we go. Okay, I have two little slide things going here, so if it takes me a minute or if I don't pass the slide, just let me know, like, oh, you missed it. So here's a little bit about me before we start. I know you did my little bio there, but what I think is really important is just kind of track a little bit of maybe what some of even the people here have gone through in their process. I went to school at the University of Michigan. I was very much more of a mechanical mindset at that time, studying biopsychology and cognitive science. Very much neuronal, very much in the brain, right? Consciousness exists in our head, right? And that's it. At the same time, I came across mushrooms and I was having these experiences that was saying we're swimming in consciousness, right? And so here I am in this super prestigious university and I didn't find any research anywhere that talks about how we're swimming in consciousness. It was all about how consciousness is in our brain. And so there's cognitive dissonance that's happening there, right? All of a sudden I'm looking and I'm saying, this is what I'm studying in classes. But why aren't we talking about consciousness in this other way? Why aren't we talking about the expansiveness of consciousness, right? And that was kind of difficult for me. The only place that I even saw anything about mushrooms in any of my classes was in a class called Drugs of Abuse, Brain and Behavior, right? And we know right off the bat, that's already a paradigm that's taking a particular bias around these medicines, right? So, and then towards the end of my career there, as many people maybe who know who studies neuroscience, it tends towards animal research. And I imagine you can see how difficult it was to have some of these profound experiences of how we're all interconnected and how everything's sacred, and then waking up the next morning and torturing rats to basically get grant money in front of the school, right? Oh, great. Now I get to count dots in the substantia nigra while I just tortured this rat for weeks on end. And so I had a little bit of a crisis of identity there, obviously that can happen, right? So I decided to take a little break. I went, actually did a big long road trip. I actually visited MAPS, the Multidisciplinary Association of Psychedelic Studies, when it was a small office in Charlotte, North Carolina in 1998. They gave me a bunch of interesting sort of people to kind of visit over the course of my travels, but everyone was doing the research and hiding it behind something else. At this point in time, only Rick Strassman was doing any kind of research in the 90s, and his research was still biomedical, looking at DMT, but there wasn't really a lot of people out there looking at this this research kind of explicitly. So I took a little break, moved to Hawaii for about 11 years, came across ayahuasca during that time, some ayahuasca down in Brazil, and that was really profound for me. As interesting as it was for me to have these mushroom experiences, I was always kind of in that same sort of mindset. This is a sense of my higher consciousness. Something about ayahuasca, and I'm sure Colette can speak to this as well, something about it really tapped into the idea like, oh, I'm having a conversation with a plant consciousness. What does that even mean? Like, it was so far beyond my mindset at that point in time. Wow, so there is a relationship that I'm building with another plant, with another being. And so that really kind of threw me for a loop, and I decided I wanted to go study that. So I went to the California Institute of Integral Studies, which is in San Francisco. Ended up doing my dissertation research, as you mentioned, looking at archetypes of transformation using sort of a Jungian framework or a Groffian framework, kind of combining those two, Carl Jung and Stan Grof, to look at sort of different models of these experiences that weren't necessarily the unitive mystical experience. Sometimes there's a death and dismemberment experience. Sometimes there's a past life experience. So there's all these different varieties of experiences that people can have that can be super transformative. And rather than use kind of the mystical experience questionnaire, which sort of standardizes mystical experiences, I wanted to look at this as transformation or impact over time that people can have, and then leading that to sort of inform these integration models. At the same time, I was doing all that work. I actually, a group of us here at CIS, were looking into how do we hold space for people that are having these profound experiences. A lot of people that are dealing with, as was mentioned earlier, these multidimensional spaces, right? How do you go talk to your therapist about a multidimensional space without getting diagnosed with something or having a medicine to calm you down? Right? People didn't want to do that. They wanted to come to a space where there was peer support, where they could kind of just think about, what does it even mean? What is the nature of reality? What is the nature of consciousness? What's going on here, right? So we came together about 10, 12, actually 2011, so almost 12 years ago now, to create these peer circles and bring people together to just share about their experiences, talk about their experiences, give a safe space for people to share about that, where they didn't have to worry about being judged or being diagnosed or having a medicine to calm them down or all that type of thing. So Erie started off in 2011, and then we became a nonprofit in 2015. We were a student group at CIS before then, doing some great work in the Bay Area. And then in 2018, 2019, a group of us came together talking about sort of consciousness healing centers. And we decided, like, hey, you know what? Wouldn't it be easier if we just decriminalized, so we could actually engage in these practices in the wild, so to speak? And so we came and sort of created Decriminalized Nature with the intent to decriminalize entheogenic plants and fungi. So this would be, as you mentioned, plant combinations similar to ayahuasca that contain DMT, plants that have ibogaine, cacti that have mescaline, and mushrooms that contain psilocybin and psilocin. And we'll talk a little bit about that at the end there, and Colette will kind of drive the point home in terms of what's going on in Philly. But it's been quite an incredible movement, and it's really beautiful to see the communities all over the U.S. Moving forward with this. So, two things that we want to just kind of consider as I go through this talk today. We talk a lot about how psychedelics and entheogens can support mental health and healing. What does that really mean? Is it just simple neurotransmitter issue? Is it, because your frontal lobe is lit up? Is it these inner experiences? What's going on when we're talking about mental health and healing? And what are some of the caveats and considerations around using this medicine as sort of a magic pill? And how do we avoid that sort of mentality, right? And then the second question we want to be thinking about is, what type of policy ensures equitable access for all individuals and all worldviews? So not just the biomedical worldview, but a biopsychospiritual worldview, an animistic worldview, all these other approaches to these medicines that aren't necessarily sort of the medical model. We really want to integrate this medicine in ourselves, our community, and the mental health, and also personal and spiritual growth. So before we go into that, I think what's really important to consider is the challenges, and this is definitely something that happens a lot within sort of these medical models, the challenges that happen when we standardize or homogenize knowledge, right? So what does that even mean? This is sort of our opportunity to have a little bias and assumptions check. when we hear people talking about integration and meaning making, and we talk about these really profound, weird, strange, and unusual inner experiences, rather than coming at it from a judgmental place, coming at it from like, maybe we don't know everything, right? And that's a much better way to sort of hold space for people that are having these transformative experiences. So this is kind of like this little cycle of standardization that happens. First one is the ontological privilege. So ontology is basically, is it real or not? You know, and we privilege the things that we think are real, and we dismiss or throw away things that we think aren't real. So, for example, certain sort of materialist worldviews, spirit or the sacred, may not be real in any kind of manner, right? So we don't privilege those in any kind of way. We don't put those into the studies. We don't think about that when we do our methodology and our design. So ontological privilege is something that's really important to consider when we're talking about these medicines that really sort of shift our understanding of our worldviews, right? And so when we tap into these experiences, we need to just not think about like, this is what's real, this is what isn't real, but really like be open to all different possibilities. A second thing to consider there is this idea of misattribution or miscategorization. Some might consider this the lumping issue, right? So, you know, for example, one easy example is that we all talk about medicine people from all over the world as shamans, right? Well, that's not really the appropriate term, and we're missing out on a lot of the nuance and the richness of all these different traditions and their cosmologies and what techniques they've come up with to work with this medicine. So shamanism or shamans come from northern Siberia. That comes from Saman to know. But this is not really an appropriate term to be using for traditions in South America, or maybe Taita or Ayahuasquero or Maestro or other different curandero or other different terminologies that might be used. So this sort of this misattribution, this sort of lumping of all these categories together, we lose the nuance and the richness of these different sort of developing models. And what that leads to is this idea of epistemicide. So epistemology is how do we know what we know? What are different ways of knowing? But in the process of standardization, we kind of destroy these other ways of knowing for one that's simple, for one that's easily sort of digestible, for one that gives us the results we're looking for, right? But we want to be a little sloppy right now, sloppy in terms of complexity. You know, we don't want to have it just to be standardized. So we have to be really cautious in our process to design these methodologies, to design these studies, to not commit epistemicide and destroy these other ways of knowing. So it's something to just consider as we move forward. And this comes real clear even in just like the terminology that we're using for these different experiences. So for example, here's a bunch of terms and the worldviews they represent. Psychomimetic is probably one you might have heard of once upon a time. And this is the psychotherapeutic model, not understanding these profound experiences and saying, well, this is a mimicking of psychosis, right? Which automatically dismisses the experience. It takes away the value of the experience, right? Same with hallucinogenic. A lot of this is used a lot in the medical research right now. These hallucinogens, et cetera, et cetera. Hallucinogens mean fundamentally unreal, right? Something that isn't really there. And that becomes problematic because if someone has this profound experience of spirit, but you're telling them that it's just a hallucination, then are they going to draw the same sort of value from that experience, right? So we need to start thinking about the power of the mind in this process as well, right? And I'll talk about that in a little bit. Psychedelic is a term that is kind of very common now. Psychedelic comes from Humphrey Osmond with a hospital in Saskatchewan, and at its source means kind of soul manifesting, right? That's where it comes from, the original source of it. But then it kind of turned into mind manifesting, and then it kind of became this sort of cultural iconic sort of phrase for the 60s and 70s. We're now seeing it as music and art and culture and this particular framework of the 60s and 70s that referred to this medicine as psychedelic. But now you look at this, psychedelic science has kind of been co-opted by medical and pharmaceutical worlds, right? And so now when we talk about psychedelic, it's usually FDA trials, it's, you know, treatment-resistant depression, it's all these other different approaches to this medicine that, you know, are a little bit further removed from sort of the previous understanding of this being a soul or spiritual experience. We use the term entheogen. Entheogen actually was sort of defined in the late 70s by a bunch of anthropologists that were saying, you know, Psychedelic doesn't really work if we're talking about an ayahuasca ceremony. Psychedelic doesn't really work if we're talking about, an iboga ceremony by the Bwiti. What other terms can we use that really speak to this? And so entheogen means sort of generating the divine within, not as in like a single God, but like as in everyone has divinity, a multiplicity of divinity in all of us. And so it really seeks to look inward to these experiences, seek this inner experience, this visual space that people go to, these other dimensions, if you will, that people go to. And that really ties into sort of the deeper understanding, sort of traditional understanding of these plants and mushrooms, which are sacred. If you go to like a lot of these traditions, they're considered sacred plants and mushrooms, plant medicines, earth medicines, plant guides, plant spirits, and even the word plant teacher, although we like to think of it, the person who coined plant teacher was Luisa Bartoluna, who's a mentor of mine. And he told me once upon a time, he's like, if I could go back, I would change that word, because teacher is still Western oriented. There's a power dynamic there. There's a hierarchy going on there. Someone's teaching something to somebody. He said, perhaps if I was to call it now, it would be something like ones who, plants that offer knowledge, right? They're offering knowledge, and it's our sort of responsibility to either engage in that knowledge or not engage in that knowledge. So even the word teacher, this is our subtle biases. Even the word teacher can be coming from sort of this more Western perspective, at least from these traditional understandings. So there's just a little bit of an idea there in terms of the terms and worldviews, and why that's important, especially in regards to the sacred plants and mushrooms part, is we talk a lot about naturals and synthetics, natural versus synthetics, right? So here's the question. If we believe that these are plant spirits, and again, this is just don't commit epistemicide, just stick with us here, right? If you believe that there are spirits in these plants and mushrooms, can we make an extraction in a laboratory and recreate that divinity? It's something we want to consider, especially as we're talking about the power in the individual, and the power of the mind, and the power of that relationship that's being built, right? Secondly, and we talk a lot about this, within a lot of different cultures, the idea that we could recreate this in a laboratory is just sort of beyond them. It's almost sacrilegious, right? So a second thing that we want to consider is that, here on the one side, we have the mushrooms, which are kind of like this beautiful sort of, grouping of all these different compounds. If you look on the right side there, we have psilocybin, psilocin, baeocystin, norbaeocystin. I was even reading something recently about maybe there even being some beta carbolines in there, which would make it very similar to like an ayahuasca. Well, those exist in the mushroom. So are we asking the pharmaceutical companies to create 4 or 5 compounds for us to take? Hey, now we're going to sell you 5 pills. That's great. Or are we going to just have the mushrooms grow and then be able to tap into this sort of spiritual essence of the material, of the substance of the mushrooms, So it's something to consider. We're focusing mostly on psilocybin because we think that one has the most bang for the buck. If you look at something like, the work by Paul Stamets, I was talking to him once, and he was actually saying that he's kind of looked into baeocystin and norbaeocystin to see what effects they have by themselves. He says there's an anti-anxiety property to them. So we have this entourage effect, just like with cannabis. THC marinol is not the same as having the THCA, the CBDs, all the other things, the terpenes, all the things that are in the cannabis plant themselves. So we don't want to get so far removed from the plant itself from a natural synthetic perspective that we're missing out on some of the benefits here. And a lot of people, there's a lot of pharmaceutical push to say, oh, well, sustainability wise, we need to synthesize because it's just too much to grow all these things, instead of saying, hey, we're trying to get back to nature here. We're not trying to get ourselves removed from nature and go into the pharmaceutical industry. We're trying to get back to nature. And this also sort of gets us back to the idea of plant blindness. Like, how many people know that there's plants and mushrooms that grow all around us? This is ubiquitous in nature. It's everywhere. But nobody knows it. Do you know that there are 4,000 different plant combinations that create something similar to ayahuasca, which is basically a modulation of DMT and MAOI? That's huge. And if we believe these are plant spirits, there's about 3,980 new plant spirits we haven't connected with yet, because maybe there's only a handful of them that have actually been worked with in tradition. Here in the Bay Area, people talk about, oh, Iboga, yes, we don't want to be harvesting from those places, like from Gabon. But here in the Bay Area, people throw away star jasmine in landscaping trucks and just take it away. And that's got ibogaine in it. So we just have to become more aware of our plant kingdom and how much better, in terms of talking about the ecological crisis we're in, how much better that's going to be when we can start realizing like, wow, there's sacred plants and mushrooms everywhere around us. We just have to figure it out and realize it, right? And start to attend to that and really pay attention to the plants and mushrooms out there. So, so that's something to consider. And then again, as I mentioned, sort of the mind connection to these plants and mushrooms, and how how important believing in something is in your healing process. And we even see this in sort of the medical world, so much so that they actually have to take this out. We have to work around the placebo, right? We call them anomalies, but the standard process is to have a double-blind placebo. That's like the standard great study, right? So it's not an anomaly. The power of the mind is really important in this process, especially when we're dealing with psychoactive components like we have, or these sacred mushrooms, sacred other plants as well. So placebo obviously is like, if you believe this is going to be beneficial for you, you'll heal even if it's a sugar pill. Nocebo is if you think it's going to be poisonous, you'll have a detrimental experience even if it's a sugar pill. So how important it is to be thinking about the power of the mind when we're talking about these experiences. And so something like having the sacredness of the mushrooms in there is really important. And that'll bring us to the next part, which is basically looking at, what are some considerations and caveats of the psychedelic science paradigm? What things do we need to consider both in the design of our research and also how these experiences are healing us? In 2014, there was a study by Krebs and Johansson out of Norway, I believe, or Sweden, somewhere around there, that said over 30 million people in the United States have tried psychedelic at least once. Let's say on the top level, we've had 20,000 people that have gone through clinical trials. Let's say 100,000 people have gone through clinical trials. For some reason, we keep being told over and over again that the only safe way to do this is through the clinical trials. But that dismisses the other, 29 million people that have had these experiences, right? And so we really need to consider like, hey, maybe we need to tap into these people who have already been doing these experiences, have had these experiences, have long traditions, people like Colette who have done this work through lineage, right? And are doing this really good work underground instead of just forcing it into a medical model, which still has a lot to learn, just even on its base paradigm of everything being mechanistic, right? Bringing in that sacred, bringing in that community, bringing in that connection to nature. And it's all really important. So the first sort of consideration and caveat I think that we need to be aware of is, oops, I'm switching on two different things here, is the double-blind placebo fallacy. I don't know how many people out there are familiar with this, but in terms of psychedelic research, it's totally a fallacy, right? So I'm sure you've seen this cartoon's been going around quite a bit in the last couple of weeks, but the problem with the double-blind placebo when it comes to this type of work is that the blind is broken every time. The person who's had the experience, they know absolutely they've had a psychedelic. And more than likely, the person who's facilitating or holding space for that person, they know automatically that this person's on a psychedelic experience. Now, why does that matter? Well, that matters is because there's this idea of indeterminate ante and indeterminate pro. What that means is that individuals who have these experiences, the indeterminate ante is going to say, I don't like this. I'm going to say no, even no matter what, right? Indeterminate pro is like, oh, this is great. I'm super excited about this research. I'm going to say yes, no matter what. And so they're going to skew how they respond to things accordingly if the blind is broken, right? So you might see that these results are much better than you would consider them to be because people broke their blind, and they're going to be making responses that are going to influence the data to the positive or the negative. So you even see this, there's some research out there that shows, and the first 2 years of any new treatment coming out does really well, and then after that it drops off. So there's also sort of this cultural placebo effect that's happening. So we have to figure out new ways to address this in our studies and our methodology and our designs, so don't get stuck into this double-blind, like forcing this double-blind placebo when it actually never really does anything for us anyway. And I know that there are some places like MAPS that are looking at, if we give them a lower dose and then a higher dose, and we can figure out how that works there. But just something to consider in terms of the research. They aren't exactly, the standard that we might think they are. Another thing to consider is the idea of the symptoms, roots, and conditions, right? So the symptoms are, I feel less depressed. I'm a little bit happier. The roots would be something like, oh, I dropped into realizing that the reason I'm depressed is because I have this trauma. And the conditions would be like, I keep going back to this traumatic scenario, and that's what's making me depressed. So if all we're doing is giving people these experiences in the clinical setting, but we're not addressing the conditions that they're in, that may not be very valuable for our long-term, experiences here, our long-term treatments. So, and then another side too, sometimes I've had these experiences before where, you have these really profound, insights. Wow, look at how amazing things could be. Look at how the potential of the world could shake out here. And then you come back and you're like, wow, there's war and poverty and income inequality and totalitarianism and extra consumerism everywhere, and people like are all mechanistic worldviews, and there's no soul in anything anymore, and that's super depressing. Right? So here we have this scenario where even though these experiences can be helpful for things like treatment-resistant depression, we also have a scenario where we can come back and feel more depressed because we can see what could be and realize that we're not in that space right now. So symptoms, roots, and conditions are really important to consider. You might have issues where down the line, somebody isn't able to change their conditions, and then they're more depressed again. But what I do think is interesting about psychedelics and entheogens is it allows us to reconsider how to change our conditions in a new way. Gets us off that track. It allows us to say, oh, wait, I've been writing this narrative in my head this whole time. I thought I needed this XYZ thing that's super traumatic for me, or these conditions that are toxic for me. Let me just change those conditions myself. Now, granted, you can't maybe change the conditions on the broad scale. Maybe as we do this more, hopefully this is why, maybe some people say that the reason they're criminalized is because they would encourage people to make mass societal changes that can shift things for us so that we're all feeling a little better in the world. But until that happens, we can at least start to change and consider our own conditions. And so I think that's where the value of this comes in. But we need to start thinking about the conditions as well as the roots and the symptoms. The next one here is this idea of the isolation of transformation. This is something that I found pretty interesting in my research, is that sometimes transformation is really difficult for friends and family and community members, right? Because the person they used to know, with all their follies and their foibles and everything else, is different now. They've changed. Maybe that person they knew was a heavy drinker and they only knew them in the bar setting, right? And that person doesn't come to the bar anymore. Well, that person loses a lot of friends, a lot of community members. And so that's again where the integration circles come into play. You can reconnect with community, reconnect to reduce that alienation that you might feel from being, a new person, if you will. Reduce that isolation that can happen. So coming back together in integration circles to share your experiences, finding new ways to engage with community that aren't your sort of changing, when you change those conditions, you have to find new conditions, new community, new sort of situations. And so the isolation of transformation, if it's not dealt with or at least considered, could be problematic, because that again could make somebody depressed again, because they're isolated. And the last one to consider, which I think is really important here, is this idea of the power dynamics, right? So power dynamics is a huge issue, especially within, different areas. Medical, there's a different appeal to authority there. You are the people who are healing, right? You go and people come to you as a patient. Even that dynamic speaks to the power, right? And we see this, with, for example, sexual misconduct. And there's some stories of someone on the East Coast with ketamine treatment who was sexually, abusing his clients, right? Or you see this with the MAPS Canada trials, where some people there were sexually had some sexual misconduct with one of their patients there as well. But those people don't feel comfortable talking about it because of this power dynamic. So they're going to hide that information because, oh, I've been diagnosed, or, oh, this is the person, this is my medical practitioner, can't say anything, da 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 da. So something to just consider as these power dynamics shake out. We really want to be aware to leave space for people to make sure that there's ethics involved, to make sure that there's a committee of people that can speak to this, right? So that's one thing we want to think about in terms of power dynamics. A required diagnosis is another thing. If people already have treatment-resistant depression and they want to have these experiences, okay, I can see how that can be helpful. But as you saw with cannabis, a lot of people will now seek out a diagnosis just so they can participate, right? And then you have this lifelong diagnosis on your record, and maybe the person just wanted to have an experience, right? So if it's an unalienable human right to explore consciousness, we shouldn't have to be diagnosed in order to participate. And then, of course, hypersuggestibility and paradigm influence. As I mentioned earlier, there's this mechanistic worldview. If we're sort of giving these people's experiences in a mechanistic worldview that doesn't honor the sacred, doesn't honor the spiritual, doesn't honor all these different elements that can be transformative for somebody, and they're in a hypersuggestible state, that can be problematic too, because now they're sort of being influenced, rather than making their own meaning, meaning is being put into them. So we need to be really cautious around that in terms of our integration process as well. So this takes us to kind of the idea of like the dynamics that we're sort of seeing play out in terms of the conversation around why is this transformative, right? So we have the quantitative, or the neuroscience, says, okay, these are the areas of the brain that's lit up. This is, the interconnections that are happening. And I would heard a lot of people talk about the default mode network. I would be a little cautious around talking about the default mode network, especially as a correlate to the ego, or reducing the ego so that more consciousnness can come in. I've heard a lot of people say that. I've heard some people say that some of the default mode network design is arbitrary. So I'm going to be a little cautious around that in terms of using this as a sort of broader paint stroke to understand what's going on here. We need to understand that these studies require a lot more nuance. This isn't a magic pill. It's not just that these areas of the brain are lit up and that's why it's being helpful. And I don't remember if I mentioned this earlier, but in terms of integration, I've been doing this a decade. I'm sure Colette's been doing this a decade. Colette, how many times has somebody said, you know what? That was such a transformative experience. My frontal lobe was on fire. My interconnections are all over the place. Like, that's not something that people are saying in the integration circles. That's not something that's important to them. So it's important for doctors, it's important for scientists, and important for researchers. But at the end of the day, we're working with people. And the people are telling you about something different. What are they telling you about? They're telling you about these types of experiences, right? Strange, unusual, multidimensional. I'm part of nature. I'm connected. What is the nature of reality? What is the nature of consciousness, right? And the research that I was doing, there's even situations where there was they called the little doctors would come in, right? And they do surgery on them. So they have a heartache, and a little doctor would come in, they pull the heart out, and they do surgery on it, and they put it back in, right? That has nothing to do with neuroscience, right? But it's something that was really impactful for the individual, and they felt healed after it. Now, it'd be great to do some follow-ups with that to see, like, is your heartache still good? There's a lot of stuff we can still do research on in this, but in terms of the actual experience, we have to be okay with the weirdness of it all while we try and figure this out. One of my friends who had a lot of research, or he was doing, he had an Ibogaine experience, and he had been, had substance use issues with heroin for 20 some years. He had one Ibogaine experience, and not only did it allow him to give that sort of 5-day window of no withdrawals and no craving, so it kind of helps on the physical level, but he was actually able to go in and sort of revisit the trauma that led to the substance use issues. And he says what would happen was he was able to revisit those traumatic experiences, and he said with the emotion volume turned down. So how do I sort of look at this again from a step back and heal myself in this kind of way? And so that's really important too. Again, all these different ways, these qualitative ways, these sort of archetypes of transformation, these transformative experiences that occur, we need to be paying attention to those and giving and honoring that space through integration process, through talking, through all these other different types of things. And avoiding some of these sort of standardizations of like the mystical experience questionnaire, which is just like a check this box, kind of come up with, is this a mystical experience or not? But start talking about this as transformational. Some examples of archetypes of transformation, as I mentioned earlier, could be like a death rebirth experience, which oftentimes was like a positive acceptance of the experience, or we have a transpersonal ordeal, which is much more difficult. There's going to be maybe a death and dismemberment process that happens there. You're going to have Kundalini activations. You're going to have things like past lives. You're going to have out of body experiences. All these different types of ways of looking at these experiences. So for example, Ralph Metzner, who's a transpersonal psychologist. You may know him. He also was a contemporary of Timothy Leary. Was doing a lot of research back in the day there. His idea was that the death and rebirth experience is super profound for a materialist worldview, because the idea that the soul continues beyond our body is kind of like mind blowing for folks, right? Why do you think this works for end of life anxiety treatment? Right? It's because they're having these spiritual questions being answered. So I think it's really interesting that we have sort of these medical models looking at something, and at the end of it, the result is really about this spiritual connection, right? It's about, where does my soul go? What do I have to be afraid of death for? What comes after this, right? So we're at this really interesting point now where these sort of paradigms are rubbing up against each other, and there's some friction and tension. And where that friction and tension is, there's a lot of juicy stuff in there. right? So we need to sort of pay attention to these inner experiences, not just sort of throw them away. A lot of times, and I'll speak about this in another slide too, you might have heard the term effing the ineffable, right? So it's like, oh, there's no way I can put words on this. It's too far beyond our language. That just speaks to the sort of simplicity of our language in the Western culture. So we need to tap into indigenous cultures that are doing this work, or underground practitioners are doing this work, or even integration circles where people are trying out new language, right? To describe this nugget of information that's sort of beyond words, right? So we don't have to say, oh, effing the ineffable, let's not do it. Let's like tap into it and really start to hone in on what these ineffable experiences are all about. And why this is important too, we'll go into the next slide here, is when we're doing integration work, where are we integrating it, right? So Piaget talks about assimilation and accommodation as like approaches to the mind, really. You know, assimilation would be like digesting it into our previous worldview. So I had an experience that had spiritual qualities, catalyzed by a drug. It was like a dream or hallucination. So there's not a lot of growth that needs to happen in that kind of experience. We have this idea of accommodation, which means you need to expand your worldview in order to incorporate this new information. So I had a spiritual experience and realized that spirit exists everywhere, and I'm a spiritual being. Now there's some growth there. Now there's some opportunity for learning, you know. So that's a good thing. You know, now there's some integration that can happen there. Transformation is when the entire worldview is just shattered. Like everything the person knew before, they can't draw upon that anymore as a source. Here would be something like my entire world shifted about who I am and my place in the universe. Now considering the nature of reality, of self, of consciousness, and I went from a materialist to an animistic worldview, right? We're going to need a lot of support for that individual as they sort of reconfigure their whole understanding of the world, right? Help them come back to a new worldview that helps them heal through that transformative process. And I had this one in here, the beyond, which is kind of interesting. I don't, you know, again, when we're talking about integration and helping people make meaning of their experiences, when these experiences come up, rather than dismiss them, we at least have to honor what's going on there. So this came up quite a few times in my dissertation research, this beyond experience, which is basically like, this reality is an illusion, and we're taking all the information here and integrating it back to where our soul is over there, right? So again, put aside your biases and assumptions there. People are having these experiences. What's going on there? How do we help people with that in terms of the meaning making process? You know, and not dismiss what's going on there in terms of their own transformation. So that's another interesting aspect of some of the meaning making and integration work, really being aware of the worldview that the person is coming from. If they need to assimilate, accommodate, transform, assimilation could be great if it's something like psychotherapeutic stuff. Like, oh, I had this realization that I was being an asshole to my you know, this one relationship. I need to heal that. Okay, there's nothing profound really going on there, but it can be healing. But these other ones, the accommodation, the transformation, that's where our work comes in for people that are really experienced and well-versed in these to be able to help them through that. And it gets a little strange out there, as I mentioned. So, you know, approaches to integration that includes the ineffable. So here are a bunch of paintings that I did to try and integrate some of my experiences, you know, and as you can see there, they're pretty unusual. But there's an opportunity here for us to not really think about just talk therapy as we're defining the ineffable, but really to incorporate it in art and body work and yoga and meditation and journaling and being in nature and changing the way that we engage in the world, right? Eating healthier, being, you know, better, more healthy individuals, right? So as we sort of move forward, we need to sort of maybe get out of this idea that integration is just a talk therapy, like a psychotherapeutic approach, but really think about it. Okay, how do we help people with their individual personal integration? How do we do peer support, as you mentioned, with those peer circles where people are coming together, and sometimes the only way you can share with somebody who's had a similar experience, right? This is why we really encourage people that are doing this work. You know, you might be able to sit for somebody in terms of watching them to make sure they're okay during the guiding ceremony, but in terms of the integration, for me at least, I think it's really important for me to have a general sense of the landscape of the medicine that the person worked with if I'm going to be doing integration work with them. I don't really work with people that have done Iboga experiences because I haven't had that experience. But there are a lot of experiences that have, and I know people who do, right? So really being aware of the fact that it helps to understand the terrain if we're going to helping people with their integration. Other approaches could be somatic therapy, creative art therapy, Sometimes bringing in a spiritual mentor or an elder to help you with that, with some of the existential support that might be needed, the spiritual support that might be needed, letting them just kind of talk through these experiences. So here's some solutions and suggestions. Oops, sorry. Solutions and suggestions that we might want to consider as we're moving forward. First and foremost, attend to that inner experience, right? Make sure that people are aware that this is important to record as much as you can. It's really easy to forget stuff, to really tap into that as an experience. Let the experienced communities lead, right? Like let the folks like Colette and other people that are doing this work and have been doing it for decades engage, let the Indigenous practitioners that have been doing this work engage, not necessarily have it only be led by a medical model who's still learning about this, really. So bring everyone to the table. We need to reconsider our understanding of mental health. What is mental health? Is it really that we're depressed, or is it we're disconnected to nature, or disconnected to community, disconnected to the sacred? These are really important understandings of what is mental health, right? And most importantly is remove those criminal penalties. Yes, it's great that the medical model and other approaches are looking at this in terms of research, but if someone can get arrested on the street for the same thing you can do in your doctor's office, we're doing something wrong here, right? And so that brings us to the next slide, which is decriminalize nature. And so we started in 2019 to really discuss the decriminalization of entheogenic plants and fungi. We've now passed in 15 cities. If everything goes well, we'll have another city pass tomorrow and maybe 3 more passed by the end of this quarter, which would be great. This movement is happening. It's been so amazing to see so many communities all across the United States stand up. These aren't communities that are your typical medical practitioners, although there's medical practitioners involved, or sort of this research continuum. It's people that are doing this work underground and have been doing it underground. They've found transformation. It's much different for the folks in these cities if they're just voting on something, it's easy. Yes, no, done, right? Everyone here in all these cities had, tens, if not hundreds of people. In Oakland, we had 100 people give testimony, which is kind of off the charts. They're saying, hey, city council, on public record, I broke the law. It transformed my life. I would not be standing here today if not for these medicines. And we need to change this law right now. How powerful that is. Even right now, just getting chills thinking about the courage of these folks coming out and saying, hey, I'm glad that these other models are happening, but this is work for me now. And I don't think that I should be arrested for helping myself or my community for engaging in these plant and mushroom practices. So it's been pretty amazing. I'll let Colette speak to that a little bit more in a minute. But we're really excited to see the movement. We have probably 20 to 30 other cities that are currently very active right now. We'll probably have, every time a city passes, we get another, 5 or 10 new cities that want to help out. If anyone out there wants to do any of this in their local area, we'd be happy to help you. We give you all the tools you need to move things forward, and we give you, we help support you in terms of the meeting with the city council and all that kind of thing. So let's talk or meet up with Colette afterwards. And why this is important too is we want to make sure that we have the policy that allows for equitable access. We want to make sure that everyone can have access. As you probably have seen in the Oregon model, it's going to cost people $3,500 to $5,000 to have an experience. Do you know how many mushrooms you can buy with that? A lot, right? But it's because all the hoops they have to jump through. I just saw a YouTube video of somebody from Eugene who was talking about how difficult it is because it's $10,000 to buy a license. You got to get security cameras. You got, like all these regulatory things that you need. And it's out of reach for the people that have been doing this for a really long time. So it's actually better for them to stay underground because it's just so expensive. And it's going to be so expensive for the clients as well, or for the participant, right? So we need to make sure that this is accessible to all individuals and also all worldviews. So we don't create epistemicide. We don't destroy other ways of knowing. We don't destroy the sacred. We allow people to engage in this in a good way. Another thing too, we want to make sure that people are okay with this grow, gather, gift model. We want to make sure that everyone can cultivate their own, gather their own, share them in ceremony, and not have to be dependent upon venture capital, not have to be dependent upon pharmaceutical companies to engage in these practices. And then the final one is to create local economies to ensure that all the value that is comes from this, whether it's the healing value, it's the transformative value, it's the economic value, stays local in the communities that are doing this work and isn't just extracted out to some financial center. So that's it for me. I'm going to throw it over to Colette in just a second. If you want to contact me, any of these spots here, these are Instagram, at Larry Norris PhD, at Decriminalize Nature, or at erievision.org, or check us out at decriminalizenature.org or erievision.org. And thank you very much. And Colette, I'll let you take it from here. Oops, I don't know why Colette's slides aren't coming up next. Do you have a special one for Colette, Aisha.
There's no slides, there's no worries. It's okay.
Awesome. We'll just pull this down so we can see your face, Colette.
If there's no slides, what I will do is I will drop in the chat for everyone. You know, Larry, thank you so much. What an amazing talk. And really, what a busy human being you are. You know, I know how busy you are, but wow, it's so beautiful. Thank you all again so very much. Happy to be back. Just wanted to share with you all really about in the context of, you know, Larry and I have known each other now for 3 years. I started the local campaign in Philadelphia, Decriminalize Nature Philadelphia 3 years ago, really with the intention of, you know, I'm someone who has very much been out in the world and for most of my adult life, but I am a Philadelphia native and I grew up here really with this lens of activism and social justice through really being very involved with the Quaker community, which is really part of how, you know, white people settled Philadelphia. The first people who settled here were kicked out of England, and they were really these radical, you know, for in this time frame were individuals who really believed in that of God within, which is so interesting for me in the framework of how we actually are even looking at an entheogenic model. And so for me, you know, growing up here, it was really being held in a very supportive, integrated community, and also having a lot of trauma growing up in my own family, as well as just the overall conditions that the city is in. Philadelphia is the largest poorest city in the country. It is a majority Black city where 24% of the individuals who live here, it's just ticked up a little bit, but 24% of the individuals who live in the city are living on less than $14,000 a year. And oftentimes that money is supporting entire family units. And as a result of that, including the fact that of just, you know, the extreme inequality and racism that this country is still very much navigating, and the effects of how this just functionally shows itself in every possible facet of society here in Philadelphia is evident. It's visceral, and it spills out everywhere. It's been spilling out everywhere with the levels of violent crime we've been navigating, especially since the beginning of COVID. And also, you know, we are known as being the center of the opioid epidemic. And this is such a funny concept for me to share with people who are not from Philadelphia, but it's something that is so common here where you could literally be driving anywhere in the city at any given time. And, you know, as this happens to me endlessly, where I'll see people we're talking like an entire bag of trash, although they'll just throw an entire bag of trash out of their car window. And this is something that I don't think I've seen really anywhere else on the planet. Like, you know, as someone who's really lived and traveled all over the world, and it's something for me, this fundamental disconnection from nature that so many people have here because of the very challenging circumstances of life that they are navigating. And coming back for me, the passion that I have for the decriminalized movement here in Philadelphia speaks to everything that Larry just shared regarding all of the reasons why these tools need to be integrated in a very cohesive way. Yes, we need the medical models. Yes, we need more research. Yes, we need better support, but we fundamentally need these tools to be brought into the light, to be completely decriminalized and supported, even just from kind of going back to these aspects of sustainability, of how to be able to find better channels of sustainability for using any and all of these tools, to be considering things like ayahuasca analogs, which Larry brought to with the concept of innumerable plant combinations in nature that are achieving the MAOI and DMT effect on a brass tacks chemical level. But this is why this is incredibly important for us to do this. So let me just go through these. I don't know if I have control. I guess I don't have control over these slides. So just going to the next two slides. Aisha, okay, so you know, really, you know, as Larry spoke to, and just in the conversation around entheogens, and I guess I don't have much time, y'all. I guess we have what, 5 minutes, so I'm not gonna go on here too long, but you know, this is when we're really breaking down what an entheogen is, and this is what I think is so powerful in this word, even as an educational tool. When we're having meeting, we just had actually our last meeting with Cindy Bass's office here in Philadelphia on Friday. It's really a lot of education because so many individuals especially on the East Coast, we're really far away from really the psychedelic center of consciousness in the country, which is the West Coast. So Philadelphia is pretty much as far away as you can get from that. So we're having a lot of conversations with City Council on just educating them about this. And it was just so beautiful. We had this meeting on Friday with Cindy Bass's, support team. And they were, I have to say, they were really blown away by how we presented things to them, because they just, the fact that we're really sharing about information of tools that have this ability to really foster community integrated supportive healing, which is really what we need. It's not so much, hey, take this tool and go back to a really, like what I shared with earlier, like the need for really helping support all of the things that are needed to actually have these tools be healing. Because if you take these tools and you're completely opening up your consciousness and your complete framework of reality is shifted, and then you have to go back home in a really unsafe environment, an unsafe neighborhood, an unsafe household, these, it's not easy. So we have a lot of other work to do here in support of actually holding these tools in a really supportive way. However, the first part of this is decriminalizing, so that way we can really be able to take these other steps of having community integrated ceremonies here and support, which is really my passion. I've started what I have online is as it's going to be called the Church of Madre Selva. So I'm working on organizing an ayahuasca church here, and with the indigenous people that I work with, who are my teachers and my dear friends, and how to be able to actually create supportive, integrative ceremonies here, indigenous-led ceremonies that are also community held and supported from individuals who live together and work together in the same place. And this is incredibly important to me as part of this integrated way of looking at this, because one aspect is using these tools with the concept of I need to heal something, and the other aspect is that this is my spiritual practice in life, and that in a country that loves to go on and on about how open we are with our spirituality and honoring everyone's spiritual paths. These are part of my spiritual path and many, many, many individual spiritual paths, and that this is my divine right as an individual who's from this country and the laws that we've built to be able to do this for myself and for the innumerable people who are asking me to do this work in support of them in their own spiritual path. So next slide. I don't even know what it is, but we'll see what it is. All right, here we go. So some of the stats that I've already shared with you all about why this is so important for us to achieve this year. Those of you who are on this call and are listening to this later on, we really need you all. Those of you who have the PhDs, who have the higher education, who are local here. If you're in New Jersey, you're local to Philadelphia, right? You're just over the bridge. You're very close. We need you all. We need your testimony. We need your perspective. We need your support to be able to really, again, helping this translation, helping this education on a city level, and really also too creating the great models for being able to do this on the other side of it. For me, this isn't a matter of if this is going to happen. This is a matter of when, because this is where we're seeing the entire country moving at this point. It's really exciting. And it's also incredibly important for us to be able to really create this really well-held, integrated model where we're keeping everybody as supported as possible, as energetically safe as possible in all of the ways. And we need your support. We also need your financial support. So I will drop some messages too, but you can find us at Decriminalize Nature Philadelphia or Decriminalize Nature Philly on Instagram. And please read our resolution too, because our resolution really builds off of all of the amazing work that I like to call Oakland's chapter the mothership. So the mothership connection that we have through Larry and all of their work that they've been doing now for years in support of the entire national decrim movement. But our resolution built off of the Philadelphia perspective of why we're doing this, as well as all of the other research and resolutions that have been built across the country. And this is talk about the amazing power of grassroots activism. The way that Decriminalized Nature functions is fully deep grassroots activism. We are all volunteers. We don't get paid for our work. This is really a passion project for me and for all of the volunteers and for those of us who are board members. So please reach out and please get connected, and really in great appreciation of all of you. And thanks again, Larry, for letting me jump in.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you both so much. I especially particularly enjoy or appreciate how you're highlighting the unique problems of Philadelphia I myself have spent a lot of time in Philadelphia, specifically in the Kensington and Allegheny area, which is a very dark and spiritually like sad place to be, particularly with the opioid epidemic. So I really think that we can do some really great work. Colette is dropping links for everyone in the chat to please go through, and they will be included in our follow-up email as well. So someone from our team will be grabbing those links. We do have a couple questions. We can go till like 3:30, so we have a little bit of time. But what was I going to look at? What are some of the major barriers you've both faced in working in the legal social justice side of ethnogenic medicine?
I would say that probably the biggest barrier is actually, it's been surprising that there are sometimes allies that are having a bigger issue about this than people that are kind of coming to this, like we've had very little concern from fundamentalist religious folks, very little concern from hardcore conservative folks oftentimes, they're more interested like, oh, okay, occasionally here and there you have people who are like so embedded in the worldview of, the war on drugs that they have a hard time getting themselves out of it. But sometimes it's just people that are trying to sort of gatekeep, or they want to sort of like have control over it, these different types of things. So that it can be challenging. But in terms of the conversations, the fact that the fact that we've done as much as we've done during a pandemic is kind of like mind blowing to me. The fact that this is moving so quickly is mind blowing to me. So people are open to hearing these conversations. Getting people together is not something, it's like we also got to figure that people in all these different communities are coming together, and maybe they've never known each other before. Maybe they would never be friends outside of this moment, right? And they're coming together to talk about how to like we convince these city council members that these can be beneficial. So we're all gathering around entheogens as sort of or psychedelics as sort of the beacon to bring this movement forward. And so that's been really beautiful. Logistical stuff sometimes can be challenging. Like, well, for example, in Montana, we go through a process in terms of the city level. It's like a deprioritization and a defunding. That's like a de facto decriminalization because we can't really conflict with state law. Because of the cannabis movement that happened, Missoula, Montana actually passed a law that said you can't deprioritize anymore, right? So they're because of the cannabis movement, they're now making laws to make it harder to do this for other things. In Texas, for example, we have some great movement in Austin, but they said, well, if Austin passes, then the state will pass something that won't call out Austin specifically, but will say any city that with a population between this number and this number, which the only city was like Austin, can't do this type of thing, right? So there's all these other kind of like things that kind of happen, politics stuff. Sometimes you have people that are voting no, mainly because they have an issue with the person who proposed it or sponsored it. So there's like politics that go on behind the scenes, or whispering that goes on behind the scenes, that type of thing. So it's been kind of fascinating to kind of get, I had not touched policy. That's I think another beautiful thing. Maybe Colette has, other folks maybe, but I had never dealt with policy at all before. So the fact that the learning all this stuff is pretty amazing. And I think what's beautiful about it is that that's our duty as citizens, right? How many people here know how to go to their city council and present something and change stuff? That's our responsibility. As long as the deep pockets are in there influencing, we're never going to have a say in things. We have to learn how to do this stuff. So that's, I think, another beautiful thing that I've learned over this process.
That's awesome, Larry. Yeah, I think in Philadelphia, because we are such an underfunded city, and we've been incredibly overwhelmed in the last many years, especially, that getting the it's simultaneously even getting the meetings that we need to, right? Getting the foot in the door, which is why we really need volunteers. And right now what we're doing is we're trying to structure the ways that volunteers can come in and have a container of taking ownership of a period of time where they can really be, okay, 6 weeks, 2 months of like, okay, once a week, twice a week, I'm going to be calling that office and getting, because really just, God bless our beautiful council members. They're dealing with so many different things, so many different demands. And again, and part of it is getting the foot in the door. And the other part of it is having to really engage in oftentimes sort of multiple sessions of just education with a council member to just like really be sharing with them, this is the information. Okay, do you want to support this? How do we? And so, and just also too, because we're volunteer led, and individuals are busy and they're trying to have their own needs met, and life is complicated and busy. So, this is where we really are always open to support from our volunteer networks, and really sharing the word, spreading the word, so that way we can empower volunteers. And as Larry spoke to, this is, I think, something that is not really taught. There's so much that needs to be done with our educational system, right? But really empowering individuals in this country to understand that we do have a very special political process here. Like, there's a lot that I want to change about it. There's a lot I don't like about it. But this fundamental thing that, no, we do have this power here to be able to directly engage with how things are run. And it's incredibly powerful that people really learn that. And I've seen this with our volunteers, where they have this experience with, oh yeah, okay, wait, I just had this conversation with a city council member and they heard me talk about this experience. And that in and of itself is so powerful for so many individuals, and is incredibly vital. And I think the fact that we're engaging about this particular issue in and of itself, where I was kind of sharing earlier about this, I think from my personal perspective, I think there is this way that nature is, it's like not a coincidence that suddenly these tools are completely infiltrating in the global north, and we're at this peak climate crisis. We're at peak population right now. We're at these, and so it's like seeing people engage in these ways with their political leaders to really be educating and empowering their voice through their experience is unbelievable. So.
Awesome. Thank you both for those words. One more thing. One question that Jiexi had, particularly for you, Larry, was do you know what substances or practices inspired the paintings that you shared, if you happen to know?
Yeah, I do. Yes, I definitely do happen to know. Those are all ayahuasca inspired for me. Yeah. Yeah, which, well, maybe, yeah, I think everything on that is ayahuasca. I've had some mushroom paintings as well, but everything on that specific slide was from ayahuasca.
And then one other question from Jiexi. Can you elaborate on what you think would be the ideal model for regulating psychedelics?
Right. So that's, that's something that we are trying to figure out. And I think the key there is because, as with anything, there are bad actors all over the place, whether it's in the medical profession, whether it's in the underground, whether it's anywhere, there are bad actors. So you have to be aware of that and be cautious of that. We don't want to over-regulate so much that we destroy innovation, though. As you probably know with the cannabis world, as soon as cannabis got decriminalized or legalized, all this innovation came out because people are like, I've been working in my closet and I found if I do these three things, like this amazing thing happens. But if it was basically just like, hey, everybody, this is how you got to do it, all that innovation would go away. All that sort of knowledge that's been built underground would go away. So, so what we're trying to do here, and in the Bay Area, is to really have it be a healer-led collective that's sort of figuring out what this might look like. What are the support structures and things like that. A lot of times, bad actors emerge from scarcity as well, right? Because if there's only 5 people you can go to that know about these experiences, and 2 of them are bad actors, well, you just got to deal with that, right? But when you start bringing it above ground, we really see decriminalization as a risk reduction strategy. Once you bring that above ground, you start educating people, you share in the community who are good actors, who are not, who want people you stay away from, that type of thing. That's important. So I would say things like, with natural plants and mushrooms, you don't have to worry so much about things like contamination. With the bag of white powder, especially here in the Bay Area, there's been a lot of overdose deaths from fentanyl contamination, for example. But you're not going to have somebody sprinkle fentanyl on their mushrooms. More than likely, it's not. So in terms of that regard, yes, it'd be good to do some testing. There are some groups out there that are doing some testing regarding some of these mushrooms. Even just really interesting to see, well, what are the levels of psilocybin, psilocin, baeocystin, norbaeocystin? How does this affect the experience? What are the different mushroom strains? What do they look like? That type of thing. Having some sort of like a community network of folks who deal with ethical issues, that deal with, best ways, best approaches, having these integration groups afterwards, support structures, but that's already existing. A lot of that's already existing. I think that's something we need to remember, is that this has been going on in the underground for a really long time, and been doing it, safely and successfully. And you hear about the instances where people aren't doing it, or they're bad actors, and we've got to sort of be watchful for that. But I think in general, keeping the regulation, smart, not regulating so much that it's like, okay, this is the only way we can do it. Because just as we're saying with Oregon, once you start adding all those regulations, okay, now you have to have the security cam thing. Now you have to have a safe in a room that's away from the wall to do this thing. And now it's like the prices go up, and next thing you know, people are like, I'm just going to grow my own mushrooms. And I know how those are going to be, and I just have my own experiences, right? And so people are going to just avoid that system altogether, because the price gets really, really high when you start over.
Thank you for that. I'm so sorry for disappearing. My computer crashed, but I'm back. We do have one last question. I apologize if I'm being redundant because I missed a little bit, but it is, as students who are just beginning to be exposed to the politics of the medical world and the model that's preceded us for years, what steps do you suggest we take moving forward to approach translating the cultural implications of working with entheogenic medicines to the cultural structure that's set up in this country, especially as people who may be at the bottom of the totem pole?
You want to go ahead, Colette, and then I'll jump in. You're muted, by the way.
I'm sorry, I only heard half of it. I apologize. Could you reshare it?
Yes. So the question was, as students who are just beginning to be exposed to the politics of the medical world and the model that has preceded us for years, what steps do you suggest we take moving forward to approach translating the cultural implications of working with entheogenic medicines to the cultural structure that's set up in this country, especially as people who may be at the bottom of the totem pole?
Start working, connecting, studying with those cultures, that are of interest, really. I mean, even if you can't get on a plane and go somewhere, there's amazing literature that's more and more accessible. I think the work that Chacruna does is amazing. The Chacruna Institute is an amazing organization. ICEERS is an amazing organization that's supporting Indigenous voices. I think it's really looking to those voices and becoming allies. Becoming allies with Indigenous people here. I'm on the board of an organization. I'm on the board of a company right now, a psychedelic company, and we've been having these kinds of conversations because they want to have the board be opened up to Indigenous people. And I'm not an Indigenous person. All my grandparents were from other countries. My parents were first generation here in the United States, and but this concept of how to be just a better ally is always in my framework with things. As someone who grew up here in Philadelphia, and someone who works with minority and Indigenous communities most of my adult life, these are things that we can just start to be in of our interests. And I think it's really important for those of you all who are coming at this from a very heavily sided medical perspective. I encourage you to continue to open up in these ways. And if it's appropriate and you feel the calling, to have the experiences yourself. And I think this is really important for individuals who are doing psychedelic work. Of course, it's not always appropriate. It's not everybody's calling, etc. And I don't think it makes you a bad researcher. However, this is a very particular thing. So, I have endless conversations with medical doctors or even therapists, right? Who think that they're like, oh yeah, I'm doing like psychedelic integration work. Like, wait, have you taken psychedelics before? No, I've never taken psychedelics. Or I had one experience one time and I'm like, I'm qualified to do this. It's like, are you? Maybe.
Yeah.
But I question that, and I really question that, and I think I think that I very much encourage that. Really, again, like, and I've used the word multidimensional a lot because we have to really be relentlessly thinking about these things as those of us who are leaders with all of this, of how to be really maintaining the balance of perspective, the relentless need for learning, the relentless need for integrating this in a variety of ways, a variety of perspectives, and having and continuously building the support, right? Building our community supports that we have in communities like this, which is so amazing to have this here in our extended community here in Philadelphia. But yeah, the sort of ways that we can continue to create support in these ways.
Yeah, and I might add to that too. Bringing all those voices, but also kind of coming from a grassroots approach or bottom-up approach, right? So, for example, even within your medical community, there are probably practitioners who have had a variety of experiences that kind of understand the nuance, that understand the difficulties of thinking about the difference between systems and people, right? The system is something that's always going to feed its own thing, but there's people in those systems, right? And those people can have great ideas and great understandings of this. So, for example, one thing we've been tossing around as an idea is like, rather than saying the state is going to train the therapist on how to do this, have a system where it's like the therapists that are already doing it, let's just not penalize them. Let's not penalize their license. Let's not penalize their insurance. Let's not throw them in jail. Let's let them continue to do that work. We do have to be a little cautious of, sort of this tendency towards thinking that there's a monolithic voice as well. So while it's good to have, Indigenous practitioners on your board, there's a lot of different voices and understandings of what that might look like. So to really like tap into a lot of different voices right? And that in a lot of different indigenous cultures that might be working with, a lot of underground practitioners that might be working with this, people that can sort of bridge the gap between some of these indigenous cultures and the medical practitioners and medical worlds, or the understandings of healing in the Western model versus healing in sort of more of an animistic or indigenous model. So these are also things to consider, but really coming at it from a bottom-up approach, I think is going to be much better in terms of innovation, in terms of understanding of this work, and in terms of not getting so stuck into this like template of this is how you do it, because if anything, psychedelics tell us there's no template out there. Just throw away the template, because every day is going to be something new. Every experience, even as many experiences I've had, every time I go to an experience, I have no idea what's going to happen. Right. And so just kind of come into that with that understanding. So keep doing the work, think about the things in terms of the methodological challenges, in terms of the research, bringing some people on board to help you with the designs of that maybe understand these experiences a little bit better. But I think there's a lot of work we can do together, but we need to bring everyone together and start having these conversations. And now oftentimes there's hesitancy because of the history of, colonization and things like that, of not wanting to share information and share knowledge. So we also have to respect that. There might not be people who want to share that information with the company, for example, like, no, this is ours, this is for my lineage, I don't want to like engage in that. So, but don't let that necessarily stop you. Be aware of that, learn from them, do what you need to do. But just know that there's some problems and issues with the system that we can sort of unpack and then sort of bring forward a better type of healing.
Thank you so much for that. You guys have both given us a lot to think about. Do you guys see anything else in the chat? Okay. So do you have any parting thoughts you'd like to leave us with?
Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it. Yeah, like Colette said, please reach out, especially if you're in the Philly area or if you're in other areas. If you know somebody that's somewhere that's a medical practitioner, or that, like Colette said, it does help to have gravitas when we come into the city council meetings, to have somebody with some letters after the name, or a student, that definitely helps. But please reach out to us wherever you are in the US, and we can help you out and bring you on team.
Are there any like upcoming decriminalized Philly events where we can recommend people come and socialize and meet people and kind of join the movement?
Great question. We have what's called the Third Eye Thursday meetups. So these are the third Thursday of every month. This month is going to be at Johnny Brenda's. So we have friends who are amazing vinyl DJ artists. They start at 8 o'clock, but our meeting's at 7 o'clock. So we're going to start meeting there. We've been meeting in a very formal setting. One of our friends who's a PhD, who's running it's called Psychedelics. It's a conference happening this summer that's really a medically oriented, another medically oriented psychedelic conference happening in Philadelphia. And they're putting that together this summer, so I would look out for that. But he's been hosting us. So we have Third Eye Thursday meetups, and then we have volunteer meetings on Monday nights at 7 p.m. Eastern. So for those of you who are, I know that y'all want to meet and hang out. So we do have the meet and hang out, and then we have the let's do this. Let's organize. Let's put people to work. And those meetings are Monday nights at 7 p.m. And we have just officially incorporated as a 501c4. So we have our board, and we just, got our bank account as of like this past week. It's very exciting. Set up finally, after 3 years. So I'm very happy about that. But all these things have taken time to build. So, but would love all of you to check in with us on social media and get on our mailing list. So I've dropped the links on the line, decriminalizenaturephilia.com and at Gmail. And all the ways, Decriminalize Nature Philly or Philadelphia. And yeah, would love that. So again, just thank you all very much. Really appreciate all of you. And on a side note, any medical practitioners who have actual MDs in medicine and are wanting to support work in Philadelphia, actually entheogenic work, these are conversations that, I on a personal level, am starting to really focus more on actually being able to create an actual church here. And this is part of that check system of having all of the beautiful things in balance to be able to support this work. So any of you who might be interested in that would love to talk to you too privately. So thank you very much again.
Thank you, Colette. I think if you guys follow Decriminalize Nature Philly on Instagram, the links for those Monday meetings are there. And then I think you also post about the Third Eye Thursdays at the Passion Flower House, right? Yeah.
Well, not at Passion Flower. Passion Flower is not in my ownership anymore. In my So it's no longer my baby. So I let go of Passion Flower last month, to be able to put the energy into new work. So, but we have had some amazing gatherings there over the years, and yeah, still processing that transition quite a bit. So now we're really moving to online Monday nights, and then in person third Thursday of every month.
Well, we're very excited to see what's coming for you then. I think we're about ready to transition to our next speaker. So thank you very, very much to both of you. If you guys think of any other questions that you'd like to ask, please feel free to share them with us and we can pass them along to Dr. Norris and Colette. And make sure to follow both of them on social media to support all of the work that they do in this field. I know there was also some discussion about integration circles in the chat yesterday, and Erie is a resource that hosts them in case I missed that being mentioned before. And like Colette mentioned, Decrim Nature Philly has the weekly Zoom meetings. So for any of you looking to get involved, please follow them, and please remember to fill out our attendance form. It was very nice to see you guys. Thank you so much for coming. And now we're gonna pull up Elish Lee. Hi, Elish. Okay. Hi everyone, this is Elish Lee. Elish Lee is a simple man on a wild journey to experience, embody, and share the truth of who we are with the ultimate goal of being of the highest service he can manage to the wellness of all living beings. This journey began around 2016 when the ground collapsed beneath him due to the weight of tremendous suffering and found himself tumbling down and getting comfy in the rabbit holes of psychedelics, spirituality, philosophy, metaphysics, movement, and psychology. After hundreds of medicine journeys, many thousands of hours of self-inquiry, study, and practice, he comes to this conference to share insights from his own personal exploration and those of his friends and clients he's been so lucky to be a part of. However, before he begins, he insists that he is not here to appeal to your intellect, but to point you towards the unknown and unknowable depths of who you are with the hopes that you can experience, if not for a moment, the true vastness and beauty of life as it is right here, right now. He is a strength coach, a meditation teacher, and a medicine worker, and someone who has influenced my perspective on life, consciousness, and meditation in a lot of ways, as well as been a life-changing figure for some of my closest friends. So I'm very, very excited for you guys to have the privilege of meeting someone who I hold in my heart with a lot of respect. Please feel free to throw your questions into the chat because we'd love to encourage some free-flowing conversation during our last talk of the day. Elish, the floor is yours.
Wow. Thank you so much. Can everyone hear me okay? Sounds good. All right. Well, it's a true honor to be here. Very grateful for the invitation to be here with you all, and I hope I can offer some meaningful perspective on the psychedelic experience and the role that it can play for us on the search for our well-being, our highest well-being. So let me pull up my slides, see if I remember how to do that. Okay. All righty. Psychedelics in ceremony, going beyond medicine, beyond self, straight to the heart of who we are. Insights from an all-consuming journey from suffering to true freedom and service. So I'd like to begin with this quote from Chan Master Lin Chi. And the master said, "You can't seem to stop your mind from racing around everywhere seeking something. That's why the patriarch said, 'Hopeless fellows, using your heads to look for your heads. You must right now turn your light around and shine it on yourselves, not go seeking somewhere else. Then you will understand that in body and mind, you are no different from the patriarchs and the Buddhas, and that there is nothing to do. Do that, and you may speak of getting the Dharma.'" So this quote very much sums up my entire journey up until this point and seems to set the tracks for what's coming ahead. So my story, as outlined in my bio, started several years ago when I was suffering from tremendous depression, and my mental health was in the hole. And I had come to a point in my life where I realized that I couldn't fight any harder to get the things that I wanted. Right? I had attained so much in my life as an athlete, professional athlete in multiple sports. Right? I had become went through so many life shifts, from graduating from college to go into finance to realizing how really unfit I was for that industry, and then transitioning over to something that was completely counter to what anyone in my family had in mind for me, which was to be a personal trainer. As I went through these experiences, I started to feel deeply, deeply, deeply unsettled in everything. In my relationships were failing. I was becoming so aggressive and so sad and unable to pinpoint why I was feeling the way that I did. Until one day, by the grace of God, I decided to start to look at what I can do to start to resolve my mental health issues. And for whatever reason, psilocybin was the first thing to pop up on the internet for me. And that immediately clicked with something deep inside of me. I couldn't tell you exactly why it was, but I felt extremely drawn to the idea of psychedelics. To make a very, very long story short, I ended up getting my hands on some psychedelics, and I had my first psychedelic experience, and it was a total dud. Nothing happened. It was not what I expected it to be. But that part of me that woke up when I first encountered psychedelics was like, we're not going to stop here. So I ended up starting to grow my own mushrooms. And from that moment on, for the next year and a half, I was journeying every single week at higher and higher doses. I started experimenting with different medicines and things like that. And that naturally brought me to meditation, to spirituality, to philosophy, psychology, and the works, all the different facets of what it's like to be a human being and what it's like to suffer and be free from that suffering. So I've worked with psychedelics over 400 times. I've guided many, many journeys for others, but predominantly on a one-on-one basis. I'm not an Indigenous practitioner, so my way of working with the medicine is very much influenced by Eastern spirituality and non-dual philosophy, non-dual experience. And that's what I hope to talk more about today. That one of the big things that I've found to help a lot of people and help myself was that there is an entire other dimension of being, another dimension of healing and coming to know oneself that doesn't require us to interact or interface with the content of our experience. We don't need to know all the narratives. We don't need to be able to outline or intellectualize or conceptualize or even necessarily be able to communicate our experience with any amount of intellectual prowess. There is a way to relate to oneself. There is a way to pierce through the veil of our own delusions that I've found to be the bigger problem than what we think to be the problems with our health and well-being. So heavily influenced by Zen, I started to recognize that I wasn't able to help people as much as I wanted to help them. And I wasn't able to help myself as much as I wanted to help myself through the traditional avenues of working with history, personality. And I started to recognize that actually there's a big problem with the way we view our experience in the first place. There's a big problem with the way that we perceive things going on. And psychedelics helped me to really shatter my perceptual lens and recognize that a lot of the problems that I believed to be there were more problems with my own interpretations than with life as it is in itself. So started to peel back the layers and start to help people to simply learn how to be with their experience and to come to recognize that there is something going on all the time, that we are not separate from nature. We are nature. We carry all the qualities of nature. We are inseparable from it. And if we can get out of our own ways, if we can stop trying to rearrange, mess with, change, interpret our experience, there's actually that deeper intelligence that we know nature to have starts to really come alive, and healing starts to take place without us having to put the pressure on ourselves to understand more than we can possibly understand as limited, finite human beings. Is it not changing? Aha. So this next quote, every man has two lives. The second begins when he realizes he only has one, by Confucius. This is probably the most important quote to me, something that really stood out to me and was offered me an opportunity to recognize that, well, it came to me at the point when I realized I only had one life. And it helped me to find hope and come to recognize really that there's so much more going on than we ever believed. So when it comes to my practice, when it comes to how I think of the medicine, how I think of life in general, what I try to do to help people is to get them to the point where they realize they only have one, right? And that is not going to happen by recognizing the qualities or the minutia of your own individual story. It's coming to recognize or coming to experience that you are so much more than what you have been led to believe that you are. You are not your name. You are not your role. You are not your narrative. You're not your psychology. You are not the things that have happened to you, and you are not going to be the things that will happen to you. You are something much, much greater. So for me, what I hope to bring to you all today is an opportunity to experience that one thing that we all are, that we all share. So from here, my big thing is always about experience. It doesn't matter what anyone says intellectually. It doesn't matter what notes you take. It doesn't matter anything you can regurgitate from your discursive mind. The only things that ever matter and really change our lives are the things that we experience directly. So what I would like to do is to lead everyone through a short guided meditation, and then afterwards lead right into a video. So I would like you all to get comfortable and let your eyes gently close. And I want you to, with one breath, take that breath in, exhale, and arrive right here, right now. Becoming aware of the sensations that reveal the presence of your body. And if anyone's had experience of meditation, I do not want you focusing on your breath, and I do not want you trying to relax. Meditation is not something we do. Meditation is pointed towards something that's already happening, whether you know it or not. Coming to the reality of your life as it is right now. And over the next few moments, begin to take notice of the quality of your current experience. And to the best of your ability, try not to change anything. Are you anxious? Are you at peace? Is your mind running, busy figuring things out? Can you be aware of hearing? Aware of seeing behind closed eyes? Aware of the very dynamic nature of this moment? That if you can just stop your activity and notice what's going on, you come to recognize that things are happening on their own, regardless of whether or not you have anything to say about it. And as you continue to observe, As you continue to observe, notice that something begins to change in the way that you are experiencing things, provided you don't get hooked by your thoughts or your other habits. What's going on right here, right now, if you don't turn to thought to know it? When you stop giving yourself a name, stop labeling the things in your experience, what's happening? And how easy or difficult is it for you to rest in this unknown experience? Now, if this meditation, this activity we're engaging in right now, were to last forever, if it were to continue on and you could not turn away, how would you feel about that? As the superficial aspects of your identity and your interpretations of the world start to melt away, as everything underneath the surface begins to bubble up, what if this was forever? What choices do you have? If you know that you can't solve it, you can't make it better, you cannot attain lasting satisfaction from anything going on in this experience now. How does that make you feel? Now I want you to begin to actually come to your breath now. And as you inhale, experience nothing but the inhale. And as you exhale, let go of everything. As you inhale, the entire universe inhales. Every cell inhales. And as you exhale, letting go. Nothing but this breath. Nothing but what's happening right now. And now, without losing touch with your direct experience, with the sensations that reveal the presence of your life as it is right now, I want you to begin to open your eyes. And I'm going to play a video. And I ask that you listen to this video with every cell of your body. Watch it with every cell of your body. Okay. Well, I hope that was as impactful for some of you, as impactful as it was for you as it was for me when I first saw it. Now that video, that's what we have going for us. That's it. That's the whole thing. That's psychedelics, that's life, that's the whole journey. For me, I started out being the one building the city, trying to create the world that I wanted to live in, fueled by my desires for convenience. But ultimately, not even that. Simply because I was doing what I was taught to do. And I was taught to value certain things, to aspire to and strive for certain things. But all of those things were meaningless in the grand scheme of my well-being. So I started out being the builder, the one who constructed the city. And all of us are, to some degree. And psychedelics, what they did is allowed nature to reclaim me and offers us an opportunity to be reclaimed by something much greater than ourselves. To tear down our misconceptions, our delusions, our flawed way of seeing the world. To tear down our assumptions that we know what this is. A cup of water, maybe. Is it really, though? Psychedelics offered me an opportunity to recognize we don't have a goddamn clue who we are, what's going on. And then it showed me that that's okay. We don't need to. So over the course of all my work with psychedelics, over all of my work with meditation, I've come to a few very key insights that I try to help people to experience for themselves. So, insights from over 15,000 hours of meditative self-inquiry, 400 medicine journeys, countless teachers, and one huge existential crisis. We suffer not from life itself, but our own delusions about it, that we mistake the map for the territory and find ourselves lost in a world of abstraction without firm footing in the truth of our experience. This one was huge for me, and generally huge for my clients and the people that I speak to have an opportunity to experience that. That a lot of the problems that we see in the world are problems with our lens of seeing. You know, if the only tool you've got is a hammer, every single problem is a nail. Right? So psychedelics are so powerful, not because they're inherently good or anything like that, but because they give us an opportunity to see through the way we see, to come to recognize that life is far less certain than we want it to be. And that when we seek for certainty, when we seek for control over life itself, if you've ever taken a high-dose psychedelic, then you know that that can only lead to a hellish experience. Meaningful if you want it to be, but a hellish experience nonetheless. And when it comes to working with the medicine or coming to know yourself in general, there's a reason why the ancients have always said not to look out there. Because when you look out there, you look through the lens that you don't realize you have on. The problem is not what's behind, what's in front of you, between you, or what's outside of the lens. It's the lens itself. If we don't come to fix the way we see, we may spend our lives solving problems that don't exist. Next. We tend to think of and strive for lasting well-being as if it is the byproduct of ideal life circumstances, leading us to reach for a level of control over life that is impossible, an attempt to attain lasting satisfaction in things, situations, and relationships that are inherently impermanent. To seek for permanence in an impermanent world is a major cause of all of our suffering, and the only counter to this is to surrender ourselves fully to life as it is in itself. Only when we can do that can we really come to know ourselves and gain access to a way of being and seeing from which our well-being and that of others in the world itself naturally emerges. And my belief is that when we can come to challenge the way that we conceive of what our highest good is, of who we are, and when we can come to stop trying to try to force ourselves into happiness by ways of trying to rearrange our life circumstances, when we can come to really surrender and let go of all of that effort, right? Not because it's not important, but because it's not the only way. If you can come to surrender your efforts to try to be someone, to make life fit the way you want it to fit, we have a powerful opportunity to access a way of being in the world in which you don't have to create your happiness. You don't have to create your healing. It happens simply because that's what nature does. That video is what nature does. Nature always wins. Nature is always balancing itself out, not because it needs to, but because it is what it is. And when we can tap into that part of ourselves that is not us, that is not our individual self, by that, this is what I mean. We can tap into our own deepest nature, the truth of our existence, and we can learn to live from that place. We start to recognize that things start happening for us. And the scope of our activity becomes a lot less confusing and a lot less challenging. We get a clarity that allows us to see what are the things we actually need to do without all the extra bullshit. Oops, I'm not sure if I should have said that. Sorry. Without the extra stuff that we don't need to be doing. And the way we attend to the world creates the world that we attend to. This is from Ian McGilchrist. So when we find ourselves stuck or unsatisfied with life that is arising, we must eventually entertain the possibility that the problems we face are more those of interpretation and not reality as it is in itself. In other words, a great many of us have found ourselves spending way too much time pushing at pull doors. So this is a continuation of the previous point. But the world that we see out there is not the world as it actually is. And when we can come to experience this, we can start to experience the degree to which we can be deceived by our own minds. Not because our minds are bad or anything like that, but because the mind is limited. It can only do what it can do, and its job, which we'll see in the next slide, is to interpret the world based upon past experience. That's not perfect. But when we start to believe that things are actually what they are, we start to run into this very deep problem of just simply being totally ignorant to the truth. And when we start acting upon that, we get ourselves very, very tangled up. We start chasing things that won't bring us happiness and suffering more because of it. So, we have not evolved to see the world as it really is. Our cognitive and perceptual apparatus have been designed to distill an overwhelmingly complex world into forms that are just simple enough for us to survive and continue. For this reason, to trust our perceptions and the mythologies our minds create from them to be the whole picture, and then to act on them, can only perpetuate the fundamental confusion that keeps us from living our best lives independent of our circumstances. The key, then, to the deepest healing, self-discovery, inner peace, true authenticity, and the magnificent world that arises from it is to recognize how much we suffer from our own ignorance, then to endeavor to go beyond it. This is so much the power of what the medicine can do for us. So for me, when I work with my clients, I don't really go the traditional route in terms of having them to form a specific intention or try to guide the experience in any particular way. I challenge them to let the experience speak for itself and to not learn how to work with the experience, but to completely get out of the way, to let this experience really kind of tear us apart so that we can come to see what things really are like. And from there to live that way, to not just experience this in the course of the medicine journey, but to come to recognize that if you come to live this way with that degree of vulnerability and surrender and embrace uncertainty, embrace our limitations as human beings, then we can start to get clear on what it means to be truly and deeply fulfilled, happy, and live meaningful lives. So to end this portion, I leave you with one of my favorite quotes. We shall not cease from exploration, and the end of all our exploring will be to arrive where we started, and to know the place for the first time, through the unknown, remembered gate, when the last of the earth left to discover is that which was the beginning. At the source of the longest river, the voice of the hidden waterfall and the children in the apple tree, not known because not looked for, but heard, half heard, in the stillness between two waves of the sea. Not much to say about that. But when it comes to psychedelics, for me, it's about coming to recognize what's already here, what's really true. And it's not what you think about it. It's not an interpretation. This is it. Right here, staring us right in the face. We don't need to go out there in the world to try to acquire and attain our deepest truths, happiness, whatever it is that you're seeking. That doesn't mean to stop participating in the world. That means to recognize that you don't have to do with the pressure of believing that you are not already enough. That this is not already a wonderfully rich mystery. Right here in front of your eyes. So clear you don't see it, so simple you can't understand it. Right here. This is it. Thank you. As always, I always like to end everything with major gratitude, because if there's anything that psychedelics in life has taught me is that we are not anything independent of anyone or anything else in this world. I would not be here, would not be who I am. Nothing would just be what it is if it wasn't for my parents, Michelle and Chow, my sister, Chantel, my partner, Ariana, who's right here, my dog, Bear, most important one, who's right here, my teacher, Mado Moroshi, and my therapist, Mary. So if anyone wants to reach out, please feel free. That's where you can find me. And that's that.
Thank you, Elish. That was beautiful. If you guys have any questions or any discussion points that you'd like to bring up, please throw them in the chat and we can talk. In the meantime, while we're waiting for that to come through, are there any specific anecdotes from any of your experiences with the medicines that stick out in your mind or that you'd like to share with us?
Trip reports? Oh man. One of the most significant ones I had was the worst experience I ever had. And it actually forms a lot of how I come to think about life itself and how to approach it. So, story goes, it was my first time taking the heroic dose, 5 dried grams of psilocybin. And I went in really cocky. I went in really thinking I knew it was going to happen and then I was going to be okay. I was not. I was not okay. So I ended up getting trapped in this loop of just absolute horror, anxiety, and terror, cycling through that into peace, acceptance, back into terror, over and over and over again. What I can only imagine was probably close to 2 or 3 hours. I stopped, I started questioning whether or not I ever had any memories, whether life had ever existed before that moment. And all I knew was that I wanted out, but I didn't know what that meant. I just knew that I just needed to get out of this experience. So I fought and I fought and I fought and I fought. And that was single-handedly the most impactful and terrifying experience of my life. And that's when it really taught me really how much inside of me I was resisting. And as I started to work with more clients, I started to recognize that there was a seed of that in literally everyone that I worked with. Trying to fight, trying to control, trying to dictate life as if it's something that we can dictate. And yeah, that was that.
Thank you for sharing with us. We had another question come through here that says, you discussed how there was a point how you were embarking into psychedelic experiences almost weekly for about a year and a half. What do you feel, if you don't mind sharing, was the most challenging part while working through this time in terms of making sense of each of your experiences?
The challenging part was I couldn't make sense of them. I really couldn't. Because what ended up happening was the reason why I was, there was a curiosity and a spirit of exploration there, but it wasn't the most salient motivation that was there for me. I was really trying to escape and I didn't realize it. So for me, the most challenging aspect was actually coming to face the fact that I was tripping, not because I really was trying to heal or really trying to do anything. That stuff was happening, but it was an afterthought of the fact that it was a nice byproduct of me trying to really escape my experience. So even to this day, and I haven't really used psychedelics in a very, very long time. I stepped away a while ago. I'm only now starting to be able to make sense of them, and making sense of them isn't really about the content of the experience, but the way that I related to those experiences. Right. So the content, the narrative, the mythology that we create about it is endless, and they're all equally convincing depending on what position you look at them from. So for me, it was more about coming to understand my tendency to escape, my desire to escape, what that was like and what that said about me and my experience, not as a person, but just as a human being. I hope that was helpful.
Yeah, it was. That's actually something that we talked about in our panel this morning too, how stepping away from psychedelics and working with the medicines is just as important as your time spent with them. I think that's a good segue into Priyanka's question in the chat. She says she would love Elish's insight about dependence on plant medicine.
Dependence on plant medicine. Yeah. It's okay, only up until a certain point. But I think we all need to depend on something if it's going to provide us some kind of useful lens or way of experiencing ourselves. But there is a point where dependence on medicine becomes a reflection of our own pathology, right? A reflection of the things that we're, an expression of the things we're trying to resolve or get beyond. So when it comes to dependence, it's definitely something to look out for. Right. You can tell with people that are coming to work with psychedelics, if they objectify the psychedelic experience as something that is going to bring them something they don't have, they are more likely to become dependent on it. And then what ends up happening is they just completely lose themselves, or they now have the capacity to lose themselves in something they're supposed to be finding themselves in. So yeah, I think we have to be really careful. And that's why the stepping away is really important. See, I did not do that appropriately in the beginning of my journey. I became fully dependent on psychedelics. And that's a big reason why I had to spend years working on the traumas that I incurred during that period. Right. And really coming to look at the parts of myself that's like, okay, if I'm going to become this dependent on this experience, what else am I really dependent on that I don't need? Right, that's actually hurting me, because during that period, those 4 to 6 hours were the only 4 to 6 hours during the week I was happy, right, or okay. And because of how dependent I was on it, I was completely ignorant to the fact of how miserable I was outside of it. So dependence is definitely something that's very real, and because of our natural draw towards pleasant experience, our natural draw towards things that are mysterious and wonderful. Like, we have to be really careful. It's not just, it's not just a small subset of people. It's all human beings are capable of becoming dependent on that. And definitely something we don't want to get too lost in.
Thank you. That was a really powerful insight. I think talking about how when you were sitting with the medicine was the only time that you really felt happy also brings up the importance of integration. And when you step away from the medicine, what role is it still playing in your life and what does it mean there? So I think that leads into Ariana's question, which is what are some of the lessons you've learned through your experiences with psychedelics and how have you grown since you started your journey using these medicines?
So what have I learned from my experience with psychedelics? That you don't need them. Right. Now, I don't want to say that they're not important. This is my own personal insights that I didn't need them. Right. And of course I needed to need them until the point I realized I didn't need them. But from there, there's nothing special on that side that isn't already available right here. Right? Because as I started to progress through my psychedelic experiences, there was a very strong qualitative shift in the way I was experiencing them. I went from the traditional, very psychedelic type of experience, very visionary, very powerful, emotional stuff. But as I started to get really clear in who I am as a person, and as I started to practice meditation and the Rinzai Zen lineage very, very intensely, I started to recognize that as I became more and more clear on myself, the psychedelics became less and less meaningful to me. Right? That psychedelics are only, psychedelics give us an opportunity to come to recognize that life as it is right now, without the fanfare, without the bells and whistles, without all the things we think we need, without the status, without the perfection that we tend to strive for, without that, life is really, really meaningful and powerful. And that we are so much more than individuals. Individuality is a complete illusion, right? It's a convenient fiction that our minds create. Right? And if you've ever had a non-dual experience, you also recognize that those that are stuck in the non-dual experience, however truthful, however true their experience is, they're effectively useless in the world, being stuck in that kind of reality. Can't do anything. So our individuality is not an actual thing out there. It's a trick of the mind, a useful trick of the mind. So psychedelics really helped me to recognize that. There's nothing to fight. There's nothing to fight for. There's nothing in here. Well, sorry. There's nothing out there that isn't already in here. There's nothing in here. Empty. No. Yeah, that's the most powerful lesson that I learned from psychedelics. Right, that life is perfect as it is, independent. Not like everything's pleasant. It doesn't have to be pleasant. Life can be a total mess and be totally okay.
Thank you. Jesse asks, how do you identify authenticity?
How do I identify? Ooh, how do you identify authenticity? You kind of just know when you know. Right? It's authenticity is not something that, in my mind, that we can create. You can't fake it. Right? If you have been so lucky as to have enough experiences of surrender to recognize that authenticity is only what happens when you stop, what arises when you stop trying to do the things that you always try to do, which is to generate experience or to affect experience. Authenticity shines through. And when someone is really, truly authentic, you can feel it. Every cell in their body, or the degree to if authenticity exists on a spectrum, the more authentic they are, the more you can come to recognize that they are not a threat to you, that they are simply being them and they're not asking anything of you, just being themselves. And you can feel it. You can really, really feel it. So in terms of identifying an authenticity, it's like, if I feel like I can be myself, I know there's authenticity present. But if I have to contract and I start trying to be somebody, right? Or if I come to recognize that that person's trying to be somebody, that they're not in touch with what I call just, if you're not in touch with the greater uncertainty of the world, then that to me will be felt as someone separate or distinct or different from you. So when it comes to authenticity, that's how I come to recognize it. So you don't try to be authentic. You have to stop trying to be anything, and then authenticity naturally emerges. It's a state of spontaneity, right, where you are completely non-dictating. Like, that's what I have to say about that.
You mentioned contracting, and it's like, I don't know, I think that's a very interesting feeling to think about. Could you expand a little more on how you've developed your relationship with your bodily sensations and understanding what that says about how you're feeling?
Yeah. So Ram Dass comes into the picture here. Ram Dass had a story at one point where he talks about the human condition as us always wearing a suit that's just a little bit too small. Right. And that's that feeling of contraction. Right. That's that sense that somehow this boundless essence that you are is being stuffed into a tiny little human Tupperware. Right. And it's bursting at the seams. So for me, as I started to become aware of my own experience, right, and I think this is, maybe it's not, well, as I started becoming more in touch with my inner experience, and I started to filter through a lot of the extraneous stuff that was going on, and I started to come to what it actually feels like to be open, to be authentic, to be free, and then to feel that in the presence of others. That's when I had now a reference point for what contraction felt like. So I was lucky enough to be around people. Well, I was lucky enough in my own practice to experience what I can call as, let's say, authenticity. But at the time, I didn't know that's what it was. But when I started to recognize I could tap into that feeling in the presence of other people, I was like, oh, in this state, I'm much more articulate. I'm much clearer. I'm much more loving. I'm not thinking about myself. I'm engaged in what's going on right here. I'm merged with the person or the people in front of me. And then you go and step into another situation where all of a sudden that stops existing. And then you get the sense like, oh, now that suit's a little too tight again, right? The shoe doesn't fit. Just a little bit too tight. And it starts to suck. You start to feel it, and it just sucks being in that place. You're like, damn it, I'm someone again. Right? I'm trying to be someone. I'm fighting for something. I'm trying to prove something. So that's how I come to relate to it. So whenever I start to recognize that particular pattern, it's a very felt sense for me. And I think afforded because I've spent so many hours investigating my bodily experience. It's like now that switch turns on. It's like, oh, instead of the edges being really blurred and you being kind of just a cloud of sensations going on in this space, the edges got really sharp, got really defined. And I recognize that there's a direction now. Instead of a spontaneity, there's I have to hit the mark rather than just be myself.
I love that. It looks like we have one last question here, and it says, were you raised with a spiritual upbringing? Has that inspired your practice, and have you explored other cultures and religions?
No, I wasn't. I hope my mom and dad are watching. I think they are. Right. Yeah, no, my upbringing was not that at all, really. I think my mom tried to get me to go to CCD at one point, and I just vehemently protested. Don't even know why. I love religion now. But growing up, my life was, my parents are refugees in the Vietnam War. So we had a really tough upbringing. So for us, there wasn't really time or space to explore those types of things. There was scarcity, there was poverty, there was challenge, and then there was the desperate need to overcome them. So there wasn't really space for exploration, space for anything other than, okay, look, we've got a huge bunch of issues that has fallen on our lap, and we have to sacrifice everything to make sure we can stay afloat. So that's when, for me, I grew up very much in survival mode. Right? I was super confused. I tell you, when I was in high school or middle school, I had like 7 different looks depending on how I felt that day. Like one day I really enjoyed the hip hop scene. The other day I was in huge black baggy jeans listening to death metal with my hair spiked up and all that kind of stuff. The next day I had double popped collars. I was a very, very confused person, right? So, and I didn't have spirituality or a way of being able to reframe that. And my parents never really learned how to deal with those kinds of things. My parents grew up with bombs falling around them. So for them, it's like, you need food, you need shelter, you need to take care of the people you love. You're not a human being if not for that role. So I didn't have any particular lens to be able to deal with these kinds of things. I think spirituality may have been helpful, but no, I didn't really grow up with that. Was there another part to the question?
Has that inspired your practice, and have you explored other cultures and religions?
How's that inspired my practice? So as I started to come to psychedelics, which to me represents the beginning of my entire spiritual existential journey, that's when I started to really find a tremendous amount of relief in spiritual mythology. Right, when I first actually came across Hinduism, and there is this story of the cosmic egg. And the story, as I remember it, I'm not sure if this is like a popular story, but it's the story that I read. I'm paraphrasing. There's this guy living his life totally fine, dies, right? And then he wakes up, and all of a sudden, he's like looking down at the earth. And he's like, what's going on? Am I dead or something like that? And then there is a god next to him, speaking to him, telling him, yes, you died. And long story short, this God was telling him that, in this liminal space between lives, he has an opportunity to know the secrets of the universe. And this God was transmitting that to him, saying that every single person in the world is a reflection of who you are. And that you too can become a God like I am of this universe when you come to live everyone's life. You will die and you will go back. And when you can experience this universe from every possible perspective, it will become yours. It'll be your job to liberate the ones in your universe. And I remember reading that story, and I sat there on my couch, and I'm super hardcore, without even knowing it, scientific materialist. Like, I didn't believe in spirituality, anything, vehemently against the idea of God. I thought everyone who believed in God was an idiot. But I sat there, I was like, I really hope that's true. I really hope that's true. And then that kind of set the stage for me to start to explore more with that. So when it comes to how it influences my practice these days, when it comes to spirituality, religion, for me, that's about the essence of who you are. It's not about a particular story, whether it's Christian or Islamic or anything like that, Muslim or anything like that. It's about coming to understand that there is something greater than who you are, who you think you are, right? And it works for everybody, right? Your individuality is your belief in your individuality is what's going to make you suffer a lot more than you need to. And life is a lot easier when you let go of that idea. So that is, in some sense, you can say the driving thing in my sessions with my clients is to try to make them aware of that. So that's how spirituality and religion has come to influence me these days, my own practice and my work with people. What's the truth? Spirituality is nothing other than the truth.
Thank you for sharing that. Our attendees are also asking, what meditation resources do you recommend?
Oh, there's so many. I'm partial towards Zen. So for me, my teacher, I'm going to plug my teacher. My teacher, Medo Moroshi of the Korinji Monastery in Wisconsin. He has 2 books on Zen and meditation. that are wonderful. And he has a lot of free resources online on YouTube and stuff like that. Other than that, whatever gets you to start to sit down and just pay attention to yourself. That might be any app, right? I don't think there's any one thing that's better than everything else. Like, you really do have to find what works for you. But there are a bajillion and a half apps. There are a bajillion and a half books about meditation. Yeah, I would just, if you're curious and you're curious enough to go search for yourself, then you'll find whatever it is that you need. The one thing that I'll say about going that route is that if you are a serious seeker, if you're really trying to resolve a really deep existential question, you're not going to find the answer in Headspace, right? You're not going to find the answer listening to a guided meditation a few times a day. So at that point, if you're really looking to resolve some kind of existential angst or really dive deep into the content of who you are, you're going to need to find teachers, and a physical teacher, an actual teacher that could come to help you call out your own BS, right? And to help to steer your individual practice, because meditation is not creating this space of calm in your mind. It can be that, but that's like saying psychedelics are a drug that makes you feel funny, right? It's not about that. Meditation is a vast and immense space that cannot be pinned down, just like the psychedelic experience. So to whatever degree you need it, you must find a source for it that understands or experiences meditation in such a way that allows your answer to be your question to be answered, right? So it's a big space. If you want to get really good at meditation, there's a lot of good teachers that do stuff online, but go to the tried and true traditions. I'm partial towards Buddhism, but there's many out there. So yeah, you can ask me, I can help.
Thank you so much for that. I don't think I see anything else coming through. So are there any parting thoughts you'd like to leave us with?
I am just really happy to be here, and I am honored to be with you all, flattered. Don't know why you're talking to me, but here we are. So I just hope that everyone here and all those whom you love and all the people in the world come to find true, lasting happiness and fulfillment, whatever that looks like to you.
Thank you. I think this was a wonderful way to close off the day. If you guys do think of anything else you want to ask Elish, he did plug all of his contact information on the last slide. We can also send that out later this week with his permission. So if there aren't any more questions, that marks the end of the conference. Thank you, Elish, and thank you to all of the speakers and attendees who helped us bring the stream to life. And I'm going to pass it off to Sophia now to wrap up.
Thanks so much, guys.
Thank you. As we conclude, a few housekeeping things. Please fill out the attendance form if you haven't already. It allows us to capture feedback as we collect your email for post-conference email. We will also send out a notification when the conference has been uploaded to YouTube in case you missed a session or want to go back and rewatch. Now we'd like to thank everybody who participated in the conference. First, to our attendees, thank you for your passion, interest, and participation for the last 2 days. We hope that this was beneficial to you and has inspired you to continue to ask big questions and dive deep into life. Secondly, we want to thank all of our speakers, from trainees to professionals, for giving your time, knowledge, and experience. We hope to see some of you back in our future events. Next, we want to thank Rowan-Virtua SOM for their support, particularly Dean Machichi, Brittany Quintana, Stephanie Levin, and our faculty advisor, Dr. King. I want to thank my fellow committee members, Jiexi, Magdalene, Aisha, Jason, and Chris, for their commitment to putting this conference together for the second time. It takes months of planning to put something like this together, and I'm so proud of what we have accomplished. I wish everyone a great evening and a peaceful week. See you all next year.